is Nick will turn around, look toward us at the camera. The camera's trying to get focus, and then it goes out of focus, and it stays that way for a good length of time. It's possible that it could have been trying to compensate and froze, or it could have been something technical. And as you see in here, when the guys came back from the upstairs, it auto-corrected itself, and we should not have a problem with the camera since. I do not understand if it was...
So usually it stays out of focus like that when it's trying to find something to focus on.
When it's trying to find something to focus on and cannot find something to focus. So either it was something that was paranormal, or it could have been something technical. I'm not exactly too sure, but I can honestly say I've never seen something stay out of that focus that long before.
All right, guys, thanks a lot. Billy, now we got back some more EVP. I know we sent you out there a little bit ago. What have you found for us this time?
Things got kind of out of control. There was some yelling when I was outside waiting at the window to pick up the digital recorders, and I just started listening to conversation. Apparently, Zach thought he heard somebody say "F you," so he's yelling back, and he wants to know who said it. And in this area right here, you'll hear yelling, and it's not either of the guys. And also, once it gets to this point, what I think says, "You want to fight me?" So we'll start from here.
Who said F you?
This is the area we're listening right here. It's like chaos, but this particular part right here is, I'm not sure what the voice is saying, but...
Good stuff, Billy. We'll put that up on the website again, so if you want to review that for yourself and also check out the other EVP and evidence that we've been putting up, go visit ghostadventureslive.com. Now back to you, Dean.
Thanks so much, Dave. Now, that's been incredible, and you guys have been doing a great job there all evening. Now let's check in with our researcher, Jeff. Jeff, the guys have been trapped in the medical center, locked in. What's their mental state right now? It must be incredible.
You know, think about this. It's been a long night. It's dark. It's a very frightening experience, you know, and that fear heightens your senses. It's a natural physiological fact. It's heightened senses, you're going to see things, be more sensitive to sights, to sounds, to touches, all of those things. And I think that's why they're picking up on so many things in the medical center and all throughout this complex. It's incredible.
It is incredible.
Yeah, no.
And with Nick inside the morgue right now, what's he going through?
I mean, think about it. You've got sensory deprivation, right? Not just heightened senses, cramped. Fear. I think he's going to pick up on things that you might not pick up on otherwise. I mean, there's a method to the madness for sure, and Nick's a brave soul to be in there.
I'll say.
Yeah.
Well, thanks so much, Jeff. We'll check in a little later. So right now, let's go over back to the medical center and see how the guys are doing, and make sure they take a careful step, because often the paint is peeling and the floors are weak, and other dangerous things are lurking in the dark.
We will defend as a role together.
I did. He says I did. Oh, listen to this.
It's awesome.
I did, yeah.
Do you hear that? Welcome back to Ghost Adventures Live from the Trans-Allegheny Lunatic Asylum in Weston, West Virginia. Right now, the team is locked inside the old medical center just behind the main asylum, and Nick has been conducting his solo vigil lying on a slab in the body cooler of the morgue. But before we get back to him, let's check in with Dave Schrader. He's got some interesting evidence to review. Dave?
Thanks a lot, Dean. You know, the internet's abuzz, the chat room's going crazy. A little bit earlier, when they were on the second floor with the Parabot, there was footage of Robert Best with the EMF detector. We're going to go to show you that footage. We want to actually show this and show you what had happened. Go ahead and play that footage for us. Now, if you recall that during the investigation, Robert Best had the EMF detector, he reported flying from his hand and down the hall. Now, we just showed that in full speed. Let's go ahead and show that again. And this is in slow motion. I know there's a lot of controversy. A lot of people are interested in what was going on with that. We wanted to give you a chance to see this footage for yourself. You can take a look at it. Is it otherworldly interference? Is it intentional grounding? Is it a fumble? You make the call, ladies and gentlemen. Back over to you, Dean.
Thanks, Dave. Well, let's be back to the medical center and Nick's vigil.
so creepy in here right now.
As far as I can go right here.
Huh?
Just letting you know, this is about as far as I can go.
Okay,
Right now
we're
digital recorder.
I don't know what end this would be, the north end or the south end.
Or electronic voice.
But we're on the far end of a.
And I'm rolling right now. See if I can capture any of these voices that we were getting in here earlier around this morgue. Right now I'm inside of it.
I don't want to hear Nick. Okay.
So I'm laying here. It's very, very creepy. It's very claustrophobic and it's pitch dark in here.
How fare you?
You ready?
Is there anybody in here with me? If you want to talk to me, can you say something to me?
Fair skies and strong.
Were you one of the patients that had a lobotomy and you were brought here, right here where I'm laying, and you were put here? Can you tell me if you were one of the patients that was in a medical procedure and you were brought here? How many spirits are here with me right now, inside this? That's Aaron and Zach out there. Just marking that. Oh, it's so creepy in here right now. It's very claustrophobic. It's pitch darkness in here. And I'm rolling on my digital recorder. I'm going to try to capture some of these EVPs and voices that we're hearing in here. That when we were standing right outside this morgue, we were catching a lot of voices with Mark and Debbie. Now I'm inside the morgue to try to capture some of these voices. And it's very creepy. It's very claustrophobic. It's very hard to breathe. It's a very uneasy feeling. And I feel like I cannot go anywhere right now, which I can't because the door is shut. And I'm sitting in here, laying down in here. And I want to know how many spirits are in here with me right now. Can you maybe make a noise? Knock on this? Can you knock on this for me? Very, very uneasy feeling in here. It's just weird laying right here where all the bodies were brought after the medical procedures and they were laid down to rest right here after they had lobotomies done and electroshock therapy and all the patients that didn't make it through these procedures. That's a lost soul. That's a soul still trapped within this box right here that was built to put humans on.
Do you remember me? I'm your patient. I need some work done. I didn't say that, dude. All right, I need some work done. So if you go ahead and come up here and make a loud noise, slam a door or something. We heard you walking around up here. We need you to show a sign of your presence right now. Hear that?
Yeah.
Let's go down more.
Right, hang on. What was your interest with Aaron?
I'm right here. You were doing some work on me, but I don't think you quite finished. I don't know if I want to say that, dude.
Can you make a noise for us?
Dude, look at these doors. They're
What's
like
that?
black mold, or there's mold on them. And they're, oh.
Let's see if, Aaron, let's see if downstairs we had all that EMF activity was going nuts.
You want to pull it up here and see?
Yeah, actually I got one right here.
Okay. Yeah, pop
Let's just
it.
see if it's doing that same stuff up here. Are you up here? As you can see, we have our EMF detector. Just trying to see if we had any more unexplained activity up here as we did down on that first level. Because this thing was going off the hook down there. So I just want to see if it's detecting anything up here. I don't really feel anything up here like I did down there.
I didn't either.
You know what I mean? Like any of that like static charges or whatever?
You know what I'm curious about?
What's that?
I wonder if they're down there with Nick.
Yeah, that's true.
Because that morgue was creepy. Look, there's a patient upstairs and there's a patient in the morgue. But your patient in the morgue is still alive.
Can you come in front of us and stand in front of us?
Okay, now it's starting to get a little creepy.
Well, it's not picking up on anything up here.
Nothing?
Nothing.
I'm getting like these weird chills.
Okay, let's head back down.
Okay, let's do that. Let's go back down.
Okay.
All right, we're leaving upstairs, so if you want to follow us downstairs, here we go.
Here, make a really loud noise right now so I can hear you. Just one loud noise, and then I'll leave, and I'll get out of your space, and I won't come back. That's all I ask. Can you do that for me? Oh, man. It's getting really cold in here, like my hands just feel ice cold. I'm starting to shake, actually.
Need help?
It's a really weird feeling right now.
Safe travels.
Oh. I don't know why I'm shaking all of a sudden. Are you climbing into this with me, and are you laying down right next to me? Can you do that for me? Can you lay down in here with me? It is absolutely freezing right now, and I'm shaking. As you can hear in the tone of my voice, I'm shivering. It's freezing in here. Are you laying here with me?
That is crazy, man. That doctor?
Yeah.
Every single question we asked.
Dude, all I know is that pain, and then all of a sudden they made me realize what that was about.
No, hang on.
That's some scary stuff.
Yeah.
This place is no joke.
I hear no one's seen him in a few years.
He has to be. Magni, we've
Look
been
at this
trying
room.
to
This is about the visions. I'm not interested. Leave me alone.
What kind of room is this?
I don't know. There's stuff everywhere. As we're walking around here, feel free to reach out and touch someone.
She left me like this, unable to feel the warmth.
Seriously, your patients are here at the bottom floor waiting.
I'm doing this for all of you.
Tell me if I can't see this, Aaron.
Okay.
I just walked into like a energy. It just feels different from like right here to right here.
Flatten it towards my camera. I can't quite see it.
Hopefully we can revive him. Meet
Are
us
you
in
around
town.
us right now? Am I detecting you? Come up here. What's that?
I can't.
Okay, it's all right. That was weird. There's like different spots.
It's almost like it's kind of chilled down a tad.
It has. It has.
I wonder how Nick's doing, to be honest.
How long has he been in there?
Shoot.
Let's go get him.
Hang on, dude.
Let's
you
go
gotta
get
help
him.
me here.
What's wrong? You tangled up again?
There's a huge door I'm tangled up in.
Aaron. Aaron. Okay. Okay, good.
Hold on, I got some dust on my lens now.
Let's go. All right, let's go get Nick.
I'm absolutely freezing. Zach. Hey, Zach. Can you hear me?
Where are you, Nick?
I'm in the morgue.
Well, I know you're in the morgue, but I can't find the room.
Yeah, right.
Is this it? I can't
Where
see
else
it.
would I be? I can't get out.
What's wrong?
I am like just shaking, man. Like honestly, the temperature dropped 20 degrees and I can't even like stop shaking. Can you take me out?
Yeah, hang on one second. Let me just see if I can document that. I'm getting a temperature in here, 61 degrees.
Give me the temperature.
60 degrees.
Cause I'm shaking, man, really bad. Seriously.
Right, 61 out here.
Yeah, I can't reach here.
You get it?
Maybe they were all down here.
How cold is it out there?
61.
They must hope Grandad's all right.
I'm like ice cold and I'm just shaking repeatedly.
Really? What is it in there?
Don't worry, lad. Magni's made of stern stuff.
Did you experience anything? Was there any activity or anything? Any noises?
It's dropping. I'm just waiting for the temperature to settle from when you pushed it.
It keeps dropping?
Yeah, it's dropping a little bit.
Wow. Dude, there's like ice cold coming out there. And I don't think this still works. No.
What did you say the temperature was?
61 out here.
Okay. Yep.
What is it?
It's dropping.
Still?
Yeah, just hold on. Let me...
You address the Queen of
Like,
Regents
seriously,
of the
I can't
Dark
stop
Eye of
shaking. It's
God.
like, I was fine when you pushed me in, and I was fine just laying here for a while, and I was just asking basic questions. Then all of a sudden, like, it felt like somebody actually came in here, laid down, like, with me, and I felt just freezing, and I'm just, like, shaking. You can even hear in the tone of my voice.
Yeah. What is it? What is it reading at?
It's going back up. It's going back up to 64 now, but it went back down to 59. Yeah, you can see it too.
Okay. You want me to pull you out?
Yeah.
Okay. You doing EVP too? I'm so wrong. So what do you think? What were you feeling in there? Anything?
I felt, honestly, honest truth, I felt somebody like they laid down with me.
Sure.
And I just started shaking really bad. And just got really, really cold, like it dropped 20 degrees in there. Oh, man. I feel like all my energy is just absolutely drained right now.
Oh. Who was in there with Nick?
Here in Weston, West Virginia, Zach, Nick, and Aaron's ghost adventure has provided us with an astounding glimpse into the world of the paranormal. Our interactive host, Dave Schrader, has some new evidence. Dave?
Well, you know, it's been crazy down here for us, Dean. We want to thank everybody for coming in and being a part of this with us. We've been a great evidence review team with Brian Abel, Sean Sullivan, and, of course, Mr. Billy Tolley. Billy's landed 3 more EVPs for us, and we want to take a quick listen. What's the first one we have going here, Billy?
Well, this is when our guests were with Zach and the guys, and we got this. Zach asks if it's okay if we find you. I guess he's talking about the patients, and this is the response he gets. Right here.
Okay, so we definitely get a response to the question.
Right.
Now, what was the next EVP that we're able to locate?
The next one is...
Now this one's a little bit more clear. You definitely get a solid response.
Yeah, this is a Zach talking, and he gets cut off, and the voice changes to someone saying, "I'm okay."
Wow.
Yeah, so
that is dramatic.
Whoops, sorry. I'm okay.
Wow, definitely a different voice in there. And then what's our last one? Now this one was actually kind of bone-chilling, Dean, when we picked this one up. Yeah, the guys are in there, and go ahead and play this one out for
This
them.
is the best one yet, probably.
It sounds like a girl screaming. We're wondering if this could be Lily screaming, or perhaps Ruthie. Go ahead and do that to us one more time.
I hear it one more time.
Bone chilling. Now these are all going to be on the website, so you can go check it right now at ghostadventureslive.com. For the evidence review team, the Interactive Angels, and myself, Dave Schrader, thank you very much, Dean.
Thank you, Dave. That's incredible. Well, the guys are still inside the asylum at the medical center where the patients drew their last breath. Let's see how it's going over there for them now.
Okay. Okay. All right, guys, come on. Let's unpatch and get ready and get out of here.
So just unpatch?
Yeah, let's come out here and
want
get
us to
ready.
stay patched in for this. Are we unpatching? Want to stay patched in a little bit?
What's that?
Unpatch or stay patched?
No, unpatch. We're gonna get out.
We're getting out.
Okay.
Unpatch.
Unpatch.
Okay. Is your eye all right?
Yeah, mine's good, dude. That was the weirdest thing.
Yeah, that was weird. That was weird how every question we were asking, we were getting responses from.
Yeah.
Regarding this doctor.
That morgue.
But it's weird. It feels like this veil just lifted.
It does.
It seems like sometimes it's just turned on and then turned off.
It was getting really weird in the morning at times. Yeah. Like I just felt 20-degree drop, and I just started shaking. I couldn't stop shaking.
John, all right, guys, you ready to get out of here?
Ready.
Okay. How you doing, man? That was a long night. Wow.
Guys.
What's up, man?
You did it, man.
How are you?
Congratulations.
Thank you.
How are you? Look at you guys.
Energy is drained.
That you look drained.
Yeah.
That was an incredible 7 hours, guys.
Yeah.
How you feeling?
I don't know, man. Just
drained.
Yeah, you go through that, and you go through so much activity, you know, and it does weird things to your head. So I feel like I just went through,
your head, my eyeball.
Oh, yeah.
Dude.
You got the psychic lobotomy there.
Yeah.
Scared me, man.
Did it scare you?
Mark and Dave was like, hey.
I gotta do one quick thing though, real quick. Robert, I need to come over here if you can for me, bud. I need to ask you a quick question, okay? Now I need to ask you because we have had a little bit of controversy when we were up there with the Parabot. And I need to know whether or not when the EMF detector went out of your hand, whether or not this thing felt like it was taken off out of your hand or...
Exactly, because that's why I was holding it out, so in the event anything should happen. And when you're like, you're wrestling with it, you know, it's like that, you know. And
because there's been a little bit of controversy with the footage, so I need to know.
Even I looked at it and I was like, man, that looks weird, you know. But no, that's why you keep the arm bent, you know, just so in the event, you know, you got some control over it. But it was like, that's why when I looked at it, if you look at the tape, I'm looking at my hand, you know, because I'm trying to figure out what.
Okay, that's okay.
There
was just I haven't seen the footage yet, and we've just had a little bit of controversy. I just needed to hear your response to it.
That's sure, yeah, because I was like, that felt funny, you know, because it was like something was trying to force it, you know, and you're like wrestling.
Okay, cool. Thank you for that. Okay,
well, thank
Dean.
you, gentlemen, and thank all the guests.
It's an awesome lockdown, man. It was awesome.
Lockdown.
We got some great, I think, visual evidence, audio evidence.
Absolutely.
Awesome.
I thank everyone. This has been an incredible 7-hour lockdown, raw and extreme. And on behalf of everyone here, behind the camera and in front of the camera, we'd like to thank you for being part of it. And remember, these guys will be going online for a live video chat at ghostadventures.com. Also next Friday, 8 p.m., there will be the Postmortem, a special edition of Ghost Adventures, followed immediately by a brand new episode of Ghost Adventures at 9 p.m. Eastern. I'm Dean Haglin on behalf of everyone here at the Trans-Allegheny Lunatic Asylum in Weston, West Virginia. Everyone here has been great, and on behalf of the Travel Channel, thank you very much, and happy Halloween, everybody.
That was a long walk.
There you go, dude. Congratulations.
Yeah, man, we got some good stuff, man.
Fantastic.
Coming up in just a bit, we know that there's been some controversy with... Whoa, what was that? And in just a bit, we're going to tell you what we think. This is Zach, Nick, and Aaron from the Ghost Adventures crew. Tonight, we're in Weston, West Virginia, home to this incredible abandoned lunatic asylum right behind me. The first stones of this massive building were laid just before the Civil War. It's a place with a deep and dark history. There was also a lot of suffering inside. Mentally ill patients were restrained in seclusion cells, lobotomized. Some were even murdered. But is this place really haunted? That's what we're about to find out tonight, here, live. Did you hear that? There's a little girl. Whoa, what was that? Show yourself.
We're right here, so why don't you come up and talk to us?
Whoa, Nick, something just grabbed your leg. You've got 3 people locked in 3 of these seclusion cells. Do whatever you want to them.
Are you a doctor shoving an ice pick in my eyeball?
Let's go. How many spirits are here with me right now?
Happy frickin' Halloween!
Just realize how much you did work with the transition sheet that. Sure. Oh, man. Oh, gosh.
Wow. I feel like I just went through a war.
A roller coaster.
It is an emotional roller coaster.
Yeah, you can definitely feel all the emotions that you're going through. One moment you won't feel anything. The next moment you'll feel sad for no reason. The next moment you'll feel just anger for no reason.
Take that too to emotions that are coming from people that were sent to a mental hospital.
Exactly.
These are emotions that aren't our emotions. To do this live was an absolute just completely different experience from going out there and taping it on our cameras. Immediately we went to the Civil War ward. Go ahead, touch it. Touch my hand. We use our EMF detectors a lot of different places. That is such a good way to try and pick up on spiritual energy. Guys, my hand is, wow.
Look at that.
Wow, look, my hand. And ghosts are setting this thing off. And when we were with Chris Fleming, he had this new device that had an antenna on it.
What this device is going to do too, not only do we get the temperature and any type of EMF fluctuations, we're also going to create a magnetic field a couple feet that if anything passes by us or makes contact like this, it'll light up.
Chris, come here and feel this. Come here quick. Feel right here. Do you feel this?
Oh, God, yeah.
Do you feel this right here?
Okay.
Do you feel this right here, though?
Yeah, there's
just like wind going like in a circle. Like when I felt this whirlwind, and I said, guys, this is not just your normal breeze. This is something that I'm feeling right now. He brought that thing over immediately and got readings on that.
If you touch this or come in close proximity to it, you can make this thing light. Dude, right there.
Whoa.
Right there.
I told you this breeze was something, man. I told you.
What this does, let me explain this.
Wow.
This picks up it picks up a magnetic field within 2 or 3 feet of us. When we feel that chill with the hairs going on end, this tells us whether or not there is actually something around us doing that. This is working right now.
That's documentation.
Yep, absolutely.
That is what's closure for me, saying that what we're encountering are ghosts. Chris?
Yeah.
That was not you guys.
You saw some movement.
Oh, no, I didn't just see some movement. I saw a whole thing go in that left window over there. Watch. Is that you, Ruthie?
When I met Ruthie, she was in her 80s. She was violent. When she sat in the feeder chair, she'd pound on that feeder chair with her hands. When you got closer to her, she'd jump out and grab you.
One thing I'm getting right now is I'm getting this apprehension, a little bit of scared.
Well, Ruthie does not.
Angry.
She hates men. Did you know that?
No.
Ruthie, that's so to be here. She doesn't like men.
Why doesn't she like men?
I don't know. One of the workers, Sue, used to work here, and she used to sit in that chair.
Okay.
And Sue Parker would feed her, and said that when men would come in here, Ruthie would scream that she hates men.
You're kidding me.
And she died here.
She would yell verbal stuff to them. Everybody who walked by, she would just yell at them.
I'm gonna put the spirit box on.
Yeah, let's get
and see if we get any voices.
Okay. Now we're going to try and hear Spirit speaking to us in real time.
Absolutely. You can speak through this device. Speak to us. Who are you? I think it said, who are you?
And can you tell us who you are?
Hello, did you hear that?
Holy cow. That was a male voice?
That was a male voice, yeah.
Do you know? Whoa, this thing's going nuts.
Did he say, do you know what you're doing?
I don't know what those sounds are, dude. I've never heard those types of sounds before.
He was even getting stuff that he's never heard of coming out and like make weird noises that it never does.
Are those sounds from this asylum when it was active?
Yes,
oh my God.
Yes, they were.
Whoa. Oh my God.
Whoa. Did you hear that?
Oh my God.
This is live. We're getting now. How many of us are in the hallway right now? How many of us?
Just one. Did you hear it?
Yeah, I
Did you
heard
hear
that.
it? It said just one.
Awesome.
Wow.
That was awesome.
The spirit box was definitely awesome. You know, you're asking a question, you get an intelligent response. You're not getting some random response, and that's what was unbelievable to me.
That place is so incredibly haunted. It was amazing.
Exactly.
This has been answering all of our questions with intelligent responses. Whatever we're asking it, we're getting responses in real time. Hey, Ruthie, do you even want to show yourself to us?
No. Did you hear that?
Yeah. What did it say?
Male voice said no.
Okay, so are you a male? Do you know Ruthie?
Yes.
It said yes.
Male voice said yes, and there was something else. Could have been radio.
Are there any other patients in here that want to talk to us?
Wow.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Was that you, Ruthie? It sounded like an old woman, didn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it did.
That sounded like an old woman. Ruthie, is that you? What is that?
That was an old lady, man. I don't know, but that was definitely spirit voice.
It was like an old lady.
And there's a male talking too. Are you protecting Ruthie? What is like it didn't even come from the box?
No, I know. I heard that in my own ears. That's what I was going to say.
Dude, hang on a second.
I heard that right here.
We just heard a voice that didn't come from the box. That was like right here.
Yeah, no, and I heard it.
Wow, hold on, I'm feeling it. Hold on. I'm getting like the static charge. It's like getting the static charge going up on me.
That was crazy.
It said it right here.
That was
It said it right
insane.
here.
What do you want to do to me?
Harm.
What's that?
It said harm.
So you want to do harm? Why do you want to do harm to me?
Come on, talk to us now.
It's not talking now.
I am.
This is Chris, this is Aaron, Nick, and Zach. What are you going to do to us if we stay in here longer? Nothing.
Nothing. I heard that.
Yeah,
It was like
it was
nothing.
nothing.
Like an angry voice.
Nothing.
Nothing.
If you say that you're going to harm us, are you going to go the next step? Say something.
This is do I have
It
to?
says, I don't have to, and then it says no.
Yeah.
There's two different spirits that said that.
Yeah.
You got it.
Yeah.
And the other voice says, you got it. Confirming what it just said.
This is amazing.
Give me some. Oh, God, this is great.
Do you like Aaron? Never. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? That was crystal clear.
That said never.
Dude, we are making history here.
We sat there for almost 30, 40 minutes. Every single question that we asked had an intelligent response. How can you disprove that? How can you disprove that? And it's changed my life, seeing this stuff, hearing this stuff. It really is mind-blowing.
Do you want to come and play with the ball? Did you hear that?
Yes.
There's a little girl. Get out. We're not going to get out. We're not going to get out. What we're about to do on live television is do an EVP session. As I'm saying this, I'm getting chills because I have witnessed this. We have, how many times have we done EVP together? We've done it.
Quite a few.
And we can usually get some spirits to talk directly to us, don't we?
I don't know how many questions that we asked spirits tonight, and I can't even count how many intelligent responses we got. We were over there trying to contact this spirit that they see of Lily.
They say Lily is around 9 to 12 years old with long dark hair and like a white gown on.
I got from just her aura that she was born here and that she's searching for someone.
All right, now this is where they believe the spirit of Lily haunts. Let's try and contact her. You guys ready?
We're ready.
Lily, my name is Zach. And this is Mark, and this is Debbie, and Aaron, and Nick. We are very sad for you, Lily, to know that you're here and maybe still looking for your mother.
You don't have to be afraid of us, Lily.
Lily, what is it that you want?
I heard a little girl say like,
Did you hear that?
Yes.
There's a little girl.
I heard it. It's
I
okay.
just heard a little girl right here, guys.
All right.
Oh my God. I'm sorry, but that is exciting to hear that. Oh.
I heard that too.
Oh my gosh, that is, it puts jolts of.
Right over here.
Yes. Did you hear that or no? Did you hear?
I heard that.
It was the little girl. She like went.
Yeah.
She said she was trying to say something.
She was exactly trying to say something. Do
Lily-
you want to tell us something, Lily? If you can hear our voice, can you speak to us again and say something?
she spoke, and there was like 4 words that were.
That's what I heard too.
Clear as day.
Yeah, and we all heard it.
Yeah,
and
we
that
all
just
heard it.
put shivers down your spine.
Are you afraid, Billy? Are you afraid of us?
Get out.
Get out, overlaid over.
Play the get out.
One more time.
Are you afraid, Billy? Are you afraid of us?
Get out. We're not going to get out. We're not going to get out. You listen to me, okay? We're not going to get out.
Repeatedly, we get out all the time.
And we captured that tonight a lot.
Yeah.
I think 3, 4, 5 times just on the spirit box, get out, get out, get out. They didn't want us in there.
Who do you think is saying get out to us? Do you think that it was a male?
I think it was a male, and I think they're getting energy from Lily because she's young, she's vibrant, and they're holding.
Well, why don't you come to me?
When we started talking about with Mark and Debbie, we then were getting this man coming through and speaking with a very deep voice. And I don't think liked us talking about Lily. So you gotta ask yourself, there's a lot of times where these big, mean, bully spirits are really keeping, these other innocent spirits trapped. It's a nonstop battle.
Because if you're keeping her here, I heard your voice say get out, and so did all 4 of these other people. What was that?
I heard something that was like a man's voice.
That was a
said
man's
about 3
voice?
or 4
Yeah, what
words.
He's pissed.
Yeah, he didn't sound
He
happy.
is pissed.
Yeah.
And I'm happy you're pissed. Because when you said get out, all 5 of us just heard a man's voice, did we not?
Absolutely.
But some of the spirits in there we felt did want us in there. We were over there trying to contact this spirit that they see of Lily. And that's when things can get sad and emotional and stuff. I never used to be a spirit chaser. I used to just be that guy working a regular job, never thought about ghosts. And now it's like, man, you have to be obsessed with it because this is what fuels you to keep going, going, and going. When we were trying to contact Lily, the little girl, we switched gears. We brought a ball to her.
And if that was her that I spoke to, I want to try and get her away from whatever guy that we're hearing and who said get out. Lily,
Get ready to go with EVP, guys.
Okay.
Right over here, okay?
Lily, please come here. These are for you. We got this for you. Do you want to come and play with the ball?
That was loud. That was a door slam. That was loud. Aaron, go.
Whoa, something just ran up on me right here. Who just slammed the door?
Watch the door here.
Who just slammed the door?
Guys. Hey, hold on a second. Stop, Aaron.
You're mad at us, aren't you? You're the guy who told us to get out.
Yeah, I don't think that was Lily.
That was so weird. When we were walking up here, there was a man like said something when I passed one of these rooms right here. It's really clear.
Let's continue. Yes, we are trying to find Lily. Somehow I think you don't like that.
Wait.
Yeah, why don't you leave?
Why don't
Why
is that
did
what
we
you
leave?
hear?
Yeah, why don't you leave?
I hear that again. I didn't hear that again.
Okay, let him get on.
Why don't you leave?
Yeah,
now I hear it. Let's play it one more time, guys. Listen. Why don't you leave? You've got 3 people locked in 3 of these seclusion cells. You can go in there and do whatever you want to them. What is that?
What the is that?
What was that scream? The 3 of you, have you done a paranormal investigation before?
Never.
You know, it was really important for us on this live ghost hunt to bring in different people we haven't met before, let them see how we investigate, let them witness, see if they can pick up things on that we're picking up. And I really enjoyed bringing on these 3 fans.
And I want us to talk about trigger objects. These are objects that I think spirits are attracted to. I want to use you guys as trigger objects. And just as we were coming up here, Nick, you got an EVP right near the seclusion cells?
Yeah, we got 2 actually. One that wasn't very nice. That
Okay,
said
come here, let me
F
tell you. It said what, Nick?
It said F you.
It said F you.
Yeah.
I'd rather not take that
Okay,
one.
Trigger
guys,
object sounds a lot like bait.
we're going to have one of you go in each one of these seclusion cells, okay? Can one of you go in here?
Go ahead.
Sure.
Okay. Now, on top of this, I would like to show you, Nick or Aaron, can you come here, please?
Yep.
Now, you will have a camera here that everybody can see. We're just going to put you in here. This isn't, we're serving a purpose for this. We're going to see if people watching these webcams or these X-cams as well, if they can see anything happen around you while you're in here. Are you cool with that?
Awesome.
Okay. On top of that, we also have digital recorders placed in each seclusion cell, a total of 3. So when you guys are in here, I want you to please be silent. I want them to watch and see if anything comes in here with you guys. If you feel anything, react.
Okay.
These digital recorders are going to be rolling to see if we get any voices, and we just got a voice just about 5 minutes out here that said F you. So there's some mean spirits around here, and let's see what they do. Cool.
Yeah, you got it.
Kelly, you go in there.
All right.
That's the one where we got all the EVPs.
Yes.
Nick,
Good luck, buddy.
Okay, we'll save this one for you. Are you okay with this?
I'm awesome.
Are you sure?
It's creepy in that one.
I'm not
is.
sure. but I'm
You're
gonna
not
do it
sure?
anyway.
Okay. Listen. If you start feeling uncomfortable, you start feeling pressure on you or scratches or anything like that, let us know.
Okay.
Okay? Okay, go on in. As you can see, we're putting 3 people in these seclusion cells just as you would be. And I want to know who said F you.
If you didn't like us in your cells, now's the time to say something.
I want to see you. I don't want to hear your voice anymore. I want to see you. I especially want to see the ugly face that said F you. Now, you've got 3 people locked in 3 of these seclusion cells. You can go in there and do whatever you want to them. And if you don't want them, well, you can follow me out of here. The one that I'm worried about is the girl that's closest to us.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that I'm worried about her, but she was the one that was showing the most fear.
Yeah.
So she's like that injured minnow in the open water. Now, I do want to say we've been experiencing a ton of activity. A lot of it has been supported on scientific devices. It's been absolutely exciting. But down here is the worst of the worst. That's where they kept the worst of the worst. And we're only 2 minutes from Halloween right now. Let's see what happens at the stroke of midnight. Let's see how they're doing, guys. Hang on. Aaron, why don't you show them just how dark it is?
Okay, ready? Here we go. 3, 2. Dark.
That's where our fans are right now, locked up in seclusion cells. We're using them as trigger objects to try and draw in the spirits that was cussing at us. I wonder if there still are.
Heard someone coughing, man.
Now I'm getting nothing.
Okay. It's midnight right now. Just see if anything happens.
Can't be up there. Gotta be down
Dude,
here
I just heard
somewhere.
somebody whispering.
I think you guys are hearing us.
Maybe.
Were you
that what you're
hearing?
Sorry?
Were you hearing? I think you were hearing me whisper.
I think we were. We're like, I hear him now.
Doing okay?
Where is
Are you guys? Are you okay?
Yeah, I am okay.
I'm gonna let you out. Okay. What happened? Anything?
I felt my hair get brushed like whenever you were here earlier.
I thought I heard you say that.
Yeah, it was just weird. Ugh. Anyway, and then my jacket got tugged a second ago. Like I turned around, like I keep thinking like someone's behind me. Like you know how like you just know when someone's like watching you or something. Like that's what I feel right now. Like.
Yeah, I think using them as trigger objects, putting them in there and letting them in there. The one girl, she got touched on her hair once, and she was uncomfortable on it, and then she felt like she was getting pushed on her back.
Exactly.
Are you touching her, or should I not let her out now? Do you want me to keep her here, but let them two out and keep her here till morning?
Please say no. Please say no. Please. Please say no.
Yeah.
Or slam the door earlier.
Wait. Come here. Hang on a second. What is that?
What the is that?
What was that scream?
All of us heard this female scream, and you could actually hear it echo as if it was coming from inside the building.
Hang on a second. What is that? Did you guys just hear that scream?
Yes. Loud and clear.
Shh. What was that? What was that?
That was a woman.
That was a...
It was a woman.
First thing I did is I went through everybody and asked them what did they hear.
Did you hear a female scream?
Yes.
Did everybody hear a female scream?
Yes.
Kelly?
Yes.
And then you just looked at those fans and you looked at them in the eyes, and it just you saw them just kind of like, wow.
Well, you know what
I
happened?
just heard that.
Yeah, and right after the scream, Kelly was like, "It's getting really cold in this cell too."
What's wrong, Kelly?
I got some cold right here.
Yeah,
That
it's
is
really
so
cold.
strange.
Okay, come on. We'll get you guys out.
Really creepy in here, dude. Get him out of there, dude.
Oh, get me out of here.
Did you hear how long that scream was?
Get me out of here.
You know, they're like trying to get him out.
Did you all slam the door earlier?
Get you guys out.
Get her out, dude. That was
So was this female scream, was this same spirit who was touching one of the fans?
Sure. Did you hold your ground?
So many questions. There's so many questions, and that's why we're never going to stop, because we're out trying to answer them.
Whoa, Nick! What? There was something that just went and grabbed your leg, bro. Whoa! What was that? Watch it. Happy frickin' Halloween!
When they, told us about this Parabot, this huge piece of machinery with this Tesla coil, 1.3 million gigawatts, and that it could actually contain a spirit, it really drew our attention, drew our curiosity, and we wanted to have this part of the live event.
I have been waiting for this moment. It just turned Halloween. That's like a little kid on Christmas. I'm like that little kid. It just turned Halloween, and what did I get for Halloween? A tree. I got the siren going off, indicating a bad spirit with a Tesla coil. Robert, why is this siren going off? We've been in here all night, and we have not heard this. Why is it doing this?
The twilight sensor that's been installed in the top of the Parabot is hooked to an alarm that lets us know that anything over 0.8 will let you know that there's something of a mass energy field. That's a high level of trouble, is what that is.
Really?
That's a high level of trouble.
When this thing's turned on, it makes 1.3 million volts, right?
Absolutely.
And when it makes this, spirits just come right to it and take advantage of all this power and can use it in a bad way?
Yes, they can.
Ever since we have had this thing in here, we have been told, well, earlier during the day, lights from the fixture here dropped on it and exploded. When this thing sat here overnight, what happened? There were scratches formed on the inside?
All over the glass, the interior.
So tonight when we went up there, we were having issues with it again. Just all this mysterious activity was happening to it again. And finally we were able to get some juice and fire this bad boy up.
Let's fire this bad boy up.
Let's go.
Now, Robert, when we turn this on, these entities, these spirits can be seen walking up to it?
Yes, sir. You're going to start seeing
Now, why the siren is still going...
And once we did, a lot of crazy things started happening.
I'm a little bit panicky right now. I'm going to tell you what happened. We were having troubles trying to get this thing turned on. There's scratches on the inside. The door's been cracked. The light fixtures that are on the ceiling have been dropping on it and exploding. And right after that, I came up here and took a picture. And let me show you what I just captured. All right, let me take it off.
we're
okay? Now, dust will come across as perfect circles, will be a grayish tone. As you can see the edges of this, it looks like mist, like a vapor. And in the center of it, you see a green color.
To have this green color, I immediately knew that green is associated with either demonic entities, evil spirits. And I'm really curious to know what happened when it was at our evidence base and they blew it up even more.
This is zoomed in all the way. It's an orb that's in the darkness, and if you zoom in on it, kind of looks like a skull.
Oh man, there's just the creepiest stuff going on right here, man. Bad.
Can you walk to us and walk to that chamber?
Don't get too close to it.
And go inside it?
Do you remember us from earlier?
Walk over to us right now and walk right in there so we can see you. Use that energy so you can manifest, and we want to see you.
I felt something bad, dude.
Yeah, I'm getting.
What are you feeling?
I just felt like an energy boost in my chest.
I got like a chest pain that was pretty bad, and it was just like, it felt like there was all kinds of stuff around me.
What's wrong, dude?
You know
What's
when
wrong?
you have a feeling and you bite on tinfoil?
Yeah.
That's what's happening right now in my tooth, bro.
In your tooth?
Like it's the energy off this thing or something, man.
Okay,
It really
come
hurt.
here.
It felt like I was chewing on tinfoil with a filling. Like there was just some weird stuff. Like I feel like I was just getting picked on or punched on, and I don't know, man. I think I got a little bit of the wrath of it.
Are you okay?
Yeah, that was weird, bro. That actually really hurt. It just felt like energy just hit me and like went inside my body like I got shocked. But obviously I'm not getting shocked by this thing.
What was that? What was that just went, ooh? What was
Robert,
that?
you all right?
I'm telling you, man.
Where you at? There you are.
What was that?
Getting bad.
Hey guys, calm down for a sec. I know a lot of stuff's going on right now.
We panicked. We were going nuts.
So you're getting startled a couple times.
Something evil in this hallway?
It was a panic situation.
I really panicked a couple times.
Is there something in this hallway that wants to communicate with us?
Nick, shoot this way. Shoot this way.
I'm shooting at you.
Is there anything right here?
No, I don't see it.
Well, I'm feeling something right behind me, bro.
All right, guys, calm down. Just don't let it, don't show fear. Just document it. All we're trying to do now is document this.
No?
Is there anybody at the end of the hall that wants to come down here and talk to us?
It's building up.
What's that?
It's building up.
It's building up?
It's building up. It's getting ready.
What's that supposed to mean?
What's happening is it's gathering energy right now. It's not trying to show you something. You're not dealing with a ghost right now.
Dude, you're not like calling
This isn't
like
a ghost.
freaking
A ghost you would see.
demon land, are you?
You're dealing with something that really don't
Like,
want
all
you
of a sudden,
here.
like, just creatures start.
Wait. I just saw something right by you, Robert. There was a light, like a mist that flashed right by you.
I just want to say goodbye
Take
to
2
all my
steps
loved
back,
ones.
Robert.
Hang on there.
Take 2 steps back. Keep going, keep going.
Where at, Nick?
Right near him.
Whoa, what was that?
Watch it. Watch. Be
What
still.
was that?
Be still.
What the was that?
It just knocked the meter out of my head.
I saw it. I caught it on camera.
It flew that far?
It's like 50 feet away from him.
Get the hell out
It's
of here,
50
dude.
feet away from him.
Dude, he was standing perfectly still. Look, that's
keep
what
on
I
that
noticed.
Keep on that chamber.
I am. Oh, man.
You in here? Show yourself! Whoa, Nick!
What?
There was something that just went and grabbed your leg, bro. I saw it form. It was a mist. It was a. Look at that.
Do you remember when you felt something grab your leg?
Yeah.
Immediately after something grabbed his leg, I snapped a photo, and there was this white-looking mist right by his leg.
Look, that's what I just saw grab Nick's leg. That's what I just saw Nick's leg.
Hell?
I just saw a mist grab Nick's leg with my own eyes. Therefore, I just took a picture with my digital still camera. Look what I just captured.
Zach, come here. Zach, come here.
You're good.
Come here. Smell this. Smell this.
I just got this huge whiff, and I could actually taste it too, of sulfur.
Smell this. What does that smell like to you?
Sulfur?
Exactly.
When somebody experiences something, we'll have one of us come there, and before we say, Zach, this is what I'm experiencing, Nick asked me, what did I smell? And
I go,
smelled
Zach, yeah.
Very strong sulfur.
Exactly.
So that matched. So you have 2 different people experiencing the same thing, which adds more credibility to thinking that this is possibly paranormal.
And sulfur is a very bad energy of a spirit passing through you.
Evil.
When you smell that.
We are smelling sulfur, which is a bad feeling.
Back out.
Guys, this is. When I'm not saying we're going too far. But just hold on.
Did you just grab my back?
Dude.
I just heard it's pandemonium. It's pandemonium right now. We can't even count. I'm taking pictures with things that I've never seen before captured, with green mists.
And
what's going on here? Happy frickin' Halloween!
Coming up in just a bit, we know that there's been some controversy with Robert Bess and this EMF detector apparently flying out of his hand.
Right near him.
Whoa, what was that?
We're gonna tell you what we think.
This was just like an on-site hospital, right?
On-site hospital, literally thousands and thousands of people would have died in there.
Now you do keep this off limits from anybody and everybody.
Yeah, we don't allow historic tours, no
Nothing.
ghost hunts.
So how do we gain access to
You
here?
gotta talk really nice.
Okay, can we have access to the medical center tonight?
Yes, you can.
That's all it takes.
The medical center. To know that this place is off limits, they don't let anybody in there. And when we went in there with Mark and Debbie, immediately you can feel it. Our EMF detector was going nuts.
That was awesome. That was
It going
really
off
cool.
the hook.
We just gotta come up to it.
Here it goes.
It worked. So are you trying to say that you are? Are you the doctor who did that?
And it's showing that it's the doctor that we're talking, because that was the questions that Zach was asking pertaining to what a doctor would do, and the response was it worked.
This crazy ass doctor that I think we came into contact with. Holy.
Yeah. Now I would like to say though that I am calling out the medical doctor. If you are a patient that died here and you're stuck here, will you come communicate with us? Because I am very sorry if you are stuck here. Guys, let's go up to where we haven't. What's wrong, Aaron?
Dude, I got like an eyeball pain really bad, like right deep.
Oh, get
not
outta
inside,
here.
but like
Oh,
right
no.
in here, but like in the back part of my eye, dude.
Like in your lower.
Like it aches. You know when you like actually poke your eye, but there's like you push on your eye?
That's not good.
No.
Like right here. It's like in the back part of my eyeball.
Dude, ice pick.
That's not good.
Like an ice pick, huh?
Ice pick in the eyeball.
That's exactly what I
That's what
thought,
I
dude.
thought.
That's not good.
And you want to know what?
Man, I didn't even think about that.
They started explaining how they put the ice pick in there and like jab at the eye, and then I clicked. I was like, wow.
Since you just felt that pain, you're gonna lead us up to the next level.
The crazy doctor that was answering our questions, I think, was making some kind of connection to him, obviously, and I wanted Aaron to take that and run with it. And that's why I gave him the lead to go upstairs and lead us off up into the second level.
We're right here. We're right here, so why don't you come up and talk to us? We heard you walking around up here earlier.
When I was up there, I asked some pretty good and intense questions. I wanted to see if he would react.
And he did again.
He did.
I have a question for you. Were you working on me downstairs? Were you a doctor shoving an ice pick in my eyeball?
Were you working on me downstairs? Were you a doctor shoving an ice pick in my eyeball?
I did. He says I did.
Oh, that right there, that scared the hell out of me, and I realized we were in trouble, or I was.
We were dealing with something that was far beyond what most people even believe in.
It's almost like the doctor's still out there working on people.
We're just headed down right now, down to the morgue, to put Nick back in there. Okay, ready, Nick?
Yep.
Okay. Lay down in there.
Nick, good luck, bro.
Okay, good.
Let me get somewhat comfortable.
You ready?
Because there's not much.
Holy cow, man. This is disgusting, man.
All right, man. Let's go.
I feel for you.
Let's go.
You guys voted.
Man, that was a little too hard. You just
Whoever voted to
all
put Nick in the morgue,
the stuff on me.
congratulate yourself right now. Because you won. And that sounded like it locked, didn't it? Did you hear it quick?
I'm laying here. It's very, very creepy. It's very claustrophobic, and it's pitch dark in here.
Why did I open myself up to going inside the morgue? You know, in the beginning, you know, back when you guys put me in the first time in the other morgue in Essex Hospital, it's one of those things where it's like, hey, what kind of evidence can we capture inside one of these where tons of bodies were laid down to rest?
How many spirits are here with me right now inside this?
That's exactly why we're doing it again, because we got awesome evidence at that other location.
It's not for show. It's not trying to look cool.
We're trying to capture evidence. We're trying to capture voices on my digital recorder. That's why I got back in it. That's why I did it.
Just one loud noise, and then I'll leave, and I'll get out of your space, and I won't come back. That's all I ask.
But towards the end of it, I just got really, really cold. It dropped about 20 degrees in there.
It's getting really cold in here. Like, my hands just feel ice cold.
And I started shaking, like, really bad. And I could not stop shaking. I was just freezing, like somebody just came in there and laid down right with me. And that actually started to freak me out.
Can you take me out?
You doing EVP too?
Yeah. I'm still wrong.
Coming up in just a bit, we know that there's been some controversy with Robert Bess and this EMF detector apparently flying out of his hand.
Right near him.
Whoa, what was that? We're gonna tell you what we think. This was just an amazing experience. To do this live was an absolute just completely different experience from going out there and taping it on our cameras. But to have so much activity happen, to have so many different scientific instruments really show that this was unexplained, that this was, you know, paranormal, was the best award out of all of this. To have all of the viewers at home be a part of this interactive, to have all of them go on these chat rooms and to watch these webcams, you know, they really helped us out.
I like the fact that we were coming into this location not knowing what we were going to expect. We came to a location where we heard all the claims of hauntings and everything that's going on, but to walk home after this night is over, after 7 hours being live and capturing all this activity that we got, that's a privilege to us. We captured and we proved to ourselves that this place is haunted.
You got to see it live on television.
Mission accomplished.
Hey, Ghost Adventures fans, it's Zach and Nick here. It's been a few days since we got back from our Ghost Adventures live events, 7 hours live. We finally caught up some sleep since we've been home. But what an awesome investigation. We just want to say first off, so much activity. We're so excited about what evidence we did come up with. On that note, there is a particular guest investigator named Robert Best that we had on that's had some controversy. And if there's any controversy with the Ghost Adventures crew, or in this case, a guest investigator that we met face-to-face for the first time on camera, we address it head on.
Keep going.
Where at, Nick?
Right near him.
Whoa, what was that?
Watch it, watch.
What was that? There's been some controversy about this EMF detector apparently flying out of his hand. But I think the first question is,
why do we bring these guests on for, to try out their new pieces of equipment?
We're very open in trying any piece of equipment. If somebody says that they designed something and that this can get strength and paranormal evidence, then we're going to use it. We're going to give it a try. Why wouldn't we? We heard a lot of stuff about this Parabot and what it can do. And that's why we felt we wanted to have this guy on the show and give it a try.
Yep.
Now, Nick, you had a camera on him at the time of this controversy with the EMF detector.
Yep.
Do you want to address that?
Yeah, definitely.
Some people are asking, did you see this event?
Exactly.
What were you seeing at this time?
I was looking at my camera, and usually I'll set the shot and I'll frame the shot of that person who I'm shooting. And then I'll take my eyes off it and I'll look around to see if I can see anything with my own eyes too, because sometimes you'll be looking over your shoulder, then you'll look at the camera, look over your shoulder. Then all of a sudden, I got startled by this loud sound of the EMF slamming down, and you can actually see my camera shake because I get startled.
You react because you didn't know what it was.
I didn't know what just happened.
Now, what we want to address now is Robert Best himself. We wanted to see what his response was before we analyzed it on television, on camera.
That's why I was holding it out, so in the event anything should happen, and when you're like, you're wrestling with it, it's like that.
And from what he said on camera to us about his arm being bent, it's just not making a lot of sense to us. And after we finally been able to analyze the video footage here at our office.
And go frame by frame.
Yeah. We have concluded, in our professional opinion, that the EMF detector that apparently, what he said, flew out of his hand, we can say that, in our opinion, there's
no paranormal activity that actually takes place whatsoever.
We do not believe at all that any paranormal activity has anything to do with this EMF detector leaving his hand.
Right near him.
Whoa, what was that?
Watch it, watch.
What was that?
Be still.
Okay. Right now we're having just a little bit of technical difficulties.
Technically, this location was absolutely different being live, just 7 hours. Just a little. We had all these wires running throughout all the buildings that we had to plug into through BNC cables connected to our cameras, which would send the signal over to the satellite and beam it up so you can see it at home.
Pull the cords in.
Oh, so we look back and we're dragging.
Like wood and like a door we're dragging along with us. Hey, my wire's tangled up.
Come here! Wow. Wait, don't pull, don't pull.
Next level. Ready?
Hold on, dude. Hold on, dude.
My name is Zach Bagans. I never believed in ghosts until I came face to face with one. So I set out on a quest to capture what I once saw onto video.
Is there anybody here?
Oh my God. With no big camera crews following us around, I am joined only by my fellow investigator Nick Groff and our equipment tech Aaron Goodwin. The three of us will travel to some of the most highly active paranormal locations where we will spend an entire night being locked down from dusk until dawn. If this is the portal of hell, well, why don't you come up out of that ground and get us raw?
Did someone just scratch me?
Extreme.
Oh my God. Stop! Stop running!
These are our ghost adventures.
We're in Spring City, Pennsylvania, to investigate probably one of the most controversial locations ever, the Pennhurst State School. This place opened in 1908 to separate those with mental disabilities from society.
There was no denying the atrocities that took place in these buildings.
It was a monument to shame. Sitting on over 100 acres of land, this vast network of buildings is connected by an underground tunnel system that we will have full access to during our lockdown. Over 10,000 called this institution home. About half never left.
If you were going to pick a place that would have some angry souls in it, this would be a good one.
We're here to find out if they're still trapped within the walls, where the darkest of energy still lingers.
If you had a child who was mentally retarded, your minister, your doctor, your friends, everyone told you the best thing to do is put that child away and get on with your life. You would go into a building and there would be 100 people with profound mental retardation, literally in a small space, milling, and that was their day. Some of them would be clothed, many wouldn't be. You push 100 people into a room and you provide them with nothing, they develop all kinds of bizarre behaviors, some of which can be dangerous to themselves, some of which can be dangerous to other people.
This place was deafening back in the days when it was in operation.
Deafening.
Screeches and screams and spooky noises and sounds, and you really couldn't hear yourself think. And many people lost the will to speak. People came here who could speak and just stopped talking.
And they
withered. People did not get better at Pennhurst.
I came to Pennhurst when I was 8.
8 years old.
They put me through kindergarten. I had a lot of trouble when I was in school. I screamed a lot and I tantrum a lot because of things I didn't like.
We were supposed to be taking away their freedom so we could teach them skills to learn how to live alongside the rest of us in society.
Instead, it was the opposite of that.
We gave them, instead of treatment, we gave them harm.
I remember being tied down to the bed, and I remember being put in seclusion. I banged my head on the wall. That was my way of getting attention.
The horrific conditions remained hidden from society until 1968, when correspondent Bill Baldini did a series of reports that blew the lid off Pennhurst.
You were working for a news station as a reporter?
Right, I was working for a CBS station in Philadelphia. When I saw what was going on here, I was in absolute shock.
The children who are rotting in their cages, cribs, and beds can thank society for their dreadful plight.
Went into one ward, there were 80 cribs, 80 people who could not walk. There were cages, there were flies, there was feces, and there are 2 people to take care of them. These people who did that were angelic, but you just can't do it. So I asked why some of these kids are 3 and 4 and 5 years old. How come they're not walking? You know what the reason was? Because they didn't have enough people to go into the closet to put the mattresses on the floor so they can learn how to crawl, so they can walk. So they didn't walk for 5 or 6 years.
The daily expenditure here in 1968 was half of what they were paying for the large animals at the Philadelphia Zoo.
Zoos spend $7.15 per day on their wards. Pennhurst can only afford $5.90. 80% of that pays the administrative costs at the institution. This leaves a meager 75 cents to provide for the retarded.
For nearly 20 years when I visited this place, when it was filled with thousands of people, in this spot, all you could hear is screaming from all those windows. And when it closed in 1987, it was silent as it is now, and it gives me the chills.
Can you faintly still hear them, though, in a residual way?
I'll never forget it. It's part of me. I was just a young man, 21 years old, when I first came to this place with 3,000 people in it.
Wow.
And one can never forget.
If you were to pick a place that has a lot of dark energy to it, would you think that this place may be a good candidate for being haunted?
In my lifetime, I couldn't pick a more likely place.
Sarah, you were in the, what building were you in?
Whitman.
Whitman.
Yeah, so it's the infirmary building.
Now, what happened?
We were walking down the hall into the operating room, and at the time I didn't hear anything, but when I went back and listened to the tape I was recording, there was somebody throwing up violently in the background. It was not any of us.
Really?
You can see everybody's feet in the video. Everybody's just walking.
Many people would agree the energy here is palpable. If there is a place where there are spirits, it's going to be here.
Shh. What was that?
I don't know.
Shh. 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 What the hell? Did you hear that, Nick?
I heard that. I don't know how you get in.
Zach, take this. That was freaking loud, dude.
Aaron, hold it. Yeah, monkey boy. Here, take this, Nick. Yeah, I'll get it. Hold on. Go.
It sounded like it came from the second floor, Nick. Hang on. Come here.
Look at this.
Hang on.
Look.
Oh my God.
You see that? Go ahead.
Don't even tell me that was what we heard,
That's what
Nick.
it sounded like, though.
I got chills going up my body right now that are unimaginable.
Right when I saw it, the desk.
Did that desk just do that? Is that what we just heard?
That's a lot of energy to pick that up and throw it like that.
Look. Look at these fresh marks right here.
Yeah,
Look.
that's fresh.
Look
That's
at this
new.
fresh mark right here. Look.
Yeah, I see it.
Look at this. Were you a patient here? And did you just move this desk? Is that what we heard when we were outside? Nick, this is what we heard, man.
Yeah.
This is what we heard. Was there a darkness that still was going on inside these walls?
And we found that the average person who lived here in 1978 would get an average of 3 minutes per year of psychiatric treatment. 3 minutes per year. We found hundreds of people on toothbrushing programs who had no teeth. We found a lack of services.
What do you mean they would have no teeth?
The first offense for biting someone would be some kind of behavioral treatment and an attempt to teach the person not to bite. But after 1 or 2 more biting incidents, teeth were pulled. There's a dentist chair over on the other side of this campus where every tooth was pulled from hundreds of people's heads.
Trying to find that famous dentist chair where they would probably have some of the sickest punishment I've ever heard of in my life. This is it. This is it?
That's the chair.
Wow. They would punish the patients. If they bit somebody, well, if they did it twice or 3 times, they would sit in this chair that we've been looking for. And they would do what, Dr. Conroy?
Remove all teeth, so there will be no more biting.
And from what you said, there was a lot of patients in this institution that had a mouthful of nothing but gums.
Correct. Hundreds by the time we got here.
If there's any bad energy, I'm feeling it go straight through my back right about this moment.
we have a tremendous capacity to turn people into less than us. And once you do that, you can justify a hell of a lot of awfulness.
I looked over and I saw a little girl. We felt her energy.
For the Quaker buildings, if there are hot spots, they'd have to be there.
So I said to him, "What's the matter?" And he said, "There's somebody in the window."
Back then, mental retardation was considered like you were mentally ill, which mental retardation and mental illness are separate. And if they didn't know what to do with you when you were mentally ill, they would send you up here. If you were a pyromaniac, give you an example, young kid was a pyromaniac, had an IQ of maybe 110, 115. He comes up here, he's here with all these unfortunate retarded children, and he becomes a predator.
Was there sexual abuse here?
Absolutely, constantly, every night. And it's hard.
By patients or the staff?
Both.
Have you been down in the tunnels yet?
No, we haven't.
That will blow your mind.
Okay, Nick, it's daylight outside. But, as you can see, even in daylight, we need flashlights to go explore the hospital, right, Gene?
Oh, yes.
Gene does security here. And Gene still gets afraid to go by himself sometimes, don't you, Gene?
Exactly. You're not going to the tunnel system alone.
We came here at night a few times, and it was almost too much to bear.
Very creepy. Lots of noises, lots of activity.
You're never alone in here. It literally feels like someone's like got their hand on your shoulder, you know what I mean?
You still get nervous walking around here, huh?
I absolutely do.
It's all right.
Hey, Nick, you having any deja vu experiences at this moment? Oh, the benefit to this one, though, Nick, is this time we can't lock you in there.
Are these Azeroth's memories?
Yeah, this place is just not right. What building do you think had the worst energy attached to it?
My vote has to go for the Quaker buildings, which are right over there, and the tunnels underneath them. It was known for having the most difficult people to handle.
Those two hot spots probably, huh?
If there are hot spots, they have to be there.
Wow, look at these steps here.
Okay, it's down this hallway. This was the room.
What happened in here?
Me and a group of my friends were standing here. I believe my friend was holding a candle over here, and the candle went out, and we heard like a little girl laughing. And at first, only me and my one friend heard it. We looked at each other like, "Did you just hear that?" And my other friends hadn't heard it, and as soon as they asked us, it happened again.
Did you go play with her?
We looked for her. We looked like to see if anyone else was in the building, just in case, but there was no one here.
What would you have done if you would have saw the ghost of a little girl looking at you and giggling in here?
Well, I have seen a little girl here.
Really?
Yes. It was in Franklin. Me and my friends were sitting, like, all around the room. And I looked over and I saw a little girl. She was sitting with her knees up to her chest and she was staring at me. She was wearing a dress. And I didn't say anything. We turned back on our flashlights. And the rest of the time that we were there, we felt terrible. Like, we felt like we had been thrown down flights of steps and we were really, really depressed. Like, we felt her energy.
Now, you're affiliated with Penhurst Management here, which is the overseeing this. Now, the contractor and the contractor's son, 21 years of age,
tagging along
during the day on a Sunday, he stopped you guys in the middle of a conversation. He pointed up there.
Pointed right to the window.
Okay.
And couldn't really say anything. And I saw it in his face, so I said to him, "What's the matter?" And he said, "There's somebody in the window." And I turned and looked and saw exactly where he was looking because I could see that the windows were back.
You could see the curtains open.
Curtains open. And as we walked towards them, the blinds were closed.
Could you almost make almost like a figure?
Like a figure, yes. Then we checked the entire building, and all the tunnels were sealed. All the other doors were sealed.
Oh, did you get a chill?
I got a chill.
Chills are good.
Chills are nice.
Very nice. These are the curtains in question right here.
Zach, you know what I would like to do? I'd like to call Steve right now and see if his son's around so he can come down and tell the exact same story.
I would love to do
All right, let's call Steve.
This is a great story. Nick.
Oh my God.
Look at what even adds to this. Does that shock you a little bit?
Shocks, definitely.
Noticing what I just noticed?
Yeah.
These curtains are covered with a heavy metal wire mesh that you cannot open. You saw curtains that nobody could get to, George.
Absolutely.
Does that freak you out even more now?
Freaks me out because you know what?
You can't.
We didn't even come up and look at that. When we came through, we were looking. We thought somebody was in here, and now this is the first time he's seeing that myself.
Let's do a next camera.
Yes, sir.
I don't have a
You believe in ghosts now?
I do now.
Join the club.
Go check out that window.
Because you can't touch
You can't touch the curtain.
Nuh-uh. Wow. These were... We're back. Man, I wouldn't lie to you. I was actually kind of surprised, and even when he came up here.
You can't get to these curtains.
No. Wow. It is.
These were moved, and this is solid.
Seeing two guys know that paranormal does exist for the first time is a precious moment. Now, there's something that you wanted to show me. Whoa, 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 whoa. It was just a family show. What are you doing?
Flash anyone.
Okay. That's the administration building at Penhurst. Deja vu, right? At Sloss Furnace? The girl had Sloss Furnace at the same spot, didn't she?
Yeah, she did.
Wow. So guys, right here, let's do our X map. Let's put an X right here, and we'll put another X right here.
The sun is fading fast. That means it's lockdown time. So we decided to find the smallest helicopter we could find in Pennsylvania. No, you're right. We're not taking one of these big, comfortable-looking helicopters, which we thought we were. We're going to take little mini-me. And we're going to do this because Penhurst is so big. We want to see an overhead view of all the buildings before lockdown. This is awesome! Can we walk under that? Yeah, I think so. Come on! It's almost time for a lockdown. The first time we've ever began a lockdown, but getting dropped off by a helicopter. Aaron's down there. He's filming us right now, and Nick and I wanted to get an aerial view just to check out the surroundings. Look at this part. Okay, we got the green light to land there. All right. Now that we saw an aerial of this entire network of buildings, how it's all laid out, let's get our gear. Let's plan out our plan of attack for our lockdown.
Dude, I just heard talking over here, I swear. Come here.
What was that?
Yeah, what was that?
You okay?
All right, the time's come, the sun has set. That's the building we're gonna get locked down inside, and this is gonna be a real lockdown because you're gonna have to screw that door shut. Yes. All right, we're gonna be able to access all these buildings here through the underground tunnel system, which goes for miles. All the other buildings have these double locks on them, or they're either welded shut or plywooded up, and we can't get out of those buildings, can we?
No, you cannot get out.
That's good news for us. So with that said, let's go. We got an exterior camera sitting out there. Aaron, get inside here. Let's do this. Hear that? He's locking us down the real way. You notice that these windows are open, but I can't fit out of there.
We're locked in.
See you, Jeff. See you at 6 a.m. All right, we're in the administration building. This is where we've called base. We have a total of 8 X cameras. The first X is the Mayflower building. This is on the 3rd floor where Brianna, the girl we interviewed earlier, heard a girl laughing. The next X is the Hershey building. This is the top floor room where George and a contractor's son, we interviewed them both earlier, they saw an apparition and the curtains opened by themselves. We interviewed Dr. Conroy earlier. We asked him, since he knows this place best, if there's a place here that has the worst energy, where would it be? He said Quaker Hall, so we put an X there, and he said the next place would be the underground tunnels. So we put our underground tunnel A camera and B camera there to cover those. Now the next X, Rockwell building. This is the hallway where Nick and I were standing out earlier. Remember we heard that loud, huge metallic bang? Crazy. We crawled in through a window and we saw a desk pushed over. It looks like it just got pushed over because of the fresh tracks in the dirt. This is also the first time that this place has had an actual professional paranormal investigation taking place. And we're gonna be here for 12 hours. Let's start this. Just beyond that door right there leads us into the portal of all the other buildings and the miles of underground tunnels.
Let's do it. Can't see.
Just to show you how hard it is to walk, Nick, turn off your night vision real quick, will ya?
Yep.
Go ahead. I'm looking through this little teeny tiny screen. That's the only way I can see. All this light here that you see, that's night vision. That's invisible to my eyes.
You all right? Yeah. You all right?
We're also wearing masks because of the high levels of asbestos.
It is so dark.
Okay? Are you okay?
No, dude, look at
It's okay, don't worry about the camera, dude. Are you okay? Are you cut anywhere?
I don't know, I can't see. Can't see anything.
Let me see.
I got glass all on my arm.
Jesus, dude. All right, I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go back and go to get first aid. We have a first aid box at the base.
See, look at this. Can you see the chair?
Yeah.
I freaking face planted into this. Look at this.
Right into all this glass.
Have you had a tetanus or not?
Okay, we're good. All right, let's move on.
That's how we do it. Just bandage it up. Just move on, keep on trucking. GAC style, man. That's how we roll.
A lot of these doors in these underground tunnels have been boarded up. So what we did is we brought a power drill, because we go places that are boarded up.
Awesome. Lights off.
All right, let's watch where we're walking.
Watch your head here.
We just found an entrance to the Mayflower building, which is said to be one of the more active paranormal locations at Pennhurst.
This one's big. This one's a big room.
Are there any patients still in here?
Aaron, do you have an EMF detector on you?
Yeah, hold on.
I just walked into something.
Not only does this device measure electromagnetic fields, which ghosts are said to give off, but it also records the temperature, and receiving dramatic unexplained spikes in either of these elements could be a sign that we are in the presence of a spirit.
Getting a base reading of 0.0, about 72 degrees temperature.
Go ahead, Zach. Keep asking.
Can you speak to us? We're gonna play with you. We're gonna comfort you. Whoa. 2.7.
What?
Yeah, I just got a 2.7 spike.
Is there somebody here with us that wants to talk to us? Do you like us being here?
At this exact moment, Nick's digital recorder captured an EVP that sounds like a man responding to him. Here's the enhanced audio.
Do you like us being here?
Because we're in a place where we know that a lot of patients were somewhat tortured. They weren't treated well at all. This was like hell. We're coming in with an attitude of trying to help them. Unfortunately, there were some of the patients that were very aggressive. So as we're coming in with a nice demeanor, anything can happen, especially when we're in the spirit world. Is there any other thing that you want to say in this digital recorder here, this recording device? Talk into this red light here. What was that?
Yeah, what was that? It sounded like a right here.
That time, we all heard a very chilling little girl's voice with our own ears. We also captured this on our digital recorder, and another unexplained man's voice right after you hear the little girl.
Talk into this red light here. What was that?
These echoes must be contained.
Was that you, little girl? Did you make a noise? Whoa, man. I just felt this cold breeze go right through my body. Holy cow. 82 degrees? 80? 79? 78? 77? 76? 73? Guys, I think she's here. I just felt it hit me, and I just had the thermometer detect the 10-degree temperature drop in a matter of seconds. Soft. There's no explanation for that. You see the little doll here? That's for you. Okay? What I want you to do is take the doll. We felt your presence. Will you come and grab the doll?
See the green light? I want you to cross into that beam.
What the f***? This is where one of our exes are if we're in the underground.
We were in the Mayflower where we just heard the voice of a little girl. Sensing her presence leave the room, we headed upstairs where Brianna, who we interviewed earlier, had heard the laugh of a child.
We were in here earlier. They secured this entire building and locked it. We placed a little... Did you run up here, little girl?
With all this activity on the 3rd floor, we decided to set up a static night vision camera to try and capture a visual of whatever spirit we had been hearing.
We're a Mayflower building.
Just then, I heard a disembodied voice come from the hallway. Here's the enhanced audio from Nick's camera.
We're a Mayflower building.
Activity here is freaking nuts. We just set up our static night vision camera on our backs. I know we're gonna capture stuff on this damn camera. You stand still for 2 seconds and you can hear stuff, see stuff, feel stuff. Let's get out of here. 20 minutes after we left the area, our static night vision camera captured what sounds like a man breathing, followed by unexplained noises and a door closing.
Right now, we're experimenting with this high-powered laser. A scientist that we work with has actually built a machine with lasers like this and thinks that you can actually see spirits cross into the beam.
See the green light? I want you to cross into that beam.
Seeing no unexplained activity in our laser beam experiment, we decided to head further into the tunnels to find our X's and set up our 2 static night vision cameras.
Right now, we've been walking for a long time, and this is where our one of our exes are if we're in the underground. Is there somebody down there?
Dude.
What the hell was that?
Dude.
What the hell was that?
Who's there?
We're hearing some crazy stuff. Feels like somebody's following us right now.
Is there someone right in front of me? Do you want to say something to me?
At this exact moment, Nick's digital recorder captured two creepy EVPs. The first one sounds like a woman. Then you can hear a man's voice. Here's the enhanced audio.
Who's here with us?
Don't be afraid of us. We're not here to scare you. We know you don't like it here, and we're here just to help you. We decided to set up our 2 static night vision cameras in the tunnels in case there was more activity while we were gone. And 15 minutes and 36 seconds after we left the area, our first camera captured this eerie and unexplained female scream. Did you push this desk over? I'm gonna tell you something right now. This is hot. This is what we look for, guys. We were now heading into the Rockwell building to investigate those disembodied voices we had heard from the tunnels. Here's the desk right here.
Is that it?
That we heard earlier. Did you push this desk over? That's a lot of energy.
Do you see anything at the end of the hall? Do you see something?
No. What do you want to tell us? We're not here to hurt you. We know it was like hell in here. We know the pain and the suffering that you went through. I just need to know if you're here or not. At this exact moment, Nick's digital recorder captured an EVP that sounds like a patient's spirit responding to me. Here's the enhanced audio. I just need to know if you're here or not.
Seriously, this place is active.
Yeah, it is. This hallway. Did you just throw a rock at me?
Yeah, something was thrown right here. It actually hit. Where did
it hit right behind me. I could feel it. I felt it break. I felt the rock. I felt it hit the wall, and I felt like the shrapnel of it when it exploded. It hit my arm. Are you trying to harm us? Not only did I just feel shrapnel from a rock that exploded after being thrown against the wall, but our digital recorder also captured an unexplained hissing that sounds like the spirit of a patient who is angry with us. Here's the moment again with the audio enhanced.
Stop. Film.
Did you just throw a rock at me?
Yeah, something was thrown right here. It actually hit. Where did it hit?
It hit right behind me. I could feel it. I felt it break. I felt the rock. I felt the rock. I felt the rock. I felt it hit the wall, and I felt like the shrapnel of it when it exploded. It hit my arm.
I'm smelling right now because that was awesome. And for Zach to react like that.
Woo! Yes!
That was something really, really awesome as paranormal.
I want to know who threw that at me because I don't think that was very nice, but I did ask you to give us a sign, and I want to say thank you. But were you Whoa, guys. She just grabbed my pocket, Nick. It was a girl.
Are you friendly?
It was a girl, and I saw a white mist here. Right after I saw the white mist here, it's when it touched me. Immediately after I saw this white anomaly in the lower right corner of the frame, I felt something grab my pants pocket. Were these two things connected? We tried to debunk the white anomaly as dust, but dust will generally enter and leave frame as seen here. This very large orb of light appears to manifest itself through the center of our frame, and having this appear right near the exact part of my body where I felt myself being touched, validates that this could have been paranormal. Are you?
Is this better if I get down to this level? Are you scared because I'm really tall?
All right, I'm gonna tell you something right now. Get down. This is hot. This is what we look for, guys. They are here with us right now. With all of this activity, we decided now was a good time to set up one of our static night vision cameras here on the 3rd level of the Rockwell building. While we didn't capture the desk moving, 35 minutes and 15 seconds after we left Rockwell, our static night vision camera captured what sounds like someone trying to open a door, and there was absolutely no one near that building. All right, right now we're going to be using the video goggles. This is probably one of our favorite pieces of equipment because it's so accurate. We've had a lot of luck with this thing. Inside this gun-looking thing is a word database that spirits can use different levels of their spiritual energy to manipulate this and choose words to communicate with us, and we think that they can figure it out very easily. So as we start walking through here, Aaron will also be my second set of eyes. There's also a little infrared camera inside here so I can see, and I can also see the words on the screen. So we're gonna see if there's some spirits still in there and what they got to say to us. Hit. It just said hit. Oh, Jesus.
Yo. Oh, you are bleeding right there.
Again, this was the worst haul, is what they said. They said the worst energy. And they put the bad, what they would call the bad patients, the most aggressive, the most abusive towards other patients, they would put in this hall. Did they chain you to pieces of furniture in here? Speak to us, tell us something. What did they used to do to you? Hit. It just said hit.
Right now?
Yeah, do you see that, Aaron?
Yeah, hit. It says hit. So what they did in here, they would torture you, they hit you?
Who spoke to us? What is your name? What do you like to do? Huh? All right, Nick, come in here. They used to do things to you in here?
You alright? Did it get you? Bad?
What happened?
Did it pierce you?
I don't think so. Did it?
I can't see. Yo.
Wow. Looked like it jabbed you, right? It looked like it jabbed. Oh, you are bleeding right there.
That thing came out of nowhere.
It did. It whizzed right by my head, too.
Were you telling me that that's what you were gonna do to me? That you wanted to hit me?
That is weird, man. It says hit. It said hit. I didn't even put 2 and 2 together until now. Put it up.
I didn't even see this thing here.
I didn't see it at all. How the hell is it just there all of a sudden?
Do you have a camera? Yeah. Roll on your camera. Let Nick rewind the footage. I want to see where this was.
When do we go in the room? Right now, yeah. Coming up.
Let me see, dude. That's it right there. That's it right there. Look at it.
Yeah.
Dude, it's on the other side of the wall.
That's crazy.
It's on the other side of the wall.
Dude.
This thing, we just reviewed the footage. This was right here.
That's crazy, man.
Against the other opposite side of the wall. We walked into here. There was nothing on this wall.
Yeah, I was backing out.
You were backing out. Nick was backing out. This thing had to have been lifted up, which is very heavy, carried over here, and then
almost hit me in the head.
Almost hit you in the head. And then boom. And we replayed the footage, and it was right here. It was right freaking here.
That is crazy. Dude.
Who did that? Right after I asked that question, this camera's audio picked up this response. Who did that? So you're not going to be nice to us? This was a place of incredible suffering where atrocities were committed against the helpless. Of all the locations we've ever investigated, this one carries the most weight.
Pennhurst. We went there and we opened our arms to these patients that we had a lot of grief for. This place got shut down because of the darkness. And I think that we were just victim to the darkness that still resides there. How possibly did this coat rack come flying in like a damn harpoon at my heart?
That's a lot of energy to pick something like that up, take it around the corner, and throw it.
Oh, Jesus. And on the video goggles that we've had so much luck with, what did it say? are over there with Manuel, and Manuel's requesting to leave the island right now. I feel like I'm documenting this, like this is my last words to the camera. Hey, if they come back to pick us up in the morning and they don't find us, let's leave our cameras for them.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. Do you feel like your equilibrium's thrown off?
Oh my God.
I just want to fall over.
It's using my energy. Exactly. I hear footsteps, bro.
Get the out of here! Out! Stop! They want us to die here.
Just as we were about to begin our lockdown, we noticed this giant X in the sky, which bore a striking resemblance to the X's we make when placing our static night vision cameras. Was this a sign that something knew we were coming?
The time has come, guys. The first gunshot has been fired to mark the beginning of our battle on Poveglia. With hundreds of thousands that were burned to their death over there by the plague. You've got an insane asylum that was built on there later. You've got murderers and convicted convicts that were sentenced to death over there. This is nothing more but a cesspool of pure dread. And we are going to be stranded on that island till dawn. The motor's died. Hold on. Do I need to?
Yeah. Just move.
Okay.
It's that curse they've been talking about.
This is the frickin' curse that they've been talking about. This is unbelievable. Right now, what we're gonna do is I'm gonna run down the dock and I'm gonna find another boat and I'm gonna find another driver, okay, guys?
Hurry up.
Just hold on. Massimo!
I think we should just listen to what's happening in this curse and not go. What do you think?
No, I think we need to go. This is telling us we need to get our over there. Hey, guys, whoa.
Listen.
Wait. Yes,
We got it.
Okay, we're back. Let's go.
Sun is setting. It's almost there, guys. As soon as that sun sets, that's when the beast comes out. Let the beast come out and play.
Let's go capture us some apparitions.
Now's a good time for those loud drum beats. You have reached your final destination. Hell. All right, so now that we have probably only minutes left until we are in pitch black darkness, let's map out our X's like we always do. We were able to find an overhead map of Poveglia, and we've marked out 5 X's. Hospital big room. This is where we were earlier, felt some very weird energy, and also where our equipment malfunctioned and our batteries drained. Next X, the chapel. The next X, that long hallway, very creepy hallway. The next X, this is the bridge overlooking the plague field, where hundreds of thousands of bodies infected by the bubonic plague were burned and buried. Now let's go talk to these spirits who are trapped here. Turn that light off, let's gear up. Okay, the time has come, darkness has arrived, and we don't know what we're up against because there's no other paranormal investigators that we were able to interview. This is probably the darkest place on Earth and the first time for a full paranormal investigation. It doesn't get any better than this. Well, we might be regretting that comment in just a little bit.
Look how creepy this place is, though, huh? Watch it. You're gonna run it right into the fence. Yeah. Can you see it?
All right, I'm gonna give you a point of view of what our eyes are seeing. This is night vision. I'm gonna turn it off. That's what we are seeing. It's pitch black. So that's why we're using our LCD screens as our eyes. You guys ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay.
Let's get to work. It is a world of wonder.
Is there anybody here?
Okay, let's keep
You guys want to go over here?
Yeah, let's make a left here.
I began using my EMF detector, a device that measures electromagnetic fields which ghosts are said to give off.
So I'm rolling on my digital recorder to try to capture EVPs or electronic voice phenomena, and this device I'm holding will capture what we can't hear with our own ears.
Now, we should speak in Italian.
Yes.
We've,
Whoa. Did you hear that?
Did you hear that?
Yes.
At this exact moment, this strange voice we just heard came again, only this time it was captured by Nick's digital recorder. Here's the enhanced audio.
You're back. Yeah.
Valyoki, miataki.
Sei un assassino.
Did you hear that?
Yeah, I heard that.
Sei un assassino.
Turn around. Watch out, watch out. Getting a base of a 2. Jake Wakuno Kui. Guys, I'm up at a 3.5.
What? 3.5? What the?
3.5 right now.
And there was no
I'm at a 3.5.
electricity whatsoever in this whole place.
None.
So there's no explanation for a spike like that.
Are you coming at me?
Oh man, I don't feel good in here. Do you feel kind of like your equilibrium's thrown off? Like
What's that?
kind of sick? Do you feel like your equilibrium's thrown off?
No, I feel
Like
fine.
sick?
I feel fine.
Usoto la mi energia.
Did you just hear that?
You did, Zach. What's the matter? What's the matter? Usoto la mi energia. Did you just hear that?
You did. Your energy felt like just weird, man.
No, I said use my energy. And then all of a sudden, your energy was drawn from your body at that exact moment. And then at the same time, I just heard that weird voice.
He's using my energy.
Exactly.
I hear footsteps, bro.
Hold on. Put your light case in. Just then, I captured this large orb of light on my night vision camera. What's unique is that it manifests and disappears within the same video frame. We debunked it as being dust because, as you can see here, dust has a very distinct quality to it. Whatever this was, we believe it may be connected to the unexplained footsteps we just heard. They're walking towards us.
Settle down. It's okay.
Oh my God, dude.
It's okay.
No, that's not okay, man. When that noise happened, an energy burst went through my body, bro. No.
What was the noise?
Don't know.
You can clearly see that we are all standing completely still when this loud, mysterious bang comes from nearby. They're walking towards us.
Dude, something ran through my body, bro. Just like at the wash.
Come here, look at this. It's a secret little room.
You see? Oh my God, dude, I'm getting lightheaded big time.
Yeah, me too. Equilibrium's thrown off.
Dude.
Are you okay?
No. Hold, hang on. I feel like white.
Well, Nick, weren't you saying in Italian, come draw energy?
Yes, it hit you, Zach, and now it's hitting Aaron.
I can't even stand up.
A strange orb seemed to shoot down at a sharp angle and enter the back of Aaron's neck. Did this have anything to do with his energy being suddenly drained? At this point, I decided to use this device, which measures temperature and also electromagnetic fields. Spikes in either of these elements can be scientific clues to paranormal presences.
Whoa,
22.2, guys.
I'm dizzy, dude. I need to stop.
22.2.
No, I can't.
We just received our highest EMF spike ever recorded on this device. And at the same exact time, I also captured this ball of light pass right in front of me. Whatever this was clearly documents that these unexplained orbs we've been capturing contain electromagnetic energy, something ghosts are made up of. This one must have been extremely powerful because this spike caused the device to malfunction.
It just hit me.
Too, I know. I can't even see this anymore. Look at this, doesn't even work anymore. It just used all of our energy and our equipment's energy.
I feel like I'm gonna be sick.
Please rid me of all evil spirits.
Stop!
They want us to die here. While we were taking EMF readings on the grounds of the condemned mental hospital on Pavelia, strange things began to happen. Sinister presences had already attacked our equipment, and now they begin to attack Nick, Aaron, and myself.
Dude, I can't even pull my head up.
Don't keep talking like that, man. You gotta fight it.
Yeah, they're feeding onto you, Aaron. They're using your.
They're feeding off.
Let's get out of this room.
I'm asking them to use your energy.
I just heard a guy's voice over here.
Did you? You heard a guy's voice?
Me?
Yeah, I said you.
Stop, dude.
Get the out of here! Zach, get out of this room.
Just then, an overwhelming feeling of extreme anger and hatred came over me. I can't explain it, but it's hard to ignore the chain of events that led up to this moment. First, Nick asking the spirits to use our energy.
Usate la mi energia.
Then Aaron feeling suddenly drained, and this extremely high EMF spike caused by this strange ball of light. This was so disturbing for me to personally watch that we are only showing part of what I believe is a demonic possession. I do recall as I look back at Nick, everything I saw was like a red filter over my eyes. Then I lost all memory of what happened after that point.
Aaron, come here.
Hold this, hold this. Hold this.
Come on. No. Yes, we need to regroup, man.
We're taking that machete away from you.
Something got inside of me, man. That was not me. That was not me. I don't even remember that much. I remember screaming, but I don't remember knowing what I was saying.
Dude, get out of there, man. Just come on.
I don't feel like I can move from here, dude. I don't know why. I can't give you answers right now. This is an island of death, guys. People came here to die hundreds and hundreds of years ago, but it kept going on and on. You understand that? You think it's coincidence that the Black Plague came through here and they burned and buried people here? Do you think it's coincidence that they executed murderers here? Do you think that's all coincidence?
No.
No. People come here to die.
I wouldn't
Do you
call
think the
this
trend is going to keep going, or it just stops because we're here? They want us to die here.
Right, we're good. Come on. Yeah, come on. No, come on. Watch your head.
As soon as I left this doorway to the building, it felt as if a very dark veil had been lifted off of my body.
I feel so dizzy. Dude, that's going to go. That's so dizzy, man.
This is the first time we have ever felt the need to pause an investigation in order to rid ourselves of evil. Luckily, an exorcist we worked with before had given us some holy anointing oil to use in an emergency situation just like this.
Please rid me of all evil spirits in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit.
We questioned ourselves whether or not this lockdown was safe to continue, but we fully understand the extreme risks involved in what we do, and that's why we had to proceed.
So right now, we are going to go to the fields where they burned and buried these hundreds of thousands of plague victims.
Yeah, Sharkie does. My legs are cold.
Feel that? You should smell that too.
We smelled a strange odor as if something was burning.
Is there anybody out here?
No! Did you just hear that? Did you just hear that?
No.
Just then, I heard what sounded like a distant scream. Here is the camera's enhanced audio.
Look. Right here. Can you see that?
Barely.
Right here is what we were looking for. This canal splits Pavelia in half. Odors and all kinds of people see white shadows, non-stop apparitions walking over here.
Dude, I'm like collapsing.
collapsing into the ground.
Are you serious? Yeah, I just saw you fall into it.
Air pockets. Did you see that?
Yeah, yeah.
They say this soil has so much human dust in it that that's how this island was formed. This is not even dirt. All it is like ash. Look at that.
Wow. Whoa, dude. What the hell is that?
It looks like a piece of a skull.
No, you just bust into a skull?
That does look like it.
Doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
And that right there is like breaking the seal to all this death. Hopefully all these spirits will rise from their ashes. What I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna put this mask on. This is the old doctor's mask that the doctors used to wear on the boats while they would bring the people over to the island. Basically, it was their death sentence. And hopefully we'll use this as bait to bring some spirits out here and show themselves in that field. Aaron, what's the setup we got going on here?
Right now we got an X camera shooting the field. We have 2 IR spotlights. Each light shoots about 200 feet, so we're just flooding this whole area right now. Nick, go this way, just because you might hit that. Shh. Oh, listen, Aaron.
I was already hearing activity coming from the field. Just then, I heard a disembodied voice, and it appeared to be calling to me. Here is the enhanced audio.
Dattore. Dattore.
Here we go
Ti
again.
ricordi
Quite
di me?
differently.
Ti ricordi di me? Do you remember me? Do you remember me? Fatti
The memory
vedere.
of Onyxia
Show
and
yourself.
her brood
Show yourself to that
looms
camera.
over these
Go, Nick.
marshes
Fatti
still.
vedere. Fatti vedere. Show yourself. Show yourself to us. You are trapped here. We
Hold on.
Yeah, it's on you. What are you gonna do about it? Come on.
Is there someone here? My camera is totally malfunctioned.
I'm feeling something that's making my body react.
Look at that. That right there is a spirit going through here.
In the plague fields of Poveglia, we asked the spirits to make their presence known. They did not let us down.
I just heard someone run up here.
Dude, something just ran up here and knocked this
I heard that, dude.
I heard that.
What's really awesome about this is Nick stopped me from talking because he heard someone running through the bushes right behind him. Then Aaron heard footsteps running up the bridge toward him.
Hold on.
Which then led to our heavy infrared light panel, secured by a sturdy tripod being forcefully knocked down. From listening to the evidence, we were able to make a path of where these unexplained footsteps traveled. Was this the spirit of a plague victim seeing the doctor's mask that I was wearing and running from it?
That's the first thing we reacted to out here. You saw that?
Exactly.
You heard it go up the bridge, and after you, like, you heard this right before that fell.
I heard the footsteps. I heard the footsteps up the bridge.
We have our X rolling right now in the field. We're gonna walk back right now. I don't know where we're gonna go. Let's just try and find some buildings and go in and maybe try and find some of our other X's, okay?
Yeah, okay.
We found another one of our X's in this outside hallway for another one of our static night vision cameras.
Very creepy. I think there's more spiders in here than anything else. It's pretty nasty. That's a good one, Aaron. So what we're gonna do is we have our radio over there. We have our, I say, 15 or so Italian questions pertaining to the insane asylum, and it'll loop over and over and over. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna try and capture answers to those questions on our digital recorder. And I'm also gonna put this EM pump. This EM pump, when I click it on, is actually gonna put out an electromagnetic field. And it's very easy for spirits to use that energy to then talk to us and answer those questions. When we turn this EM pump on, it's active. Digital recorder is active. Aaron, hit play. Okay. Guys, let's leave the area.
Avete bisogno di medicine. Molti caduti nelle vostre teste. I dottori e le infermiere vi hanno picchiato.
At 12 minutes into our recorded Italian questions playing on the boombox, we captured an unexplained voice on our digital recorder, which also seems to be speaking Italian.
All right now, since we're getting a ton of activity, we do what we do best. We're gonna go by ourselves. We're all three going on separate ends of the island. Don't get lost. If you get lost, just keep going. You're on an island. You'll hit water eventually. Okay? Good?
Here we go again.
Yeah? Look in the middle. See ya.
Later.
That's okay. See ya. See you later.
Holy.
Aaron's mission was to go back to pick up our static night vision camera at the plague field and go place it in the bell tower.
I made it. There's the bridge.
Upon reviewing our footage from the plague field, our static night vision camera captured what appears to be an unexplained white mist, and at the same exact time, you can also hear disembodied voices. It also appears to be almost the size and shape of a figure running through the field. Were these unexplained voices coming from this mist that appears to be manifesting into a solid figure?
There's the Lux right there. Here's the chapel, the old chapel. Here's the other room where all of our batteries drained.
Here we go.
By myself, back in the bathroom, going crazy. Got the digital recorder.
This was the biggest challenge that has ever presented itself to me. The dangers of coming back to this spot were already clear. The documented events that led up to this dark energy that engulfed me earlier with hatred were solid proof that there is some kind of evil that possesses this place.
What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use this. Oh my God. And I hear footsteps.
You have to understand that these flashlight-looking beams are infrared lights, invisible to my eyes. Hearing those footsteps leading to me in pitch darkness, then this creepy moan rattled my nerves.
I cannot see you. Show yourself.
Earlier it was 82 degrees. That right there is a spirit going through here.
Thank you, Pristo. So what I have set up here is a stagnant camera on your hands, and we also have one in the other room in a chapel. Come on, use my energy. Use this camera's battery's energy. Or Is there someone here? I cannot see you. Show yourself.
At this exact moment, while Nick came to the chapel room to investigate the moan, his static night vision camera back in the hospital room captured what appears to be a black mist, manifesting and then disappearing into thin air. And at the same time, you can hear an unexplained moan.
hell just happened?
All right, I'm documenting this. My camera is totally malfunctioning.
Did this black mist have anything to do with Nick's camera being drained? What lends to even more possibility that it did is that right before the mist and moan were captured, Nick told it to use his energy.
What I'm gonna do right now is I'm gonna record the readings from right now. As you can see, it's 70 degrees.
At this exact moment, a familiar orb of light decided to show itself again. Last time this happened, very bad things occurred.
Heard like a moaning noise, and I heard footsteps. So I'm gonna walk around and see if I can get any readings right now to back up any of this stuff that I'm hearing, feeling 71 degrees and it's freezing in here. Is there anybody in here? Say un asesino. Oh my God.
Just then, I heard a disembodied voice that was also captured on my digital recorder. What struck us as odd is it appears to be speaking in English. Is this the demonic being I encountered earlier?
Okay, right now, I'm feeling something. Just go right through my body. It's making my body react. Look at that, 79 degrees. Whew. And my body is chilling right now. Now it's going back down to 74. Now the temperature's going back down. Whew. 73. That's 10 degrees right there, okay? It's... That earlier was 82 degrees in the same spot. That right there is what I'm feeling. That right there is a spirit going through here.
Aaron continued his mission in the bell tower that we had discovered earlier in the day. This is the spot where a doctor who had tortured his insane patients eventually went insane himself and leapt to his death from the bell tower ladder.
Priesto, is this where you jumped? And fell to your death? Show me a sign. Oh my God! Sound like a throne right out in this room. Is that you, Priesto? Is that you, Priesto?
Are you a murderer, you bastard?
Just in case. Machete. Something up.
My camera just shut off. I'm back.
Aaron found himself alone, hearing disembodied voices.
What? Where was that from? Was that from the hallway? What is that? Oh my God, something just fell. Was that you, Priestio, outside? I can't get around everything. How do I get out?
You can clearly see that Aaron is standing completely still when this loud thud is heard.
I'll never be able to.
What is that? What is that? Oh my God, that was loud. Was that you jumping, Priestio? Oh my gosh, I'm gonna go check it out some more. Just in case. Machete. Something up. That was weird. My camera just stopped recording out of nowhere.
I'm gonna keep asking questions, because now I'm getting some sort of response, and they're trying to draw the energy from this camera, and that's not gonna scare me away. You have to make a noise. Fe un Ramira. There was a noise. All right. I think I got them all riled up. I was hearing noises, and I kept hearing this man's voice come from right behind me. So I'm gonna let my stack night vision cameras roll and
and hopefully I can capture whatever I was hearing.
Exactly 53 minutes and 23 seconds after Nick left the hospital, the static night vision camera he left rolling there captured what sounds like a scream from a dying patient.
Oh, wow.
Say un assassino? Are you a murderer, you bastard? You piece of Yeah, I'm taunting you. What are you gonna do about it? Come on!
At this exact moment, my digital recorder captured a distinct EVP, and then my camera malfunctioned. Here's the entire moment with the audio enhanced.
Okay. My camera just shut off. I'm back. Wow. This place is nuts.
Your coin is always
As I say that, there's probably a crazy ghost behind me. Alright. I'm gonna go find Nick and Aaron now.
Exactly 32 minutes after I left this room, we captured an eerie voice, which appears to be sending me off in a mocking manner.
Zach, is that you? Jeez, I hope I captured some of that stuff on my freaking digital recorder. What is that white light? Is that Aaron?
Yeah!
Okay. That is him, yeah.
Did you find what you were looking for?
And some more. I think it found us.
Poveglia Island has seen war, plague, and mass executions.
We have learned firsthand that these ruins are now home to an uncountable number of ghostly spirits. There is good reason that the Italian government has declared Poveglia off limits.
Oh my God!
Stop! Last night, we not only walked through centuries of history,
Here we go.
we became a part of their ghost stories.
Get off me, boy. Get off me. Get off.
Zach!
What?
There's something here, Zach.
My name is Zach Bagans. I never believed in ghosts until I came face to face with one. So I set out on a quest to capture what I once saw onto video. Is there anybody here? With no big camera crews following us around, I am joined only by my fellow investigator Nick Groff and our equipment tech Aaron Goodwin. The three of us will travel to some of the most highly active paranormal locations where we will spend an entire night being locked down from dusk until dawn. If this is the portal of hell, well, why don't you come up out of that ground and get us? Raw.
Did someone just scratch me?
Extreme.
Oh my God! Stop! Stop running!
These are our ghost adventures.
Brick walls and concrete floors. Steel bars for my doors. 2 chains holding my bed. A hard, lumpy mattress rests my head. We wouldn't listen to what was being said. We played our hand. We wound up here instead.
We're at the Ohio State Reformatory in Mansfield, Ohio. This 120-year-old prison seems to be infested with aggressive trapped souls. These stone walls once held the nation's hardest criminals, and it seems many are still serving time. Tonight, we're gonna be locked down inside this dark old prison and fight these evil forces who are harming the living.
From the time it opened in 1896 to its closing in 1990, the Ohio State Reformatory held over 155,000 criminals and the tallest freestanding cell blocks in the world. While many inmates never again saw the outside world, those who did are still haunted by life inside.
Did you see people being murdered in here?
Yes.
Do you believe
that there are still trapped souls within this penitentiary?
No doubt in my mind whatsoever. They're there. The souls, the spirits, the remnants of thoughts of past lives that didn't get outside the bars.
Can we take you through here and you tell us some of these stories?
Let me take you through here. When you first came in, they had a bench here, and they tell you right then, we got Bob, we got Joe, we got Larry, we got Harry. You no longer exist, Bob, Joe, Billy, John, whatever. You are now, and they give you a number. That was your identity. I was 61234.
January 1954, applied and got the job. The pay wasn't any good, but it was steady. You didn't have to worry about getting laid off.
Did you know what you were getting yourself into?
No.
Though they were on opposite ends of the law, both prisoners and guards were exposed to some of the most disturbing elements of human nature.
Well, there's no explanation of what I see.
Every day there was some kind of violence.
It's humanity in its worst.
You could have eyes in the back of your head.
It's the depravity of the worst imagination.
If you let your guard down just once, it could be over.
But it's also an existence. But still,
if you put people in this environment and you lock them up in cages, that's what they're going to turn. They're the product of the environment.
That's right.
This looks like a cage from a zoo.
And it is.
This place right here is just truly amazing. You've got 5 stories up and a handrail this tall on 5 stories or about 70 feet up, Rob.
I seen a boy get thrown over the range here.
You saw what?
A boy get thrown over the range.
And he hit the floor and died.
Splattered.
There was an inmate who had brought a sheet out with him, and as they got ready to go to lunch, he tied the sheet off on the rail and jumped and hung himself.
Really?
And some people actually come through on the ghost hunts and they see somebody hanging off the 4th range.
I witnessed 2 suicides. The first one is the inmate squirted himself with paint thinner, set himself on fire.
What was his name?
Lockhart. He was in cell 13, I was in 14. And the smoke number come around there, and it was hot. You could feel the heat. I was holding the sink, and I'm flooding the cell to keep myself wet. And I ain't forgave you for that yet.
By the time we got up and got the door open and got him out, it was too late. He was dead.
And drug him up the range, and his skin was all up the range. Right where you guys staying, that was the biggest chunks.
Chunks?
Where he was, it was chunks, where he was burning. He was still on fire.
Yeah, just burned himself to death.
Can you imagine that agony, that energy?
Yeah.
To do that to yourself.
Yeah.
You have to be in a very dark state of mind.
Lockhart, I know you in here. And it's the first time I came in here since then. You can't get out. You ain't going nowhere. You left it. I wish I could find you peace. I've thought about you for years, bud. I saw you. You almost took me with you. Oh, get off me, boy. Get off me. Get off.
That's all right, man.
Hey, I done what I can to free your ass.
Do you think that he's here, DJ?
Yeah, there's no doubt he's here. He'll be here. He can't get out of here. He chose the wrong way to go.
Do you think that when we're locked in here, should we go in his cell and try and make contact with him, try and get voices on digital recorder?
The family didn't claim him, so we buried him here. They just made a wooden box over in the carpenter shop, put him in. We took him out to the gravestone, put him in, and that was it.
So this cemetery is here on site?
218 graves.
Are these tombstones marked with names?
They are marked with their prisoner number.
Really?
There's no names on them. They're just the inmate number across the tombstone.
I think when there's like a dishonorable burial, you have a recipe for trapped souls.
Trapped and unrested, these violent souls wreak havoc within these decaying walls.
There was one night, there were 5 of us standing about right here. All of a sudden, heard a bang on the 2nd tier, clear down at the end where the cells kind of bow out a little bit.
So we all looked down thinking somebody was lost.
And we saw a figure, a whitish figure, lean out.
And looked down at us and then backed up really quick like, whoa, whoa.
What do you think that you saw?
Some sort of apparition.
Maybe an inmate.
I would say.
Walking down the cell block, this black mass literally ran in front of me and ran into a cell. I walked into the cell and I said, "Did you just run in here?" And what it said was, "Fucker."
That scared the out of me, Mike.
You will see shadows in here.
Actually, I thought I saw one on the staircase earlier. I was doing an interview, and I thought it was somebody over there or something. But I stopped the interview because I was going to go almost say, hey, look, somebody's screwing me up here. And we went over there, and there was nothing there.
We get a lot of activity in here. I think it's because it's just open.
And this used to be a hospital. So probably a lot of inmates died here. Now, you said that they just opened this recently. Now that you've disrupted that seal, they're probably pissed off.
And it seems most of that aggression is directed towards the female staff here.
Right here is where I was at. And I was standing right here like this, and there was a couple people in front of me.
Okay.
And something just came up and like smacked the back of my head and pulled my hair at the same time. And we were close to the toilet room, which I don't go back there.
Why?
I've seen too much stuff happen to people back there, to women, volunteers.
Now I see why you call this the toilet room. That has got to have a load of dark history.
One of the volunteers was up there at the top end of that room up there. She seen a shadow and she said something, so I ran up the stairs, looked in the room. She says, I don't feel good. I gotta go. I gotta go. She got out to the step here and went down and actually hit her head.
This is the first time we've ever put an X in a toilet room.
Sounds like a place.
Let's put the X.
Tina and Susan were putting this sign up. I was just waiting for them to be done. And Tina was like, looking behind me like, what? And as soon as I said that, it's like, something pushed my head down like that.
Why do you think so many women here are being victims of these ghostly attacks? Do you think they're attracted because they haven't seen women for so long?
That could be. Or they just had a crime against women.
And I know if I've been locked up for that long, having a female walking around here, it's no surprise that females do have a lot of paranormal experiences here.
Now there was one
good
night.
Piece of bait. You are. I mean, I don't mean it like that. But you may be a very good trigger object, Susan.
Okay.
They may be attracted to you.
Now there was a night as well that it was very tight in here.
That's very typical. We always feel this, and I am. Holy cow. What the hell is that, man?
Maybe you're the bait.
Audio just died.
What?
Just drain mine. Now they're showing you. We run this. We decide when you film.
Main Street, Mansfield, Ohio, a picture of America's heartland. But while the city's residents go about their daily lives, just 2 miles north is a far less wholesome scene. For nearly a century, the Mansfield Reformatory held some of the most heinous criminals in the country. Tonight, we'll be locked inside with the captive souls who haunt this prison.
We've got about 2 hours before that sun buries itself in the horizon. And when darkness falls, we chase the darkness.
The prison was built to reform those who had strayed from the law. But when an inmate rejected normal treatment, he was sent to solitary confinement, the Hole.
As you came through this doorway, you'd step into that cage and strip completely naked. They'd give you a one-piece white cotton jumpsuit to put on. Then they would take you out and put you in these solitary cells. And it was about 98 degrees back there year-round.
And the only thing you was allowed to have was a Gideon Bible. And they fed you didn't get out of your cell.
We want to feel what it would be like to be a prisoner locked up in solitary. Now go ahead and shut it. Now Nick, turn off the light and let's see what this would have looked like. Jeez. A lot of prisoners probably just went absolutely mad in here.
Back in the 30s, there was actually a riot that took place here. And they ended up with about 120 people who we thought were responsible for the riot. Stuck them in these 10 cells.
Can you imagine putting 10 bodies in there?
A guard was killed down here.
A guard? You heard a guard was killed?
Yeah, back about 1938.
One inmate, somehow he was able to break the lock with a pipe that he broke from his cell. When the guard came through, he hit the guard and
killed him.
There was one time when I got right here, I could hear footsteps at the end of the hall. Once I turned the corner, and I was entering the dark side of solitary. I turned around and I said, "Is there anyone over there?" Right at that moment, I felt an enormous negative presence, and what I felt was this. Wow. Okay? I took a step back, and I said, "I'm still not afraid of you," which was a lie, because it had scared me. I caught a voice right then that said, "Outstanding." An old man with cancer, knocked down in this very hole in front of me. I was about 2.5 feet away from him and caught him. His first remark was to his brother-in-law, "Why did you punch me?" And I said, "He didn't punch you. I've watched the whole thing." His brother-in-law was back here where Nick's at. He started shaking. There was a dark shadow moving behind him. Right then, I caught a voice say, "I'll kill this freak."
We have ghosts here that are preying upon women and old men.
Anyone who's afraid.
Dude, something just fell.
I know, I saw that.
It hit me in the head right here.
Guys, I think a rock was just thrown.
What falls in here is paint chips, not rocks, okay? It hit Aaron's head, if you remember, just when I said it'll pick on anyone who's afraid.
There's something back in this hole. And you feel like you're being surrounded by people just getting up in your face or something. I'm getting pumped up. Should we go visit the dark side?
Let's go to the dark side. This cell right here, I've caught screams out of this cell. EVP scream.
Whoa.
What's wrong?
Audio just died.
What? You just put batteries in there. Are you serious?
Oh, both of them.
That's the
What?
Look, is your pack on?
Tell me.
His is drained. Are you kidding me?
No.
You're dead too?
It just drained mine.
Everything.
It just drained my battery pack too. I just put a battery in here.
With Mike's, Aaron's, and now my microphone drained, all audio is coming from Nick's camera.
Now they're showing you, we run this, you don't run this. We decide when you film.
You haven't come up against guys like us before, and I'll guarantee you when we're locked in here later tonight, we'll be in here by ourselves.
Dude,
You all
I'm
right?
feeling what you're feeling. Something on the back of your neck?
Yeah, something just...
Dude, something's
What
just
happened?
on my
Something
neck
just-
the whole time.
Are you
Yeah,
serious?
back to my neck.
Yeah, that's
Don't start this. Don't start this. If you're gonna fight, then fight. Don't start this girly, tappy stuff. If you're too big a coward to show yourself in front of 4 of us. Sorry about that.
No, don't be so... Dude.
Just then, Nick's camera receives a high-frequency jolt, knocking out transmission and leaving us with no audio whatsoever. It is clear we are not alone in the hole. We decide to split up, hoping to lead these entities into one spot where we can capture them visually.
For all 4 of us to experience similar events in there, to feel this energy, do you think that this could get dangerous tonight?
I think it can if you let your guard down, but I'm confident you won't.
One of us is probably going to get attacked. But we keep our guard up, right?
I'll try. I'll do my best. I'll do my best.
There's only 2 types in here, predator and prey. Which are you?
Are you fueling yourself up with all our energy because you're ready for the fight tonight? All right, inmates, we're coming down.
What?
There's something here, Zach.
Here we go.
All right, right now the sun has fallen. Now, if I've ever had a lot of anticipation to get inside and do a lockdown, this place is nuts. What do you got in your hands for me there?
Zach, I've got the keys.
What you were talking about
And
earlier.
a discipline bar. This is to be used on unruly spirits.
Okay.
I want to give you the power.
That's an honor. They are not gonna like me walking through there and saying that I've got the power, are they?
No, they're not gonna like that at all.
And according to what you were just telling me, you just went back down in there. And you said that these three guys, what were you saying?
I don't want you in here. I want them out. Poke them, punch them, scratch them, get them out.
Whose side is he on? And we'll see you at 6 a.m.
Good luck, guys.
All right.
See ya. Have fun.
Right now, we have the power. We control this prison, and according to Mike, they hate when you say that you have the power. Let's see what in the hell happens to us.
You guys ready?
Hell yeah, I'm ready. I'm fueled up. Hang on. I always like to give a few words to give our grand introduction. So I hope you all can hear me in there, mate.
Jesus.
What?
Your batteries just died.
What?
Everything. I just got black. Look, it's hit. Zach.
What?
Look. It's hit me.
Oh my God.
It just hit me right now. Right
It
when you
just
did that.
died.
I got a
What?
blast of energy hitting my whole forehead.
I'm feeling, oh my God, dude, I'm feeling it too. This is awesome. We are sensing spiritual energy. It just drained my battery. We just put a battery in here 5 minutes ago. Are you fueling yourself up with all our energy because you're ready for the fight tonight? Are you ready to fight against us? We're dealing with criminals and serial killers that are now dead and still have the power to attack people here, and they do it almost daily. We come here to open ourselves up to these attacks because that's evidence. And when you're documenting these attacks, you can't argue with that. You may startle us, but we will not run from you. And the attacks that you're doing on women and old people is gonna stop. All right, now that we were able to calm down a little bit from what just happened. Jesus. It was awesome.
Oh, that's crazy.
We got our X's mapped out there, Aaron. I'm gonna name them off. Let's just make sure they're in the right locations. And then after this, we'll go dark. You ready? The West Cell Block. This is where inmates were being pushed off. They'd commit suicide, where they're seeing apparitions. The East Cell Block, where they're also seeing apparitions and women are being frequently attacked here. Solitary, Death Row, The Hole, where we were earlier feeling all that dark energy. The Morgue, this is where dead bodies were stacked and stored from disease epidemics. The East Cell Block, the second floor cell, this is where 5 people all saw an apparition. The Toilet Room, this is where a woman saw a dark figure and then collapsed. With that said, we are guards. Let's get our keys, our batons, and let's go show these evil spirits how we do things.
This is gonna be one intense lockdown. And I'm turning off this light now.
Who's been attacking all the women here? There's 3 of us now. Why don't you come out and attack us? This Billy Club says that I'm the guard. Bring it on. We're not afraid of you at all.
Something just move over here? In this cell?
Just then, Nick captured an unexplained white anomaly that darted out from behind this pole, then shot back. And at the same time, you can hear this eerie whooshing sound. It's as if a spirit of a prisoner is stabbing out of their cell with a shank and trying to cut someone.
In this cell?
We tried to debunk this anomaly as a bug, but if it were, you would see it on the other side of this pole. However, it clearly vanishes into thin air, along with the unexplained noise.
Is there someone in this jail cell? You want us to stop right here?
Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Guys, come here.
What's up?
I saw right here the silhouette of a head. Right here, and it didn't move. And I was trying to figure out if it was a reflection from the window, but it absolutely was not. Up, up, up. Let's go up. Aaron, do you have motion sensors?
Yeah.
Okay, give them to me.
I decided to set up motion sensors so that we would be alerted if there was movement down here while we were on the upper levels. We also set up this device, which sets off an alarm when it detects electromagnetic energy that ghosts are said to give off. Then we went upstairs to investigate the unexplained figure I just saw.
Now we're on East Cell Block, and we're gonna go down here where we were earlier. We brought in that ex-convict, DJ. He said this is where that guy burned alive, and this is where DJ just started spazzing out because he felt his presence. He said he had an eerie feeling, so do I. Let's go investigate it.
All right, inmates. We're coming down. Get up out of your beds. No more sleeping. Get up.
I think this is the one DJ was telling us about right here. Right here. This is 12, so this is right next to where the guy burned to death and where the guards had to drag him out of here. And DJ was telling us about that. So I'm going in here and see what I can get. Is there someone in here with me?
At this time, Nick began rolling on his digital recorder to try and capture EVPs, or electronic voice phenomena, which are spirits speaking within the white noise.
And if you don't like me in your cell, and you don't want me in here, then now's your time to tell me this.
What?
There's something here, Zach.
Are you in here, Lockhart?
Drag.
Drag? The inmate DJ said they dragged his body out. Lockhart, they dragged your body out of here when you were on fire? We've just located cell 13, where the inmate Lockhart killed himself by setting fire to his cell.
There's something here, Zach.
What do you mean?
Oh, my whole body just, when I was saying that, everything just went numb. And all the goosebumps on the hair on my arms just stand up. My whole face is going numb right now. It's like a blast of energy just hit me.
Detector real quick, please.
A blast of energy just hit me.
Communicate with it, Nick. It's there. It's in there with you. Communicate with it.
I can feel your presence. If that's what you need to do, go ahead and do it. Use my energy to speak.
I'm not picking up any spikes right now on my EMF detector. I'm measuring for electromagnetic fields. And even though Nick just said that he felt something,
It's still
trying to document. You're still feeling something
Yeah,
in
it's
here?
just engulfing all around me. Maybe you're not in the right spot. Come in here.
Although I didn't get a spike on my EMF detector, Nick's digital recorder captured an EVP that sounds like a man speaking.
I'm in this area. It's just like engulfing my whole body.
Ouch. 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 Did this spirit just use Nick's energy so that it could speak? It's over here, Nick. Come here. Quiet. Are you speaking to us? At this exact time, we captured this unexplained mist that resembles the size and shape of a figure walking out of a jail cell. It is very clearly free-floating. Was this the spirit that just spoke to us? And also the unexplained figure I saw from the ground level in this exact area? We decided we needed to take an immediate closer look at the East Cell Block. So we brought out a scientific piece of equipment that could validate our investigation thus far. This has a word database inside of it. Spirits can manipulate this database because there's a sensor in here, and they can choose words by different levels of energy. Those words will appear. So if we start hearing words and it's relevant to either where we are or what we're doing, then that's very high probability that we're communicating with a spirit. Turning off this light. Good. Let's go dark.
Drag.
Drag? That's what the, remember? Yeah. That guy DJ, the inmate DJ said they dragged his body out.
They drug him up the range and his skin was all up the range.
There's the cell block there. It happened.
I just got chills.
I did
you?
too.
I did too, man. Do you?
Yeah.
got chills?
Yeah, I did too. Let's go up there.
Lockhart, we're coming towards you. 13. Is that you telling us drag? They dragged your body out of here when you were on fire? That's what DJ Fly, who was right next to you, said. If that's you communicating with us, say something else. Come on.
Interference.
I can hear that.
Yeah, it's bad. He's trying to communicate.
Are you in here, Lockhart? You trying to pick a word?
He's gone.
This is the exact spot where we just captured that unexplained mist in the shape of a figure. Was this the spirit of the man who burned himself alive that ex-inmate DJ Fly sensed in this same jail cell? Getting no further response, we decided to head back down to the ground level where we first received the word drag.
Lockhart. Whoa. Pass. Fly.
DJ Fly.
Shut the. Oh my.
DJ Fly.
We walked off, we walked around the entire cell block, no words. So we gave up, we came back down, walked this spot, right past that point. What does it say? Pass. And then what does it say? Fly. Those words are just too symbolic.
With all this activity in the East Cell block, we thought it was a good time to set up a couple of our static night vision cameras on our X's.
All right now you can see that we're recording. We've got 2 infrared floodlights. These things kick out 200 feet each. We have our other X camera right here. That is shooting upwards where there was 5 different people that all witnessed an unexplained figure looking at them.
Dance floor is yours. Show yourself.
Exactly 26 minutes after we left the area, our static night vision camera on the East Cell block ground level captured these unexplained footsteps. You can tell by the echo that these were happening within this cell block. And less than a minute after that, our other camera in the East Cell block, which was shooting the second floor cell, captured what sounds like a cell door slamming shut.
We went and retrieved our trigger object. Not only did we come back, but we came with a female.
It was like breath on the back of my neck.
After detecting a ton of activity in the East Cell block, we decided to get a trigger object, something familiar and attractive to these inmate spirits, that will further draw them out. And because a number of women have been attacked here, we agreed to try something a little different.
Right now, we went and retrieved our trigger object. We're not calling you an object.
That's okay.
Sarah. Her
This
name's
is Sarah. And we're going to use Sarah because Sarah is braver than nails. And a lot of our interviews, including interviewing her earlier, we learned a lot of women were touched, punched, scratched, they collapsed. So if you feel like you're getting pushed or attacked or something like that, let us know. Are you cool with all this?
I'm cool.
Okay. Told you this girl's tough.
We'll see in a little bit when stuff starts happening.
This is the darkest, most evil part of this prison. Countless people have been seriously harmed in here, including an old man who was violently punched by an unseen force. This is also where we experienced a lot of activity earlier during our walkthrough.
Not only did we come back, but we came with a female.
Sarah, didn't you tell me that this is where you got your ass grabbed?
Yes.
In this location?
Yep.
Will you walk up there, or do you want to walk up there?
Hey, Zach, do me a favor. Sarah, hold on a second. Just, have her hold this.
What is it?
Digital recorder.
Okay, will you grab that? Are you recording? Yeah. See how dark it is?
Here, I'll show him how dark it is. Let me turn this off night vision. Sarah, look back at me. That's how dark it is. All you can see is Zach's LCD screen that's open on his camera right now.
I don't know how to breathe.
It's really hard to breathe?
Yeah.
No, but I just got dizzy as man, again. Like enough to where I'm dropping my camera. Something's hit me, man.
At this exact moment, right when we all felt something hitting us, our digital recorder captured a mysterious EVP. Here's the enhanced audio.
Who's here? I demand you to come out and show yourself to us. There's something in here, but we need more contact.
Just then, our digital recorder captured another EVP. Only this time, it sounded like a man responding to us.
But we need more contact.
Nick.
Yeah.
Go up on the second level.
All right, coming up.
Is there anybody up here with me that wants to say something? Are you in one of these cells?
Can you give us a sign?
Here's another unexplained voice captured on our digital recorder.
Can you give us a sign?
Was this the spirit of a dead prisoner telling us how he died?
Come on, show yourself. I'm not afraid of you. I have the power.
Right now, Zach is downstairs, provoking the evil entities that are still here in solitary confinement. And we are getting a lot of activity here.
You have nothing. Nothing at all.
Okay, so I'm just breathe for that on my neck.
What happened? What happened?
It was like breath on the back of my neck.
At the same time that Sarah felt something breathe on the back of her neck, the digital recorder she was holding captured an EVP that completely validates her experience.
You alright, Sarah?
Yeah, I'm freaked out. I'm good. I'm good.
You sure?
Don't worry about me.
You let me know.
Right after I asked Sarah if she was all right, my camera's microphone captured a disturbing EVP that seemed to be warning her. Here is the enhanced audio.
You sure?
Don't worry about me.
You let me know. Hey, Nick! Why? Okay, I'm gonna send her down and do EVP, so everybody be silent for the next minute.
I'm not even moving, okay?
I'm gonna send you down there to walk all the way down there by yourself.
Is there anybody in here with me? Did you die when you were in here?
Sarah, you okay?
We're at the Ohio State Reformatory, where evil spirits are said to attack female volunteers. We've invited one of them, Sarah, to join our lockdown, in hopes she'll entice these spirits to emerge.
I'm gonna send you down there to walk all the way down there by yourself, and I'd like for you to communicate with this. If you can.
Zach!
What?
What was that, bro?
What?
Oh my God! What's something up here? Just slammed. Right. There's something up here. Is there someone up here with me?
We all heard a cell door slam shut from very close by, and you can clearly see it wasn't any of us making that noise.
If you can.
Zach!
Sarah? Yeah? Do you want to do something? This is the last thing. And if you don't have to do this, is to take one of these cameras, okay? You're gonna go downstairs, you're gonna walk and do one circle around the entire hole. Now you have that digital recorder going? Yeah. Aaron, do you have tape?
Yeah, how much tape do you need?
Let me see. And when you go down there with that camera, Sarah, I want you to ask questions.
Shouldn't this be Aaron's job?
Yeah, usually it is. That's why I'm laughing.
Okay, come on, let's go. We don't have much time on the tape, okay? I'm gonna send down Sarah that you seem to have touched earlier. You do what you want. Sarah, go down there and do the lap.
Okay, got it.
Now I'm telling you, if something happens, you yell for us, okay? It's a break.
Is there anybody in here with me? Did you die when you were in here? Was that you that just brushed the back of my hair?
At this exact moment, the digital recorder taped to Sarah's back captured an EVP, which seems to be a spirit responding directly to her question.
Was that you that just brushed the back of my hair?
I thought you were right behind me and touched me. I thought you
Sarah, you okay?
Go, 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 go.
What's wrong?
Somebody like pulled my hair. I don't mean just like tug and pulled my hair.
Where?
Like I was right here, and I was screaming for you guys.
Are you serious?
Am I so alone?
That's all right.
Well, that's weird because no, we had something happened to me. They came to me. I bet they're diverting me.
What was it like? What did it feel like? Do it on my...
It's freezing. Is anybody else freezing?
It is freezing right here.
Either that or it's just
give
me.
it, yeah,
Is that
no. It's just... It just see this here. 72.2. And it's absolutely freezing here. Stand in front of her. $72 degrees.
What was that? What was that?
What was that? That was like a growl.
Just then, we all heard this loud growl with our own ears. Here's the enhanced camera's audio.
What was that? Did you hear the growl?
Yeah, that was terrifying. I have never heard a growl that loud in my ever here, ever.
Was this the same spirit that had told Sarah to run and then pulled her hair? It was now time for her to be released so we could conclude our lockdown. With all the activity, we decided to set up the rest of our static night vision cameras to try and capture additional evidence in support of everything we'd been experiencing. And 52 minutes later, our camera in the morgue captured these unexplained noises while there was absolutely no one down there. And 16 minutes after that, our camera in the hospital captured this creepy voice that seemed to be speaking to us. After our lockdown, we went to Lancaster, California to show our evidence to paranormal researcher Mason Beltran of Antelope Valley Haunts.
A lot of the people that we interviewed see a lot of apparitions in this particular east cell block. What we did is we caught something that we think is a misfigure. Tell us what you see. We need another opinion on this.
Are you speaking to us?
If you look at it real good, you could actually, yeah, it's very hard, but you actually could see the arm, the shoulder, right there. See, it's more than just a mist. And you can't blame the camera because the camera's still. It is awesome. I mean, that's an amazing, amazing capture.
Next, we had Mason listen to the mysterious voice we captured in the hospital.
We don't know what it's saying, if it's answering a question, if this is some kind of a slang.
When you have the temperature, the weather, everything just right, you pick up those residual recordings of EPs.
Right.
Just like just like static electricity. When you're walking, you pick it up on the carpet.
Yeah.
If it's just right, that's what's gonna cause it. Between the batteries, you know, the equipment that's there, gives it enough energy to produce that little playback of time.
Yeah.
If you try to repeat them again, you will never can.
We can't make it repeat over and over and over. It's unpredictable. You just want to grab that scientist and say, look, it's real. I can't repeat it on cue, but it's real. This is a 12-hour lockdown with 3 handheld cameras that we each carry, not to mention all of our X cameras. 30 to 40 hours of footage where we can show 20 minutes of that on television. They think that we get good all the time. No, because we go there for a long time and we investigate for 12 hours continuous.
Over 150,000 criminals were once confined inside this towering prison. They lived lives of violence and met their deaths accordingly. Today, these evil spirits prey on women, the elderly, and the weak.
Oh my God! What's something up here? Just slammed.
As they carry out their eternal sentences day by day, year after year.
And they're gonna stay here. There's no way out for them.
These build people.
Something
Something's touching me right now.
Yeah. Wait. Guys, listen. Jesus.
Oh my God!
My name is Zach Bagans. I never believed in ghosts until I came face to face with one. So I set out on a quest to capture what I once saw onto video.
Is there anybody here?
With no big camera crews following us around, I am joined only by my fellow investigator Nick Groff and our equipment tech Aaron Goodwin. The three of us will travel to some of the most highly active paranormal locations where we will spend an entire night being locked down from dusk until dawn.
If this is the portal of hell, well, why don't you come up out of that ground and get us?
Raw.
Did someone just grab me?
Extreme.
Oh my God! Stop running!
These are our ghost adventures.
We're at the old Remington Arms Factory, built in 1867, here in Bridgeport, Connecticut. This is where violence was manufactured, where violence was sown, and violence was reaped. We're here to investigate countless claims of its hauntings that may be a product of many fatal accidents and even murder. After it closed down in 1986, this place became a refuge for the homeless, a haven for criminal elements within the city. Some speculate that this place is so full of dark energy from the hundreds of thousands that were killed by its manufactured bullets and rifles used in wars, that this place is also cursed.
Before we even started our investigation, the Remington Arms Munitions Factory let us know that we were going to be in for one hell of a ride.
It's during the day. We're just walking around, getting a survey of the location, waiting for people to interview. You can hear, like, hammering. And that's your body's way of saying, what happened?
Did your light die?
Dude, it won't turn on.
Are you serious?
Look, it's on. Right now, it is on, and the light won't work.
And it's a brand new battery. We just got out of it.
I know, I got hit too. Look at my arms.
This can happen when you sense spirit energy.
Did you feel something just hit you right now?
I felt it. Dude,
Yeah, dude. It's like we heard a bang right there and someone just passed right through us.
we're dealing with a place, guys, where I don't feel welcome at all. They're making their presence known to us, and they want us the hell out of here. And we got news for them. We're not going anywhere.
This factory, Jim, they made ammunition for Remington firearms.
They made ammunition, they made the rifles. This plant actually turned out 10,000 rifles per day.
We don't know how many bullets were manufactured here that killed our enemies.
Hundreds of thousands and thousands.
In wars.
Millions.
Millions.
I'm sorry, let me rephrase, that's millions.
Bob says millions. So they were making ammunition for the wars here.
That's correct.
Wow.
Was this a high prioritized target for some kind of enemy or something? Really?
Sure, for the Japanese.
Each one of the floors is very unique and amazing because you know how you got a 2x12?
Yeah.
12 inches long? They're stood on end because it could withstand a direct hit from a bomb. There they are.
Wow.
You can imagine how many boards are across.
Yeah, I got you.
And the size of the beams.
Holy cow.
Just then, our investigation uncovered a bombshell.
We're getting to the most interesting part of the Remington factory district. That fateful day on the 29th of March, Saturday, 1942, during the height of World War II.
There were 7 deaths from that explosion that day, 1942.
7 deaths?
7 deaths, and there was over 80 people injured.
Now, is this where the accident happened?
Correct, right here on this platform.
Right here, on this platform. The death dance floor.
There were like 2 or 3 different crews here, 2 or 3 people in each crew. They let loose.
Boom.
It was a terrible sight.
With any lockdown investigation we do, we like to go to the library. We've been given a lot of the archives here. And in that, Nick, you found this about the bodies of the 7 blast victims that were found. And you can actually see they have the faces of the people that just may be still there in some form or another. Wow.
Actually, 2 years prior to that, there had been a tip to the Brooklyn, New York PD that there would be a sabotage event that happened at the Remington factory.
Sabotage?
Yes.
Alden, you used to work here in 1938?
Yes.
Was working here like hell?
They had quite a few accidents.
Was there any ever theory of possible spies working here, sabotaging the machinery or anything like that?
Oh, yeah.
There was?
There was talk. Someone who was connected with the FBI asked me if I'd like to do a little work for the FBI while I was here.
Really?
And I said, I got enough trouble.
Remington denied all along that it could be an act of sabotage. The investigation was never made public, the results of it. And the FBI said even years later that they had not closed the investigation.
So if that's true, then we're not dealing with an accident, we're dealing with murder.
If that person was giving good information.
Whew, the plot thickens.
It was now apparent to us how dark this place really was, as Bob took us toward even more death.
These were the actual smelting pots.
You brought us back here because you told us that 2 men actually fell in one of these things.
Correct.
And they were killed.
Right.
And there's a lot of belief that says if you go very quickly and very graphically falling into a molten pot here, that you don't know you're dead yet. So can these workers still be working? Let's set up an X and find out. Aaron, why don't you grab an X and put it over here?
Back?
Yeah, let's put it like right back in the corner there.
It's had trouble from labor riots. Big riot happened in 1915.
100 Portuguese workers that were rioting.
They claimed abuse by the guards.
They had to call in the local police.
But the guards would push them around.
Guards, wherever we go, we're always having problems with the damn guards.
The workers had grabbed one of the guards and were about to throw him into a ditch. Other guards had seen this and came running to his rescue, and it turned ugly.
One of these guys ended up getting bashed in the head.
Frank Monty got clubbed over the head with a wooden baton, had his skull split open.
And he ended up dying.
So we've got some bashing head energy in here.
Oh, yeah. You got serious energy in here. If you find any areas where there's a lot of, like, flies, putrid smells.
You're trying to say that might be a dead body?
Dead body. I mean,
like a dead human body, maybe?
Could be.
We'll just push it to the side and continue our investigation.
So we became homicide detectives.
Is this place haunted?
I would say good possibility. Everything adding up with all the tragic deaths here, with all the shadows that we've seen, voices that we've seen.
The one thing that makes this different from a lot of sites is the shadow people. You hear over and over again. People seeing shadowy figures, shadowy people.
Did something happen over here? You brought me over here. Were you on patrol?
When we walked in,
now what did you see?
A black shadow go across
this opening here, or what?
It was right where that window is right there.
Okay, so you saw somebody
walked right across.
Can you show me exactly what you saw? Maybe you be the figure, and I'm gonna be the point of reference of what you were seeing.
It was just something quick, just went like that, right by the window. There's not gonna be anybody walking by the window because there's at least a 5-foot drop out there.
And Jim, where were you looking from? This opening right here?
My car was parked right there.
Yeah, Aaron, you set it up wherever you want it. Yeah, that's good.
The graveyard that's right across the street? Graveyard? Yeah, there's a graveyard right across the street, too. And there's also a story for the graveyard, too. That somebody was buried alive over there. Hungarian woman.
Buried alive. You're telling me there's also a cemetery in the middle?
Yeah.
Awesome. These buildings, this is where they made things that killed people.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
They made things that killed people. So if you talk about a place that created things to cause death, if you could ever think of a cursed place, this place might be that place. Is there certain places where you've heard these voices up here? Oh my God, dude, I feel like I'm walking down to hell. We're gonna go meet a guy named John Zaffis. They call this guy the godfather of the paranormal.
The Remington Arms Munitions Plant in Bridgeport, Connecticut is a place that reeks of death, both accidental and deliberate. As our investigation continued, one monster of a building cast its grand shadow upon us, the shot tower.
This is a shot tower.
Oh my God, wow. Holy guys, this is not a good place to bump into tonight. Head would look like diced spam.
This was one of the biggest buildings in Bridgeport up until the modern times.
This thing just keeps going up and up and up, huh? You told me that this place has activity or has some kind of energy.
Correct.
Now, why do you say that?
Because at nighttime in here, if you're walking through here, every once in a while you hear voices. And these aren't voices that are coming from the outside. These are voices that are in here.
Is there certain places where you've heard these voices up here?
It's been on the whole tower. A lot of times we'll sit over in the graveyard doing our reports. Occasionally you'll see a dark shadow or something go across the windows. We check it out, and there's nobody in here.
Who are you gonna call? Ghost Adventures. Yes. Have you ever found somebody like in one of those little things?
No.
Well, if you let us out in the morning and there's only two of us, one of us got trapped. Those things are like human traps. It's like if you run it, like, see ya.
If you don't like heights,
snakes, and crazy-looking dolls.
Do you guys want to go up? Keep going?
Those are on Zach's top 3 I don't like list.
And we're going up still. To the top. To the tippity top.
Well, let's just chill. Let's just call this the top.
The roof.
No. Yeah. No, Nick. This is.
That's it, man.
We're on the roof.
We made it all the way. We might as well go up the last couple steps, Zach.
I hate peer pressure. Don't peer pressure me, dude. So, Aaron, you gotta come up here again tonight and put our X camera on the roof.
Screw that. Hey, Zach.
How high do you think we're up, Jim?
250 feet.
250 feet. Will that beat our 50-foot tower at Sloss? Yeah, I don't like heights. Oh my God.
Check it out. You can see the whole city from up here.
Wow, that's amazing.
This is a record for us.
Nice, dude.
We've never been up this high before.
Let's get down.
How about if I show you some of the underground tunnels?
Love tunnels.
This goes down to the tunnels.
Tunnels. There's tunnels here.
There was secret passages and things of that nature. Most of our firing ranges are underground. They also stored and developed small-range munition bombs.
Wow.
And it goes straight down. It goes out to the main hallway, out to the driveway, and straight down.
Oh my God, dude. I feel like I'm walking down to hell. Okay, that's a little creepy down there. You can see definitely how flooded it is. This is a dirty place. Dude. God, look at this. Paranormal investigating? It's a dirty job.
Oh my God, come here. Pull it out.
Is it not in your foot or no?
Like, I don't know if it punctured, but it hurt.
I'm clear!
Just up the road from the Remington factory lived a paranormal legend, and we couldn't resist the opportunity to learn from his wisdom.
We're in Stratford, Connecticut. We're gonna go meet a guy named John Zaffis. They call this guy the godfather of the paranormal. Very well-known and well-respected individual. And we're about to go meet him because he knows a lot about trigger objects. Objects that are attached to spirits. So what we did is we took a few shotgun shells, and it looks like some kind of a fuse or something from the Remington Arms building. So we're gonna go try and get some more information about this and how we can use it in tonight's investigation. That's him, John Zaffis.
How you doing, buddy?
How are you, Zach?
Doing good.
Nick and Aaron.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Right now, John is going to take us down to his museum. Is this it?
This is the museum.
Wow. Look at this place, Aaron.
We got the coolest collection in the world, man.
Now, a guy that doesn't really like dolls too much, turn around, Nick. All the way around. You know, I always say I fear dolls, but that in reality means I love them because it does scare me.
Well, what if I can dig up one of the dolls somebody gave me from Remington Arms? You want to take that with you? I'm joking.
I was like, whoa.
I love to joke around. I love to joke around. If I had one, I'd let you use it, dude.
We do use a lot of objects that we call trigger objects, and you're probably well aware of that.
Do you think that using and integrating these objects within a paranormal investigation could possibly attract activity to them?
Oh, absolutely.
Really?
Absolutely. You know, energy's energy. And sometimes it's attached to these items. Now, I've worked on a lot of different things where people brought items back in to haunted locations that these items came from.
Okay.
And it has triggered some of the activity.
Really?
Yeah.
So we're going to try and use these as some kind of a trigger object. Do you have any suggestions on how we should, or if we find objects, how we can use them?
The key thing would be, especially in an area like that with a lot of the artifacts and everything, try to put them right back in those areas. Or right where some of the people were killed or some of the people actually got hurt. We know with tragedies, when people die in these areas, a lot of times their spirits will stay in those particular locations. So with different items, different artifacts from these places, calling out the names and having them there is a good possibility that could trigger some of the activity. Absolutely.
Awesome. Well, John, thank you very much.
All right. You got it.
Taking the time, and
you got it.
Meeting you.
Same here.
And thanks a lot for the information that you gave us.
All right.
Yeah,
and happy hunting in there.
Thank you. Thank you.
Whoa. Dude, you almost...
Wait.
Okay, darkness is falling right now, so this is our time to get locked inside this place. We actually had to have a police force come here and do a thorough sweep of all these abandoned buildings to make sure there's nothing that's gonna attack us later. We are in a rough part of town. This is a very dangerous lockdown. They told us that we are supposed to be wearing masks, but we're not gonna wear those.
Dude,
so
I'm gonna wear a mask.
No, we don't have them. They get in the way, Aaron. Just deal with it. Don't worry about it. We have a night vision camera positioned up over there, and it's rolling right now, and it's locked with inside that fence across the street. So hopefully it's still there when we get out in the morning. Sean, lock us in here, and you'll be back here in the morning, right? Yes, sir. Okay.
Red.
So right now we are locked down inside the Remington Arms factory. This is a place that created and manufactured products to kill people. There were different wars that all used the bullets and rifles out of here to kill our enemies. We don't know how many hundreds of thousands of people died from what was manufactured and where we're getting locked down. What does that contribute to? Dark, mysterious energy. Let's go. Okay, right now, before we start our investigation, we have a blueprint of the factory right here. We also have an overhead shot of it. And we have a total of 6 X-cams.
Way behind that. This is the best catcher by WAR in baseball, and he's got to gear up for Hunter Green trying to strike out the side, which he does. 55 from the 2 spot in Ellie De La Cruz. Spencer Steer has been generally a very good 2-strike hitter in his career. Ty France behind him over from the Mariners, all the way down to Marte in the 9 spot, trying to come up with just a hit to start off against a very young left-hander, top prospect for the Giants, now a major leaguer, Kyle Harrison.
22-year-old that turns 23 on the 12th of August, just a shoot 4 days. But you look at the pitch arsenal, and he is heavy fastball because he can locate it on both sides of the plate. He struggles on the arm side at times, but he has a slurve and also that changeup to complement that fastball.
So you mentioned he struggles arm side sometimes. There, the first pitch comes inside to a right-hander in Jonathan India. So if you're a hitter and you know he struggles arm side,
yeah,
what are you looking at?
I'm searching for middle in until I get 2 strikes, because he has to prove it to me that he's going to be able to locate that on the outside part.
Look out. Jonathan India just got turned inside out. You're looking in, but you're not looking that far in.
Not that far in.
The walk rate was an issue last year in AAA for Harrison as he drops in a strike. It was like 16% the walk rate in Sacramento, but he has been so good the last 5 starts.
Yeah, and I think if you're going against back-to-back starts against a team in the Colorado Rockies, he pumped up a lot of strikeouts.
Jonathan in India drills this ball left field corner and foul. It's 3-2. Where does Harrison go after that loud contact?
Well, I would look for that fastball and adjust to that slurve. He does have that changeup, but you got to have him prove that as well.
After 5 straight fastballs, he misses with a breaking ball, and it's a walk for India, who's got 10 stolen bases, which pales in comparison to our Fox Foresight powered by Google Cloud and what Ellie De La Cruz has done this year on the base path.
Electricity, he changes the game, and that 5-tool athlete and what he brings every single night. He has passion for the game, as David Bell, the manager, talks about.
Thanks to Google Cloud for powering these real-time insights, and you do see that quite a bit, right? First pitch spin, because he's a very aggressive first pitch hitter.
They'd like to slow him down just a little bit.
Where are the holes?
He gets wild within the strike zone at times, but you don't want to harness that aggressiveness too much if you're David Bell and the Reds. You just want him to go out there and perform, be that athlete that makes him special.
A take there on the inside corner, and a gasp from the crowd as Harrison lands the changeup. 1-2. India a very short lead at first. Ellie De La Cruz, hard hit right at third. Chapman for Schmidt, and you're not going to double him off. It better be 150 miles an hour off the bat to get a double play on him. And the thing is, Smart, fielder's choice, that could turn into a double for him.
Yeah, and Jason, you know what, to your point, it just speeds up the infielders in their mind. But you really want to get that out. Now you have a different responsibility when De La Cruz is on first base.
This is one of the most interesting team-on-team matchups in Major League Baseball, because Patrick Bailey, by StatCast, is the best runner control catcher, just based on throws, in all of Major League Baseball. He's +7 caught stealings above average.
Yeah, the talented arm, but also the exchange. That pop rate is 3rd best in baseball.
De La Cruz leaning into his lead over at first, and talking to Bob Melvin, who knows the catching position as well as anybody, he said, look, it's up to the pitcher, right? You give Bailey a chance, he can throw you out no matter what, but he's got to have a chance.
Yeah, and I think just controlling the running game is very important, and sometimes you're asking a 22-year-old to do that.
De La Cruz was actually stepping back to first. Harrison threw anyway to use one of his 2 throws over there.
Yeah, it's probably the first time that we have felt that energy, almost like a Ricky Henderson feel. That's what he has created. And I like that because Bailey's looking at him. They have to quicken up the pace.
Line to right, and that is right at Yastrzemski, who caught the final out of Snell's no-hitter last night.
Jason just adds to the element of the hitter can respect and sit on a fastball. I think that is going to change, and that's what the Reds are trying to create. That aggressive base running, but also De La Cruz is going to earn that hitter more fastballs.
You think so?
I do, and it's something that changes the offense and has the ability to really see.
There he goes. It's a good pitch to throw on. De La Cruz is out.
Spectacular tag by Schmidt, dropping it on him.
Tonight's telecast is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Protect the stuff you love with Renter's Insurance. That gentleman on your screen smiling and hugging his catcher joins us from down in the dugout. Blake Snell, off your first complete game shutout, no-hitter, all of it at once. First of all, congratulations.
Thank you, thank you.
What was the best part of the night and the next day?
Best part of the night, just calling like my family. That's probably the best part. And then today, just starting the next day, running, getting ready. I mean, yeah, you gotta move on to the next one. So I would say that's probably the best part. I was telling you guys earlier, but it hasn't sunk in. Like, it doesn't even feel real.
What'd you say to your family?
I don't really know. I just was. They did all the talking. I was just like, yeah.
What'd they say?
They're just fired up. Like, can't believe you did that, and we're so proud of you, stuff like that. And then I just said, yeah, let's keep it going.
Blake, I love the fact, first off, congratulations, too. I love the fact that you look like you were just relieved when it happened. Was that the feeling that you had? And also, what was that like having it with your catcher in that moment?
Yeah, no, it was awesome. Especially me and Pat. I mean, we've been talking about it the whole year now. Like, we're gonna do it. We're gonna go 9. We weren't saying no hitter, but we're like, we're gonna go 9. So for us to do that moment was pretty special, and for us just like we were kind of laughing at each other like we called it. So that was special, and then yeah, but then going through that game, like the rain delay for the hour. I'm walking around the clubhouse in a circle the whole hour,
just like, all right, don't stop moving, like keep going. And then by like the 5th inning, I'm like, man, I'm tired. I'm tired. And then the 7th inning, I come in, or the 6th inning, I come in, gonna go out for the 7th. I look at JP, I'm like, man, I'm tired. And usually like pitching coaches like BP, JP, they'll talk to me and be like, okay, like they'll talk through it. But JP was like, all right, so we're gonna do this with the next batter, and we're gonna. And then that's when I like looked up and I was like, oh, I'm really doing this, because the walks tricked me to where I was like, oh, I think I got a no-hitter, but I just never look at the scoreboard. I always look at like my pitch count, and I look at like velocity. That's the only thing I look at on the board.
Did you really not know?
Like, no, I didn't. I don't know how to explain that. People say it might be a lefty thing. I don't really know what it is. You know, we're trying to figure it out still.
Blake, you had 15 strikeouts in your last start in 6 innings. That was spectacular, because that's a career high.
Yeah.
You had 11 last night, but you got to a point where that pitch count came into play. Did you feel like you had to pitch to contact at the end of the game?
Yeah, 7th, 8th, 9th, I was like, you got to throw the ball over the plate, because in my head, I said, I'm not going more than 120. Like, that's just not smart. So, I mean, it was 27 pitches last 3 innings. That's efficient. That's efficient.
Hey, by what you said post-game, going 9 mattered to you. Like, why did that matter to you so much?
Just because all the talk, oh, he's never gone 9. He's never gone 9. He hasn't even gone 8. And just hearing that, it's just like, it's like frustrating. Like, for me as a pitcher, like I look at myself like I'm a power pitcher. I got really good stuff, and there's going to be a lot of foul balls. And for a majority of my career, you know, there's always been 2-2, 3-2 counts. I've just had to kind of grow, and as I've gotten older, I've gotten better and more awareness on how to get ahead, why I need to get ahead, the urgency of getting ahead. So that's starting to come into play now with confidence, and you just build your mind. Like, I've been in the league for 9 years, but you got so much to learn. You got your mechanics you got to focus on, and then, you know, pitch sequencing, game plans, how to go with the game plan, how to go against your game plan, how to have feel of hitters. Like, there's so many things that go into it that getting strike 1, strike 2 was, for me, it was like, yeah, I'm trying to, but it wasn't like I need to, you know. And now that this year's kind of been going on, there's more of a like, no, I need to get strike 1, I need to get strike 2, and make them put the ball in play or swing the bat.
Did you know Mike was going to make the catch? He's at the plate right now.
Yeah, I wasn't worried. I knew the ball was getting caught.
Hey.
I knew that. I wasn't worried about that.
Did you check the velocity on the last pitch?
98.
Yeah.
98. I don't know how I did it.
That is
I was
outstanding.
tired. Yeah, but no, I looked. I was pumped. I even texted one of my teammates one of my old teammates in San Diego. I texted him. He knows who he is, but we always talk about velocity. He's like, you never hit 99. But I texted him. I said, 98 at 114. That's pretty good. I mean, we're getting close.
Hey, the only thing went wrong was the lid from the cooler.
Oof. I mean, I got a bump. No, I'm just kidding. But, yeah, it didn't feel good. And then the cold water on top of that kind of, I didn't know what to say for a second. And then I gathered my thoughts and.
Yo, they got you pretty good. We just saw the video of it. They hit you pretty good with the cooler, didn't they?
I mean, when I got hit in the head, I noticed that before the water. And then I tried talking, and it was so cold, I was like, hold on, I'm shivering.
Oh, nothing hurts with a no-no, though, right?
Oh, yeah, no, I felt fine after. I went in there, I was like, hey, next time, take the lid off, hold the lid. But, I mean, I was looking at the cooler today. It's a heavy-duty cooler.
Yeah, it's big.
Yeah, so I'm not mad. I mean, that's a lot. For them to lift that, I was actually more impressed that they could lift it that high.
Blake, you heard a lot of text messages, too. Anything that sticks in mind from some of your former teammates, pitching coaches, people special in your life?
Yeah, former pitching coaches, Kyle, Ruben. Those are, I mean, they've been going to battle with me for so long that those meant a lot to me, because a lot of who I am and why I'm, as good as I am right now is because of them. Without them, I really wouldn't be that good. I really don't think so. They put a lot of time and effort into developing me. So, yeah, like those are probably the special ones because we've gone to battle so much. Me and Kyle were together since day one of when I signed. So
Kyle Snyder, you're talking about. Yeah.
So our connection is really, really close. And then, yeah, me and Ruben over the last 2 years when I was in San Diego got really, really close as well. So those two meant a lot to me because they know the everyday that I've gone through and that we would go through. So those are really special to me.
Watching Hunter Green, what do you got on him?
He got good stuff. I think he's just battling, getting it over the plate, trusting it. He looks good right now.
Pretty good slider. Blake, thank you so much.
Yeah,
Big
guys.
Congratulations from both of us.
Yep, thank you.
Blake.
Appreciate it, guys.
Blake Snell, ladies and gentlemen, no-hitter last night, the 18th in Giants history. Conspicuously absent is anything in the hit column so far. Reds and Giants, neither team has a hit to this point, and we thank Blake Snell for joining us. He is as real as it gets. I love talking to that guy.
I do too, and you understood what that moment meant for him last night. I mentioned before, changing the narrative was big for him. It's a two-time Cy Young Award winner, but last night having that moment changes that.
Ty France, the newcomer to Cincinnati from Seattle, grounds out to Schmidt, and there's one away.
Having the ability to have stuff that gives you, and we're seeing it in Hunter Green with the Reds, but also Blake Snell has that if he can be pitch efficient. Sometimes that has really caused it. He talked about that, how important it was to get over that hurdle. And listening to Bob Melvin earlier before the game today, he understood. He didn't want to look at him. He wanted to give him that opportunity because he did. He had to change the narrative because it's been throughout his whole career. Bob Melvin understands those special moments.
And in part, it's not his fault. I mean, he didn't take himself out of the World Series game, and that's nothing against Kevin Cash either. It was the decision he made early in Blake Snell's career. But, you know, in sports, those things tend to pile up and create conversation very quickly, whether they should or not.
Yeah, and it stays in your back pocket, and it's a big burden to hold on to. Blake Snell understands, even going through last year, but he was a free agent. So taking the ball 31, 32 times was important for him.
Ball cracked to center field. Ramos is back on it. He's at the warning track, and the wall, it is gone. Tyler Stevenson's 12th home run, and Cincinnati has a hit and a loud one.
Talking about changing the narrative, that does for the Cincinnati offense. Look, one of those high fastballs, and he got on top of it. Had some backspin to it, which carries out. It's a favorable hitting ballpark, as we all know. It's known for that. But that's huge for the Reds offense.
Based on StatCast park factors, this is the best home run hitting ballpark in Major League Baseball since 2022, and really since it was born after the great Riverfront Stadium Synergy Field that you used to call home.
But this has the ability to make you feel like you're Babe Ruth, and you have that power.
We should mention that Immaculate Grid chose our analyst for the game today.
Yes.
This is a cross-section for Mark Sweeney's career, San Francisco and Cincinnati.
When you play on 7 teams, Jason, you're on that list a lot.
No, you're the king of Immaculate Grid. Ricocheting to shortstop. Fitzgerald on the charge, and he's got the out.
Well, really had to get out of his hands, and that exchange was tough. Almost threw a changeup that ran up the line. A nice play by Wade Jr. on the applying the tag.
Fitzgerald is such a Swiss Army knife at a young age for this Giants roster. You can play him in the infield or the outfield, and he has been something of a revelation for them.
Yeah, and I think just getting playing time sounds like that's been the key for him. Sometimes as a young player, you're fighting that platoon type of player. And when you have success offensively, you start settling in.
It is TJ Friedl bobblehead night here at Great American Ballpark. He checks his swing, and he did go around. That's Malachi Moore with the punch out, and TJ's like, they're giving away a doll of me. Give me a chance on 0-2. Stevenson on 2-1 deep to center for the first lead tonight. First pitch fouled away by Casey Schmidt, up for the third time this year from AAA in his 107th Major League game this evening. And Hunter Green, after a long second inning, back out to the mound.
25 pitches, 15 for strikes, 10 balls in his second inning of work. To me, emotionally, with striking out the side in the first, he started amping up a little bit, and the mechanics went sideways.
So how do you rectify that if you're him or his catcher?
What he's done great with is he's slowed down. Just slow down mechanically and understand your stuff is really, really good.
And it is. I mean, the average fastball is 98 miles an hour off the hand of Hunter Green, who we've known as a shortstop and pitching prospect all the way back to his teenage days in high school. And it feels like he's been around for so long. Just 24 years old. As this to shortstop, De La Cruz plays it into his arm, which is volatile and strong, and there's out number one. You know, Hunter Green was a shortstop and pitcher coming up at Notre Dame High School in Southern California, and he decided to back off the pitching when he was in high school to play shortstop, preserve his arm, and we've known about the velo, and in this day and age, Mark, if you have that velocity, you end up on social media very quickly, and you get known for that. But it can't be the only tool.
No, and I think he really misses the hitting aspect of it because he was so good. I mean, I heard he raked in high school, but understanding you have a prized possession in that right arm, it's an easy decision if you're the Cincinnati Reds.
And he's talked about this year becoming an all-star in part because of the enhanced focus on his routine in the offseason.
Yeah, and I think that's the maturing part that you have to have if you're going to be successful in one of those elite pitchers.
Oh. That location with that velocity is unhittable.
It is, because it has a second gear. There's a big difference between 95 and 98. 98 at the top of the strike zone is going to miss a lot of bats, and it's going to look really good until it's in the catcher's glove.
6 strikeouts for Hunter Green, and now that slider that gravity just yanked down to the ground.
Yeah, you've seen him try to slow down by trying to execute that breaking ball early in counts.
Contact very hard to come by. This into foul territory, and Ty France making the catch. No hit stuff for 9 innings for the Giants last night. No hit stuff for Hunter Green through 3. Green, 3 innings deep, no hits allowed, couple of base runners, not terribly efficient, but people are going to start to say, well, again,
here we go.
In this same ballpark, in this ballpark specifically, as Stuart Fairchild pops this first pitch up, and Chapman's going to leave it for Fitzgerald, and there's one away. Well, this is an interesting National League wild card race in that literally, other than 2 teams, everybody's in it.
They're in it, and that's what affected the trading deadline, because you have that feel. David Bell believes in his players. Bob Melvin believes in getting over 500. Will get you involved with that talk about how you can get it done. They're going to have to do it different ways.
Yeah, this Giants team has struggled offensively, especially in the home run category. But they go out and they kind of paint it around the edges with a guy like Mark Canha on the bench, who Bob Melvin knows very well from Oakland. But Cincinnati has been at the vanguard of this whole team speed burst over the last couple of years. They're going to have to use that, you'd assume.
They are, and they're going to have to rely on some youth, having some inexperience in the minor leagues, but developing at the big league level.
Matt McLain would really help.
It sure would. That's the omission that I think affects this team, because you watch that talented second baseman and he hasn't been on the roster and been activated, and David Bell understands it's really managing the people that are on the roster here, but that is a young hitter that changes your lineup.
Harrison's second strikeout. Marte is down. Suit up for the summer at MLBshop.com. Check out the largest selection of official jerseys, caps, t-shirts, collectibles, and more. Gear up with your favorite team at MLBshop.com. The Reds are so young that sitting at David Bell's desk while we were chatting with him was his 12-year-old son, Gus.
Oh, I love seeing Gus. I got to meet him today. David Bell and I were teammates in St. Louis Cardinals, so I'm proud of his maturing as a manager, because it's hard these days. And I say that with all due respect, because it's a challenging game. Not only do you have to get 26 guys on the same page, but you also have to develop and get the team to the next level.
Line shot, foul left side. I couldn't help, as you were talking to David Bell and former teammates getting to catch up, I was looking over his shoulder, and his son was at the desk poring over his statistics, and I couldn't help but think of the family lineage, which led David into that spot. And, you know, very easily in 30 years we could be talking about another manager with the last name of Bell, because of how important this game has been to this entire family.
It is, and I think that's the reason why David Bell is over there managing, because he wanted to make his dad proud, be a part of something that is special.
That was a really close pitch for Harrison.
Was. But he has the ability to change what the Reds are going to be becoming, and he has passion for the game of baseball. He respects the game.
3-2. That ball is cannon fire. Way out of here. Jonathan India, a pitch after nearly striking out, tattoos a baseball.
Only his 9th home run, but talking to David Bell, he believes in his roster. He understands that he's going to have to get production, and production comes via the home run on the slurve, the hanging slurve. Jonathan India knew it.
That was as much of a no-doubter as I've seen all year in person. My goodness. And now we'll see if Harrison can find his footing again against one of the toughest batters in America. But Jonathan India, who just said, I love it here. His name's come up in trade talks last couple of seasons. He's stayed here. He wasn't here for their last playoff team in the pandemic season in 2020, and he would love nothing more than to get them back there, as De La Cruz and the fans, all of them, didn't like that call.
But getting back to India, this is a guy that has heard his name, and when you hear your name, the only thing you can do is go out there and perform. it's frustrating because the social media complement to that, and you're going to hear constantly, your friends are going to call you, text you, but you're in a Reds uniform, and you perform.
Ellie De La Cruz in the air to right field. Anytime he makes contact, it sounds like a band is playing their favorite song at a concert here. Jonathan India. Whoa. Papa John's, the Queen City of Ohio, home of the Cincinnati Reds, one of the cornerstone franchises in the National League. And Jonathan India with a solo home run to double Cincinnati's lead as Hunter Green pipes a fastball for a strike. We have seen Hunter Green hit 98 quite routinely in this game, and do with this information what you will. I don't know if there's much of a takeaway, you decide, but the Giants have the 8th fewest hits on 97 plus this season. They have 39 hits on 97-mile-an-hour pitches plus. The most in Major League Baseball, in case you were wondering, for your next dinner party, is Minnesota and Arizona with 62 of them. So there is a pretty wide range across baseball in hitting velo, as the scouts say.
Well, Jason, I'll say this too. I think being able to handle high velocity, which we see all throughout the game. The relievers come in. There's no one pitching under 95 typically.
Right.
You have to handle velocity. That's your identity. And if you can't, I understand they throw more breaking balls than they ever before. But your identity comes with how you handle the fastball, if you can handle it. And it's not necessarily the big swings. I was always taught, let them supply the power.
2-2 is inside, 3-2, and you would know. I mean, you hit your very last big league home run in this ballpark.
Well, I love that, how you got that out. It's not about the home runs, though. It really has everything to do with being able to set a tone.
Left field, Spencer Steer, and one away. How so?
Because if you're seeing Green with a high octane fastball and you're seeing a variation of where it's thrown, how you're throwing it. But if you take that away, I think that's kind of the kryptonite to him. Then he has to become, I have to throw that slider, I have to throw the split finger, and I have to execute that more. When he beats you with that fastball, he becomes invincible.
That's a good way to put it. It's not only the stuff, right? It's the persona.
It is.
Along with it.
I think a lot of guys get on that rubber and feel like that this is what I have to do. I have to go out there and execute. If someone takes it away from me, then what do I do? And those are the successful ones. That's when you talk about Verlander and Kershaw and the elite guys that have done it on a consistent basis year after year.
It's a check swing foul, 2-2. Impromptu trivia question. Who was your final major league home run off of in this ballpark?
Oh my gosh.
Mark Sweeney.
I'm going to say Bronson Arroyo.
Oh, see, it's a good guess, but this is a little bit more obscure of a player.
Oh.
Think Shakespeare.
No, now you lost.
Right, I figured I was going to. Oh my goodness. Surgery on the outside corner by Hunter Green.
Jason, not only is it velocity, but it's location. This is amping up and having the ability to paint a fastball and earn that because of what he has been executing to this point tonight.
How about Stevenson getting around it too and bringing it back even before he caught it?
You need that. And yes, if you're a Giants fan, you see that's off, but sometimes you earn that.
Matt Chapman did not like it. The answer was Marcus Macbeth.
Marcus Macbeth.
Yeah.
Wow.
Thought it was like Billy Hamlet or something. What are you? 1-1. Inside and low, 2 balls and a strike. He did go to the splitter there. Again, it's a rare pitch for Hunter Green, the splitter, but he will mix it in about 1 out of every 10 pitches or so.
Yeah, and every time you talk to pitchers, they have the feel that if that's the pitch that he wants to develop more and more, it's developing confidence to execute that.
It's tough to do within a major league game.
It is, and I think that takes time. And let's not jump ahead because you just have that stuff and you want to throw it.
Right side, that's through. There will be no hitter in Cincinnati tonight. Michael Conforto breaks it up with 2 out of the 4th. And time now to take a look at the Fisher Investments player profile. It is the NL Rookie of the Month in July. Tyler Fitzgerald, 5 straight games of the home run in July, the longest rookie home run streak, and there have been a lot of great rookies.
Yeah, and you look at the consistency he has brought. I think Bob Melvin understands this is the guy that has to be in there. Is there swing and miss? Yes, there is. But that comes with experience to cut down those swings and misses. But you see the .310 average and the 10 home runs. That's eye-popping.
He is an Illinois native from the capital of Illinois in Springfield, as this is foul just short of our booth. He went to college to play at Louisville for a high-octane program there, Dan McDonald and the Cardinals. And it happens to be the AAA home of the Cincinnati Reds, the Louisville Bats, where David Bell was managing in the past. It's another 20-pitch inning for Hunter Green. So that bullpen might get activated early. That's the 75th pitch coming now.
And 11 the last inning. But you start realizing what he's trying to do. Racking up those strikeouts.
What do you do with that slider?
He's got it all coming. It sure is.
It's got to be first game, right?
He's a Jonathan India fan. I know that.
That is exactly right. After a home run that might have gotten all the way up to wherever they're standing. Strike one to Spencer Steer from Kyle Harrison, trying to bounce back from that India home run in the third. Kyle Harrison in the offseason got a text from his dad, according to the San Francisco Chronicle, that said Blake Snell is going to sign with the Giants. There's a base hit to left. It's a leadoff single for Steer. Kyle Harrison loved watching Blake Snell growing up. He was a huge fan of Blake Snell to the point where he went to a Giants game. Harrison grew up in the San Jose area. He went to a Giants game and met Blake Snell, whose advice to him was throw strikes. And so hearing Blake Snell tell us what he told us, it's funny to hear him talk about how he's developed in that department while he was also giving advice 6 years ago to a very young Kyle Harrison down those lines.
There's so many different ways to be able to be developed, but also being within that locker room and having the ability to go over, pull up a chair and have conversations is the development that a lot of these players need. They have to communicate. I learned so much from veteran influences that knew how to play the game. And you have to take advantage of those situations.
But at first, like, wouldn't you kind of be like, oh, I don't know if I should approach that person?
I think you have to break the ice. If you're a rookie, go up there and break the ice.
That's called a strike, and there's a groan from the crowd. They thought that pitch was around Luxembourg to France. See, don't agree with me halfway through a sentence. You never know what you're going to agree with. 1-2. That's outside. High in the air, foul ground, first base side. Wade Jr. is going to run out of room.
Well, Jason, I saw this pickup of Ty France, and one of the guys that really fell off of favor in Seattle. But I think this is a nice pickup because it goes within what the framework of what the Cincinnati Reds want to do. He hasn't had the good start coming over as Cincinnati Reds, but this guy knows how to hit. Been through some injuries in Seattle.
Base hit to right. 2 on, nobody out. So 2 on, nobody out. Tyler Stevenson back in the second inning.
This had some carry. What has the power and just changed the way the Cincinnati Reds felt about what happened last night. And it's a new night. That's what you get in the game of baseball.
Whether you like it or not, really. I mean, you go right back out there, and you heard Blake Snell talking about it, right? That it's so ingrained in players. We're talking to the guy who threw the no-hitter last night. He was like, yeah, got to get my work in.
Got to get my routine. Got to get into it. And listen, it's the body of work. That's a 162 game season.
I just looked, by the way, on Baseball Savant. You were talking about getting advice from different players. This has you at 537 career teammates.
Yeah, I had
a lot of different advice.
It was a lot. 7 different teams. And the beauty of it was being around here in Cincinnati and being around Barry Larkin and the superstars that mean the most to the city itself. The Hall of Famer.
3-0 here. Center field again. Ramos back, track and wall, and this one's out of here. Straight away thunder again from Stevenson.
Baker's dozen for Tyler Stevenson. That had different sound on it.
It's 404 to that A-frame out there in center field. And he has hit the ball a long way, just right of center the first time. Past Ramos, and then this. Another 2-home run game for Tyler Stevenson. He had one last month as well, July the 11th against Colorado. And while this is a hitter-friendly ballpark, that's not a cheapie to center field.
No, it says 404, and it's going to carry a lot more when it gets hot out here, but that ball was driven. You're watching Kyle Harrison now, those misses on the arm side that Bob Melvin talked about. That's the frustrating part, and especially when you're talking about a 22-year-old. Just having the ability to pitch inside. I think that is going to be something that Kyle has to do moving forward. He has Blake Snell in front of him, seeing that the success he's had, it's not the same velocity, but it's the execution.
It's a good breaking ball on the inside corner, strike 3, but back to the home run.
Well, you could see just handling the velocity at the top of the strike zone. You're going to have to do that, but real nice power and balance in that swing.
Oof. That is as loud of a sound as you're going to hear. As here is TJ Friedel, who is very willing to bunt for a hit. He's said it before, even after a home run. He'll show bunt. He likes to have all those different tools. And here's a guy who had one college interested in it. It was Nevada, and it was as a walk-on. And now he's here, and I don't want to overstate the importance of your own action figure, but they don't make bobbleheads for walk-ons all the time. He's made a very nice career for himself, and he's hit lefties very well this season as well.
And David Bell talked about how he lengthens the lineup. He also, when he's locked in, can front the lineup, which is being that leadoff guy that can grind out. If you're handling lefties, it doesn't matter who's throwing. You have to execute at the top of the order. It sets a tone.
There's a high fastball for strike 3. Harrison has responded well to the home run. And next Saturday, Baseball Night in America on Fox. Gunnar Henderson and a slew of former Norfolk Tides, even just in the past 10 days, will take on the Rays or the Cubs and the White Sox, who may win by then. It all begins next Saturday at 7 Eastern on Fox. Check for the game in your area. No promises.
No promises.
18 straight losses for the White Sox. They're down 1-0 to Minnesota and Bailey Ober today. No word on whether or not Chris Myers will be updating that score from the studio.
I'd like to see he and Dontrell be able to break that down.
We're now teasing their future teases. I like it. 2-1 on Fairchild. That Rays-Orioles game will be interesting. Certainly, we have Baltimore and Cleveland elsewhere in regional action tonight, and that game's tied at 2. Just up the road a little bit in Cleveland.
What a year they've had.
They're like the best 2-out hitting team in the country. That ball's crushed down the left field side toward the pole. It goes fair and gone. Ringing back in as Fairchild hits a buzzsaw.
Well, I think Blake Snell set them up for the aggravation of coming out and getting your home run shoes on. The Reds are really coming out, driving the baseball. Different night.
Target hit. out in 18 starts in the big leagues before today, and 4 home runs allowed in 3 2/3 tonight in Cincinnati.
Yeah, too many mistakes. I think you go back to that Jonathan India pitch right before the home run. That frustrated him, almost took him away from his concentration level. And you got to understand that too. Those are some of the things that affect you.
Sean Jelly, tall, nearly 7-foot right-hander, out to the mound for the Giants, and he's going to have to soak up some innings, but they're not in as dire of straits as you typically would be when you have a 3 2/3 outing from your starter because of the back-to-back shutouts.
Yeah, fresh bullpen, but you wonder without the body of work. Their breaking ball, he possesses that knuckle curve that he has a lot of success with.
Two, and there is a really nice curveball, one of those from Jelly. 3 strikeouts in the inning, but 4 hits, 2 home runs, a 3-run shot for Stevenson, a solo shot off the pole for Fairchild. 6-0, bobs away for Cincinnati. Two tonight, and Stuart Fairchild, a solo shot in the 4th, have Cincinnati up 6-0 on the Giants 1 day after being no hit. And from the desk of our statistician Scott Lightman, of the last 12 teams to have been no hit in Major League Baseball, 8 have won the next day.
Doesn't surprise me.
Really?
Yeah, you get embarrassed in this game.
Yastrzemski to left field. That's well hit all the way back to the warning track where it's playable for Steer.
Jason, you get embarrassed in this game, and like Blake Snell talked about, you got to sleep quickly, right? But you come to the ballpark and you say that we have to change things around, especially at home. And the Cincinnati Reds have won the first part of this game, and offensively they've been backed by the home run.
And if you're going to build a team, right, for your home ballpark where you play the majority of your games, you would love to have home run power here.
You got to have that.
There's Luciano just up on Tuesday from AAA. The bat plays certainly for Luciano.
It does, and he's going to get the base of at bats. Jorge Soler traded back to the Atlanta Braves. I think every manager would like to be creative with that DH position and give some guys off defensively. what you're reading is Luciano's going to get those base of DH at bats.
He's 22 years old. He was 1 for 4 yesterday, but yeah, there are some managers, especially late August, early September, want to get guys off their feet for a day or two and use the DH as a rotating breather for legs, especially after you play on certain turfs in this league, right?
Bob Melvin has to be creative, but also understanding that you're trying to ask a lot of these young players to go out there and perform on a daily basis. Most important thing is getting at bats.
Close pitch right there. Kind of backup slider, 2-2. Green misses below the zone with a slider, 3-2. Third full count for Hunter Green. There is Schmidt on deck. Right there. Little run on that fastball, and he pops the zone for strikeout number 9, Hunter Green. For the first time ever with MLB Network and At Bat subscription, stream the MLB Network 24/7 plus select out-of-market games. Visit MLB.com/atbat for details. Right back to Green, a boomerang. Ends a 1-2-3 fifth. That quick inning might have earned him an extra inning later in the game. Foresight powered by Google Cloud as we begin the bottom of the fifth. That's a 98% win probability, 31-1 when they score 6+, and we're putting that on the screen because they have 6+. It is a 6-0 lead for Cincinnati, and thanks to Google Cloud for powering these real-time insights. You know, the one thing though, this ballpark does play small, and so 6-0 here isn't exactly the same as in other ballparks, but it's a pretty secure lead right now.
Especially the way Hunter Green looks.
Virtually unhittable. As Jelly, one of the best ground ball pitchers in all of baseball, styles a curve to India. All 6'11" of Sean Jelly, as Hunter Green has gone 5 scoreless so far tonight. It is a little surprising when you look that Jelly is only in the top 2/3 of baseball in extension. which means he doesn't get everything out of those long levers in terms of delivering the ball toward the batter. There's a hit for India. He's run 3 long counts, and he's been on base all 3 times.
When we go back in the 3rd inning, and a 2-2 pitch really should have gone the Giants' way. That's a borderline pitch that usually goes, well, you get another one, and that's deposited in deep left field. Another slurve, and that the frustrations. Kyle Harrison, and understandably, that changed the game.
Chad Whitson was not a fan of whatever Harrison said to him coming off the field. Ellie De La Cruz has to duck out of the way. But India, you're right, he should have been out on that strike 3, but he had seen so many pitches. There's just not a whole lot for Harrison to show him that late in a 2nd count.
So much value in being able to see as many pitches as you can.
Chopper to first base. That's a fair ball. They'll get India at 2nd. De La Cruz didn't run out of the box, so he gets doubled off. That's the only way you're going to turn 2 against him.
Yeah, I thought he thought it was foul. It looked like it was going that way. See Wade covering the line, but he comes up easily fair, but he doesn't get out of the box. That's an inexperienced mistake. Takes a look at it. That's an easy double play for the Giants.
I think we have a pitch comm issue. There's a signal by Jelly, so Bailey's going to come out and talk to him. Bailey did that last night to save an automatic ball for Blake Snell. Did we show the TBT promo because Jelly's on the mound because he's 6'11"? He could easily play for like a Giants alumni team in a basketball tournament.
Yes, he could.
So I know that he's changed locations, but John Calipari is actually a cousin of TJ Friedel. And Sean Jelly played at Kentucky. So if Jelly was going to play for any team in the TBT, it would be a Kentucky alumni team. And there is a connection to John Calipari elsewhere at Great American Ballpark tonight.
That's interesting.
It's a long way to go for a story.
He's not going to be a Razorback.
No, he's not. He's not. No. The only way you can get a Wildcat to become a Razorback is if you pay the coach. Right? I think that's pretty much it.
That is true.
1-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes for Spencer Steer. Reds have had a base runner on in every inning so far in this game, as that's a roller to shortstop, and Fitzgerald retiring the side. Leadoff single, no harm done to San Francisco. Giants need some runs. sponsored by Wendy's. Hunter Green tonight, 5 innings, 1 hit. The league was hitting 190 against him coming into tonight, and this isn't going to help bolster the league's resume against him. Look at those first pitch strikes.
Yeah, and I love that because that sets the tone as well. Had 2 11-pitch innings, 1 in the 3rd, 1 in the 5th. He's learned how to be efficient. I think Derek Johnson, the pitching coach, has to feel really pleased how he is maturing, coming off a great month of July.
We saw that look of him from our camera on the side. The posture is somebody who owns the mound.
Yeah, he wants to be there, and that presence is real, and he's taking it to another level. You wonder, Jason, if that all-star nod gave him that, because I believe that that's something that you wish upon, but those first-timers this year not only changed the game, but Hunter Green probably changed his feeling of how he goes out there and works.
India to first and 1 away. Lamont Wade, a rare 0 for 3 with that 420 on base percentage coming into the night. But I was looking back at Barry Bonds, that 0-4 season.
Wow.
The on base percentage of 609 is just laughable to look at.
How many times did you see the manager just sticking his hand up and wiggling 4 fingers?
It was like 120 intentional walks that year. The best on base percentage for any qualifier in baseball right now, and Aaron Judge having a great year.
Yeah.
It's 449. I mean, Aaron Judge is having like a transcendent year where guys are. John Schneider today intentionally walked him in the first 2 innings of that game.
Yeah, that's what 40 home runs and over 100 RBIs will do to you.
And he's not close to Barry Bonds, and nobody's close to Hunter Green right now. Double figures in strikeouts.
He's putting on a show, and it really has to do with the finish, and it's been a lot of 4-seam fastballs that have that run and missing a lot of bats. He's locked in.
That's 100 on pitch number 95.
Yeah, ask David Bell before the game today. If Frankie Montas gets shipped to Milwaukee, the influences that you have in that locker room that we already touched on, but now Frankie Montas taught Hunter Green how to be more aggressive. His thought process was how you get some outs within 3 pitches. And I think you have to feel that even when you're a strikeout thrower like Hunter Green. You have to be able to do it different ways. That's what makes you special. That's what makes you win in this game of baseball. And I know baseball has minimized winning as a starter. I think there's a lot of worth when you're the #1 starter.
Well, and if the team is winning a high percentage of your games, just because the win statistic has lost some of its dazzle because of how few pitchers are going deep into games, doesn't mean your winning percentage as a team when a guy's on the mound doesn't matter. It certainly does.
Sure does. It's win night, and that feeling when your ace is on the mound resonates before batting practice. You know what you have to do.
Strike 3 again. 11 tickets punched by Hunter Green tonight. And this crowd loves it. 6th inning in Cincinnati here at Great American Ballpark. We thank you for joining us with Mark Sweeney, Jason Benetti. We will give back the booth to John Sadak and Barry Larkin, but their home is cushy and full of ice cream, and we appreciate that very much. As Jordan Hicks is out of the San Francisco bullpen, the former St. Louis Cardinal.
Working in his 21st game, 20 of those appearances with one relief appearance, 19 starts.
Fitzgerald at shortstop. A long throw and out number 1. Chris Paul's TBT, as previewed earlier, is now on Fox. 64 teams battle it out in a high-stakes tournament. Winner takes it all for $1 million prize. The basketball tournament championship tomorrow, 2 Eastern on Fox. There is Encarnacion into right, and that moves Mike Yastrzemski to center. Elliot Ramos out of the ball game. Bob Melvin giving at least one player a little bit of rest in a blowout game as Stevenson goes for maybe his 3rd home run of the night.
So high octane by Hicks, and he also has that slider that you just saw the previous pitch.
He, like Hunter Green, renowned for throwing hard when they got to Major League Baseball. That has cooled off some with the injury troubles that Hicks has run into, with elbow issues, arm fatigue, neck issues, forearm issues in the past. But he can still do that. 98 on the sinker for strike 3. Stevenson out for the first time.
Well, they love this arm. They'd like to get him into the rotation, but they have to build up those innings. So the rest of the year is going to be out of the bullpen, and if you're getting that, maybe just pushing on the gas even more.
Two down, Candelario. He's bounced around a bunch from the Cubs to the Tigers, here to Cincinnati. Stops in between. He was once traded with Isaac Paredes. I was involved in a deal to go back to the Cubs where they started, as Malachi Moore waves that on. There were some interesting deals at the deadline of teams kind of playing that middle ground.
Yeah, and I think probably the wild card has a lot to do with that. Definitely a seller's market.
Way inside. I mean, so many teams are at least involved in the wild card in the National League. It shrinks the amount of bodies available.
Yeah, and you look at some of the aggressive ones. I would say San Diego Padres were really aggressive, trying to shorten the game rather than going out and getting a starter.
Lifted left center field, toward the alleyway it goes, and that ball is off the base of the fence. Candelario has a 2-out double.
Well, that has to be a good sign for the Reds as well. Candelario has struggled a little bit, but you see him handling that pitch on the outside part of the plate from that left side, driving it off the left center wall. Reds would like to see some more consistency in that.
Now Friedel, who struck out twice against Harrison, left on left. A little bit low, ball 1. TJ Friedel, undrafted after being a walk-on at Nevada, as he's ahead 2-0.
And a Kentucky basketball fan.
For a long while.
A long while.
2-0. We are not far from the great state of Kentucky. The airport in Cincinnati is actually across the border in Covington, if you've never been. Reds fans just stamped their bingo card that the airport being in Kentucky got mentioned on a national broadcast. We're happy to help whatever game you're playing at home. 3-1 on Friedel.
I love bingo.
There it is. The Northern Kentucky Water District. Just in case you thought we were batty. Slice to left center field. Toward the alleyway it goes once again, and Yastrzemski, who is outstanding in the outfield, makes the catch to retire the side here in Ohio. Sale lets you follow your favorite players wherever they go for only $34.99. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Sale ends August 5th. Visit MLB.tv for details. That was earlier in the ball game. And yes, the Reds are leading 6-0, but the happiest camper is that guy because she said yes. Wilson in, first pitch swing, line to center field, and this is 2 bases at least after a juggle. It will be an attempt at third for Chapman, and he is in there safely. Bobble out there in center, and now the ball gets away into the dugout, which will send Chapman home for the first run of the ball game. Because it ended up out of play, he'll get that base, and the Giants are on the board.
Yeah, it looked like it didn't have a good look with TJ Friedel in center field. This ball is crushed by Chapman. And the bobble in center field allows Chapman to advance to third base.
So now it's 6-1, and the Giants winners of 2 straight on the backs of a couple of shutouts. We'll try to add on here. It's a double E8 E6. 2 errors on 1 play for Cincinnati behind Justin Wilson, the left-hander out of the bullpen, for Hunter Green, who was just exceptional tonight.
He sure was. I mean, spectacular. And all the superlatives that you want to say. 11 strikeouts, but start realizing it from the Giants' perspective. It's a good sign getting him out of the ball game.
And now Wilson struggling to throw strikes, 3-0. Just 7 walks in 29 innings for Wilson. There is a strike. High in the air, deep left field. Will Benson, just in the game, is back at the wall, and the Giants have their second run of the ball game. You never know. It's 6-2. Michael Conforto goes deep to left.
Well, Conforto was the only one that solved Green with that single, the lone single. But what a beautiful swing. Going the opposite way. I think Hunter Green leaving the game really opened the eyes of the Giants hitters. Why not?
Foul ball, strike 1 to Fitzgerald. Well, Conforto had that 33 home run year, the career high 5 years ago. He's got his 11th this season. Wilson misses inside. So both those runs will end up being earned off the home run for Wilson. And a chase right there, and a big one. Fitzgerald's third strikeout. We say hi to Chris Myers in Los Angeles. Thank you, Chris. Appreciate that. The Rays 5.5 out of the wild card in the American League, and they were all over the map at the deadline as well. They're not out of it yet.
No, that's the game they have to play. I mean, when you get to that point, you're.
The ground ball to second. That's India. Easy does it for out number 2.
You just work on your development and next man up. And that's the mentality that has worked for the Rays.
They've got the Red Sox and Mariners in between them and Minnesota. The Twins are 60-48. They're the third wild card team. Kansas City has jumped them again into the second place spot in the wild card. And Baltimore right now is 65-46, a wild card team, chasing the Yankees by a half game.
Yeah, and I got to be honest, Jason. I mean, you look at what the Diamondbacks did last year. It changed a lot of perspective, I think, for organizations. And the way they played, the timeliness of them playing their best version of baseball. Not that they didn't play well during the year. I don't think anyone had them coming out of the National League last year.
They had a negative run differential for the balance of the season.
And that's a mindset of organizations just getting into the dance. Let's take our chances when we get in.
2-1 here, fouled away, and that's why I think you have kind of these half measures at the deadline, right? Like they did one of those deals where they got Paul Sewald. It cost them, you know, Canzone, Fletcher, etc. But they got a bona fide closer and kind of played that middle ground very well last year. Strike 3. Wilson bounces back to punch out Luciano. But the Giants are back in this game, 6-2 off the home run from Conforto. broadcast is sponsored by Applebee's. Help us squeeze out childhood cancer. Humid night here at Great American Ballpark. Some clouds off in the distance, and Reds fans hope figuratively those stay away. It's a 6-2 game. It was 6-0 Cincinnati until the top of this inning when the Giants scored a pair of runs and Jordan Hicks back out to the hill. Stuart Fairchild, who has 23 at-bats as a pinch hitter, the third most in Major League Baseball, starting tonight. You know something about pinch hitting.
Sure do. Way of life.
High volume pinch hitter. Second career pinch hits, right? 175
Second,
of them.
behind the great Lenny Harris.
Lenny Harris. What makes a well-prepared, let's say, pinch hitter?
It's exactly what you have to do. You have to be prepared. But you have to handle the velocity of the fastball. I mean,
really?
That was a staple, being able to do that. Give your team an opportunity and have that mindset of I had to out-prepare everybody else.
Were you preparing for like one reliever? Did you know who you were going to get in for likely?
No, but you had to be a second manager and understand what their traits were and when they would pull the trigger. It has really been a lost art in the game of baseball now with the DH coming in. So I'm very grateful when I played, but you start realizing that the game has changed, and most pinch hitting opportunities are where you fit in and the platoon versions.
Yeah, it's platoon pinch hitting now, right? There are guys who are on rosters like Mark Canha, I would say, is that kind of guy. He's here to, in large part, just beat up on left-handed pitchers.
Right,
for the Giants.
And a nice weapon for Bob Melvin to be able to have an experienced at-bat that has a base of at-bats throughout his career to give him that opportunity.
And Fairchild is that kind of guy too. His splits are pretty massive. He hits lefties very well. Righties not as much. As he'll step off, and they'll use one of their visits in order to avoid a pitch timer violation. But the top three guys in pinch hit opportunities in baseball: Manny Margot of Minnesota, who hits lefties very well. Andy Ibanez of the Tigers, same deal. It's all platoon based at this point.
And I think it's a mindset from the manager's perspective. If it's a better matchup at the end of the game where it is that platoon guy, and it's a different mindset, I could almost feel it coming, especially with the way the pitchers were and how they were utilized.
3-2 on Fairchild. And that's outside. It's ball four. He does have 13 steals this year. I wonder how different managers told you were going to pinch hit.
It was basically the bench coach.
Okay.
And they would have a sense of that and a pulse. Brian Christensen with Bob Melvin, his right-hand man.
Filled in for him as manager for a couple of days.
Yeah, and I love that because that was the perspective. Now you have facilities where that batting cage is right near these dugouts.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a helpful component. A lot of these guys like to hit during the game, stay loose.
Strike one on Marte. It's clipped foul. I was wondering if certain managers told you earlier than others.
I would say no. The one that scared me the most was Tony La Russa.
Really?
And Tony La Russa would take that opportunity without you knowing, because he wanted to be that mystery call where you had the fifth inning and he was going to kind of catch you off guard, and that's an uncomfortable feeling for a pinch hitter.
So he basically thought if he was going to catch the other team off guard, he would almost have to catch you thinking as a manager off guard.
Yeah, and that happened once, and it didn't happen after that. I didn't want it to happen because it's an uncomfortable feeling.
1-2 to Marte. On the ground is short. That's Fitzgerald and Schmidt. Slow exchange and safe at first. Team leaders sponsored by Applebee's. Tyler Stevenson, a couple of home runs, his second two-homer game in less than a month. India, a homer. Fairchild, a home run. So pray tell, how not ready were you that one time that Tony La Russa called upon you?
Didn't know where my batting gloves were. Didn't know where my helmet was. And I think I knew where my bat was. That was really it.
Ooh, look out, India.
That'll get your attention.
Inside again, he shook to that.
Yeah, 297's up and in, a little too tight for India's liking.
Two and 0. Tie again, 3 balls, no strikes. So what do you do when you don't know where your helmet and gloves are?
You really hug the bat boy, and you make sure he knows where your stuff is.
A little extra in it for you tonight, kid.
It's bringing me back, Jason.
I'm sorry, I think. 3-0 to India, and that's called a strike, much to the dismay of the locals.
La Russa had that way about him. He liked that.
There's a shroud of mystery.
Yeah,
when
he liked it.
3-1 fouled away, 3-2.
But I think it is a lost art. I miss that element of the game. I think a lot of people understand the DH was needed offensively for the whole league to be able to gain more offense. But I miss that element to steal some games and be able to be a complement to what a great game is.
Yeah, tactically for managers, there's a check on first, and it slightly gets away past the entanglement of Wade and Marte. You know, it would have been interesting to see pitchers still hitting along with the 3-batter minimum out of the bullpen. That would have been a real mental challenge for managers.
Yeah, and I think they would have been able to pull the punches a little bit easier.
On the ground to third this time. Chapman charges. Schmidt on the turn. That's the double play the Giants wanted last time. And we'll go to the 8th, see if San Francisco can build on that momentum.
have cleanup duties after the game, just tell Siri. Remind me to do the dishes tonight.
And you can ask Siri anything.
Anything.
Brett Wisely pinch hitting for San Francisco here for Schmidt. Tony Santillan out of the bullpen with his hot fastball, as you saw on the graphic at the bottom right on the Fox box. Game number 7 this year, a draft pick 9 years ago for the Reds. One twisting foul left side, 0-2. Cincinnati, if you just joined us, jumped out to an early lead on homers in the 2nd and 3rd. Solo shots from Stevenson in India. A 3-run homer from Stevenson in the 4th. As that ball's guided to right field, and Fairchild for the first out of the top of the 8th. San Francisco got a double and the quote-unquote little league home run from Matt Chapman on a couple errors, and then a Michael Conforto homer for their 2 runs in the 7th.
As you mentioned, Jason, it's never over here. I mean, the home run ball can bite you on the other side too.
In the air right field, Fairchild has room again. You know, it's interesting. You look at the wild card fortunes for both these teams. They're 4 and 6 back, the Giants and Reds. I have the MLB app up, and there's a whole scoreboard page. Who do you root for? If you're watching the scoreboard, I mean, what do you even want at this point? You just have to basically win, right?
Yeah, and you try to get that consistency that gives you that good stretch. I think the San Diego Padres have separated themselves by having a consistent 2-week stretch.
Do you then root for, if you're Reds and Giants fans, you just root for San Diego to run away with one of the wild card spots and beat up on everybody else?
I think you just understand you're going to scoreboard watch, but you're also going to take care of business.
That ball's crushed to right center field, a long way toward the alley, and that finds its way over the yellow line for a home run. Encarnacion up to do just that, makes it a 6-3 ball game. He started the year in Oaxaca, couldn't get a job in Major League Baseball, and he's home run for hire right now for the Giants, and it's 6-3.
Well, Jorge Soler is in Atlanta, so you have to get some power support. Brought up to do just that. Got the start last night. It's a home run tonight. The Giants are feeling really good about that add-on to their roster.
He was with the Marlins a couple of years ago and just couldn't find anybody to take him on this year, but Gerard Encarnacion has his first Giants home run. Bouncing ball to short. De La Cruz gets around it and slings it to retire this side, but the Giants have made this, at least for now, a save situation going to the 9th. by Google Cloud, the official AI partner of Be part of the action like never before and cast your vote for the MLB Player of the Game. Voting opens after the 6th inning of every game at MLB.com/POTG. Terms and conditions apply. The lights are back on. They flipped them off for Alexis Diaz into the ball game for the ominous entry for the closer for Cincinnati. Tried to wrap around a slider. 1 ball, 1 strike on Chapman, who doubled and scored last time.
Yeah, 21 of 23 for Diaz in closing out. Ideal situation for him here.
Not there. Chapman sends it way into the night. 6-4. The Giants are not done.
That 106 off the bat. 423 is the distance. Oh, talk about a slider, a cement mixer right over the middle of the plate. Chapman drills this ball. That makes it interesting.
Yeah, it does. 3rd homer in as many innings for the Giants, and now Diaz hits the very top of the zone, but he's a guy, Diaz is, who has struggled with his command quite a bit. He's in the zone there for a foul ball. Strike 2 on Conforto, who homered back in the 7th. Conforto takes a moment to stall. Fouled hard, back to the backstop. Here's Conforto in an advantageous count last time.
Well, you got to love it, because going opposite field after getting the single against Hunter Green, he goes the opposite field, and that locks you in. Conforto is one of those streaky hitters.
He came in 8 for his last 58, but he's 2 for 2 and on base 3 times tonight. Giants trying to get to 500. They've won 2 in a row to close 1 game back of even. Ground ball, 3rd base. 1 down. Marte takes care of Conforto for the first time tonight. One down, Fitzgerald, who is 0 for 3. Tender is his night so far. Nasty.
Yeah, it's got that look of the fastball out of the hand. Even when he's effectively wild in the strike zone, he can get some swing and miss.
Not competitive. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Yeah, I think he has to go back to that slider right on the outside part of the plate.
That's how he got the chase last time. 1-2. That hit more of the plate than he wanted, but Marte's got it, and his throw is just under the wire for out number 2. He had to have every mile an hour on that throw that he got. Yastrzemski caught the final out in the no-hitter last night. And here he may make the final out of the Reds' first win in the series. He does. De La Cruz makes the catch. 6-4, the final score for Cincinnati.
Home run power of the distance, the very big difference tonight's ball game. Tyler Stevenson having a real good night. 2 home runs in his first 2 at-bats with a difference maker.
Three home runs for the Giants, 4 home runs for the Reds. 6-4 your final score, and the final 2 months are going to decide what that whirling dervish of a wild card race is going to end up being. Final score in Cincinnati, 6-4 the Reds. For our producer Brad Weimer, our director Brian Biederman, our entire
Didn't want him in here? Is this your house? Is night vision working on this? Yeah. You seeing it okay? Let me see.
Want to put the IR light to it? Huh? Want to put IR light?
Yeah.
Hold on, just real quick. Okay. Got it?
Yeah.
Ready?
Yeah. Is it on?
It will be here.
Whoa, what is it? Camera.
Camera?
Are you telling us that you can see our camera? It's pretty weird. All 3 of us are holding a camera right now.
That's true.
Communicate. Give us another word. I'm still not convinced that you're here. We're gonna leave. See you later. There it goes. Let's go. I want you to speak up. Communicate with us. Trying to figure out if you're still here.
Jesus. Hold on.
Trying to figure out if you're still here.
Jesus. Hold on. I got the goosebumps, man. That scared me.
Who made that bang? Do it again. Make that bang noise again. What was that?
Just then, both Aaron and I heard what sounded like a disembodied voice come from downstairs. But unlike the loud bang, which had clearly come from within the house from feeling the vibration with our feet, this sound may have come from outside because some of the house is exposed to exterior elements. With that said, we cannot fully determine whether this sound is paranormal or audio contamination.
Make that bang noise again. What was that?
Did you hear that?
That was like a growl. Oh my God. Look at that thing spike, you guys.
Are you serious?
There might be a spirit here that died from something else. Are you the lighthouse keeper? Did you kill yourself? Poison.
Isolated in the middle of the Long Island Sound, we went back downstairs to try and find the source of the banging noise.
So what I immediately want to do in this situation is get my camera on and ready, and I'm gonna lean down there.
I'm just gonna keep this on, right?
Yes, Aaron. Let me know if you get any words on that, okay? I think it was from the room we just left.
It actually was in this room. I did hear it in this room.
What could that have been? I don't see anything at all that could have made that bang noise yet. And that sounded like it hit the wood floor.
Yeah, it sounded really
Because
loud.
you could feel the vibrations. So right now what I'm trying to do is look on the floors for anything that's fallen down maybe. And these are paint chips.
It wasn't that.
This was huge.
It was very loud. This is right where the bed was and where the guy was laying down where he got
Are you running EVP?
Yeah.
Our digital recorders capture EVPs, or electronic voice phenomena, which are spirits speaking within the white noise.
And we are now, since we are unable to find a cause of that loud banging noise, what we're going to do now is see if it may have been paranormal. And if it was, I'm going to call out and ask if there's somebody responsible for that loud bang. And if they are,
They're gonna speak on that red dot. Okay, I wanna know, actually, Nick, do you wanna put that in the center of the room?
Yeah, sure.
Let's put it in the center of the room.
Put it here.
Yeah, put it in the center. Put it in the center. Aaron, do you have the EMF detector?
Yeah.
Let me see that.
Our EMF detector measures electromagnetic fields, which ghosts are said to be made up of. Spikes in a reading can be clues to a spirit's presence.
No EMF spike shot?
No.
There's someone in there?
You see that red light laying on the ground in the center of the floor?
Can you go up to it and speak?
Well, I'm directing the spirit to go there. I'm gonna see if the spirit does go there by placing this on the ground.
Hear it?
Yeah, I heard it.
Are you trying to communicate in this device right now? Dude, I got the chills really bad, bro.
What hear what?
He keeps like trying to like he's coming in to talk and doesn't do it. Dude, I got chills everywhere.
Oh my God! Look at that thing spike, you guys. And I've never seen it spike when it's just laying on the ground, reading a baseline of a 0, and that thing just went nuts.
Drink.
All of a sudden, I am just feeling goosebumped up.
This thing's going nuts.
There's an energy. There's an energy burst going through me, man. I'm dead serious. There's like some sort of energy just surrounding my whole body right now. And it was weird because when you said that, all of a sudden Aaron's thing said drink, right? It said drink, Aaron?
Yeah, drink.
And then all of a sudden I felt it come this way, circle around me, and then it came back to you as you were getting the spikes.
Oh, yeah.
That was awesome.
Are you Carl Panzram, the serial killer that dumped all your bodies here?
Whoa.
What?
Whoa.
What's wrong?
It says mercury.
Hang on a second. What does it say?
Mercury.
Let me see. Mercury. You know what's really weird? And that just gave me a chill.
This is what happened. Whoa, hold on. It said drink, and then you got the EMF spikes right after, and then I felt that weird, like...
Did it say drink before the mercury?
Exactly.
Are you serious?
Yeah, seriously.
It said drink mercury.
It said drink and then eventually get
Okay, then we have to do this right now. Come with me. Aaron, with me right now. There might be a spirit here that died from something else.
So right now we're going up to the top, it looks like.
Top of the lighthouse. Because with that thing saying drink mercury, I'm going to show you guys something I saw earlier during the walkthrough. Holy caution, mercury, poison.
Guys, we might be solving an undisclosed death or a suicide here.
Let me ask you this. Usually how do you die of mercury? Drinking.
You drink it. And that thing said drink mercury.
Let me tell you right now, from the evidence that we were able to gather, I think a lighthouse keeper or somebody drank the mercury from the old light bulbs or whatever, killed himself, and that's who's here.
Or the mercury somehow dripped into the water system and killed him.
The water system's right below.
Straight down. So think about it. Mercury dripping, falling. There's a warning of mercury level up there.
That's true.
It can fall straight down into that. Maybe
Because
that's
we learned earlier that dungeon-looking thing just directly below is where their water is. Yeah. Are you the lighthouse keeper? Did you kill yourself or did you die from mercury? Is that what you're trying to tell us?
Receiving no response, we headed down to the steel grate where poisonous mercury might have dripped into the water supply. This is also where the caretaker of the lighthouse believes some of the original execution rocks are located.
Look, it goes way back there, dude.
Is there someone down there that's chained up to the rocks? If there's someone down there that's chained up, can you make a noise?
Yeah. You know what we should do? All right, right now we are in the main lighthouse. As you can see, we got 2 static night vision cameras going on right now. And at the time, the old way of giving water, we have bottled water, but the old way of doing it, they would fill up this full of fresh water. So I'm going to take this, I have it connected to a rope, and I'm going to drop it down in there since we can't get in here.
our footage from both static night vision cameras as well as the digital recorder, we found no voices or visuals to reinforce the words spoken by our video goggles or the feelings we had with our bodies.
And if you're that serial killer, I bet you're gonna probably break my camera because your face is probably too damn ugly.
Come on, Carl, I'll show you something.
Didn't I just say, was he gonna break my camera?
On this reef of rocks, known as Execution Rocks Lighthouse, we tried to gather more evidence of the paranormal. With water all around us on the outside, we left the lighthouse and decided to go back to the bedroom to investigate the mysterious EMF spikes I received in there earlier.
So we were told that this house area has no electricity at all in it.
There is only one power source, and it is in the lighthouse tower by the Coast Guard to run the lamp up there. And we are all the way over here. Underneath these boards here is nothing but a concrete foundation.
And what we're gonna do right now is go over to the places where I was getting readings before, when all the unexplained things were going on, and to show you that it's not spiking now in the places that it was. And you remember I put my EMF detector next to the digital recorder on the floor? Well, I'm just gonna show you that how the digital recorder does not make this thing spike. So I'm just gonna show you. It's right next to it. This is even closer than how it was before. I'm just gonna move it all around it. And it's not doing anything to the EMF detector at all. And just to give a good battery test, put it on battery test, it's up about 80% battery power. There's plenty of battery life in there. And right here on the ground is where we received a bunch of spikes. And as you can see now, there is nothing whatsoever. And that just goes to show you that doing a follow-up with your scientific equipment where you were getting readings before can really be proof positive that the data that we received on this, together with the unexplained feelings with our bodies, the loud bang noise that we weren't able to find an explanation for, you really can't argue other than something paranormal might be going on here. All right, what we're gonna do, we're going to use our infrared digital still cameras. You're gonna see big flashes of light when Nick and I hit the trigger button here, and we're not gonna be able to see that light. That's infrared light, but the night vision camera that Aaron's holding, you'll be able to see it. These are really cool cameras. We've used them a lot in the past. We've been very successful with them, getting unexplained, what we think is paranormal evidence. But it also records the temperature, the moon phase, the time, and date, which are other things that can add to the credibility of it possibly being paranormal. Let's walk around it and take some shots.
You want to go up the stairs to the second floor here? Or you want to go into let's go on out. Let's go up this one.
Here, I'll start going. Aaron, I'm gonna go right at you. All right, if you can hear me, we're walking around with these boxes in our hands, these cameras, because earlier when we used our video goggles, you communicated with us and you said the word camera. Does that mean that you're gonna show yourself to these cameras? And if you're that serial killer, I bet you're gonna probably break my camera because your face is probably too damn ugly. Does that piss you off because no one's ever talked back to you before, you evil? Come on out and show yourself. Is that not going?
No, it didn't go.
There we go.
Wait, why is it not working?
It's not working.
Didn't I just say, is he gonna break my camera?
Try to get
Still on the handle?
Let me take it off night vision. Hang on.
You see that?
Yep.
Yeah.
Is it going off yet?
Now it is.
It's going off now?
Now it is.
Did you break my camera there for a little bit? All right, let's get some pictures here.
Carl, you right here? You serial killer? Come on, Carl, I'll show you something. You feel anything yet?
No.
I'm not either.
Guys, let's go outside.
Alright, cool. You feel anything inside down there?
No.
Nothing, huh?
Not like before.
Yeah, no, it's weird.
As our lockdown neared an end, we made one last attempt to unearth more evidence. In the middle of the night, with paranormal activity at a standstill inside, we grabbed our infrared cameras and decided to investigate outside.
Dude, those lights flood the whole place. It's awesome.
Just go out there. Be wide. Ready?
Yep.
Upon reviewing our 100-plus photos, we couldn't find any anomalies that might suggest a paranormal presence. But while we were outside, we decided to set up our static night vision camera on the execution rocks to see if we could capture any evidence onto video.
Right now we have a static X camera shooting straight out towards the rocks. This is where basically when it was low tide, they would chain them up to the rocks, and then when the high tide came up, it drowned them. So we have an IR panel that shoots 200 feet out, and hopefully we capture a scream or, you know, an apparition or anything.
Right as we finished setting up the static night vision camera, both Aaron and I heard this very distinct crying with our own ears, and it sounded like it was coming from the rocks.
You heard that too, didn't you, Aaron? I heard it sounded like this. It sounded like someone going.
Exactly, like crying. I'm gonna go down here real quick. You wanna go down those rocks over there? Because it would be dangerous to climb on those because they're all wet and slick right now. We could fall, man.
But danger's my middle name.
Let's do it.
Good.
Let's go. Come on. I don't recommend you climbing on jagged rocks in the center of the
Long Island Sound.
in the middle of the night. You could fall and kill yourself.
Oh, man.
So right now, this is the lowest tide. So this is when they would chain these condemned prisoners up to the rocks. And what's very ironic is this is when we just heard that weird whimpering crying. And that was not waves crashing or a bird or anything. It was a whimpering, human-toned cry. So I'm gonna take this digital recorder, go down there, okay, guys? Good luck. Just roll on it for a minute or two.
Don't slip, don't slip.
Thanks, guys. That's great advice.
You fall in, Aaron's coming after you. So I gotta film. Yeah, it gets really slippy, I'm telling you, it's really bad.
Too slick, man. The digital recorder. Right now I am marking. You're putting this on the rock from some unexplained crying noises that Aaron and I heard. And if you start hearing a lot of crying in the next 30 seconds, that's me from falling. Our digital recorder on the rocks captured no EVPs or unexplained crying. At this point, we decided to return to the lighthouse and set up the remainder of our static night vision cameras. Even with all of our static night vision cameras and digital recorders rolling throughout the lighthouse and the island, we still received no further visual or audible evidence to support all of the activity that we experienced earlier with our video goggles, the EMF detector, and with our own ears. With that said, we can decisively conclude that something unexplainable is occurring at this lighthouse. However, we cannot make a direct assumption that this place is legitimately haunted. This ghost adventure took us just a stone's throw from New York City to a tiny structure of rocks that is there as a beacon to protect boats from crashing. But what we found is an incredibly gloomy history of shipwrecks, oh my God, torture, serial murders, caution, poison, and mystifying activity. From the deep, dark waters to the lighthouse itself, inexplicable events have been forever etched into these execution rocks.
Building. Thought he came in contact with a demon.
name is Zach Bagans. I never believed in ghosts until I came face to face with one. So I set out on a quest to capture what I once saw onto video.
Is there anybody here?
With no big camera crews following us around, I am joined only by my fellow investigator Nick Groff and our equipment tech Aaron Goodwin. The three of us will travel to some of the most highly active paranormal locations where we will spend an entire night being locked down from dusk until dawn.
If this is the portal of hell, well, why don't you come up out of that ground and get us?
Raw.
Did someone just scratch me?
Extreme.
Stop! Stop running!
These are our ghost adventures.
In Trinway, Ohio, sits a place so saturated with dark history, it's no wonder the fight between good and evil is still continuing from when it started back in 1856. Why is Prospect Place Mansion supposedly infested with paranormal activity? It was a major stop for slaves in the Underground Railroad, many of which are said to have died here in the basement.
There's a lot of trauma in the basement.
It was the site of tragic family deaths.
You'll get the smell of burnt flesh. It's where a bounty hunter was hung and killed here in the barn.
You think it's dark, can't get no darker? It can get darker.
In a place where satanic worshippers made sacrifices. You couldn't ask for a location to be more soaked with blood and tragedy than here. We're here with George Adams, the great-great-grandson of George Adams. Did he build this house?
Yes. The construction began in 1855. It took a year to build, and it concluded in 1856. It was burned immediately by the bricklayer that built it in order to make more work for himself. Then they rebuilt it, concluding in 1857.
George W. Adams made his fortune building and running flouring mills. Expanding his wealth and influence, he would later finance the construction of a suspension bridge, own a railroad, and become an Ohio State Assemblyman.
This is a guy that was a big political figure. I heard he was friends with Abraham Lincoln.
Possibly.
Okay.
Becoming a pillar of the community afforded George Adams some protection in his controversial quest to help slaves escape to freedom.
Was your great-great-grandfather's property part of the Underground Railroad?
Yes, this was a station house.
It was?
Yes, it was designed with that in mind.
Did he do this illegally?
Oh, yes, it was illegal.
Really?
Especially after the Fugitive Slave Law of 1850, it became incredibly illegal.
What is up on this staircase?
This is the watchtower of the house.
Watchtower. And you can see 360 degrees around the entire property here.
It would be used to signal to the runaway slaves when it was safe for them to run towards the house. When they arrived, they were given food, blankets, medicine, whatever they needed to continue on with their journey. They have these large basement doors that they were able to open to allow the slaves to run into these rooms. Each room has a fireplace, so they were able to keep them comfortably warm down here.
Do you think some of these slaves that came here died here?
I believe so.
You do?
I do.
Do you think some of these slaves may be some of the ones that hundreds of people are talking about with unexplained things going on in here?
Yes.
When I was walking this way, I was looking straight ahead. I caught my eye on that stump right there. There was a light, and it came out from behind the stump. This is about what I saw.
Wow.
Coming out from behind that stump.
That looks like an old lantern.
Yeah, that's what it reminded me of. Because this was part of the Underground Railroad, as you know.
Did somebody find out about him harboring these slaves?
There's a story that comes through the family of a bounty hunter that approached the building. He rode up to the house and
He rode up to the house?
asked George to release any slaves he had in the building. George drew his pistol, basically, and they had a standoff. The bounty hunter got wise after the ranch hands in the barn decided to grab their rifles and come out and defend their boss. And the bounty hunter turned and left.
And that part's history, that's known. But the story is that the ranch hands followed the bounty hunter to his encampment for the night, brought him back, had a mock trial in the barn, and hung him from the highest rafter.
And this is the area where the bounty hunter was allegedly hanged. And
where's that?
Through here. And then he dropped down and ended up swinging in between the two floors right here when he was finally ended up dying.
And this is supposed to be the dark figure that's supposed to be more of an aggressive entity in the barn?
Right. Very negative there.
Okay.
We had an African-American fellow come one time that got sick to his stomach immediately upon entering the barn, had to leave.
Really?
Things like that, yeah.
Now, do they think that this may be the spirit of this bounty hunter
Right,
that is said to be hung and killed in that barn?
Exactly.
He's supposed to be the nasty one?
He's the nasty one.
The mean one?
Right.
The aggressive one?
I was walking out to the barn. I think he was a demonologist. Was up on the second floor landing, and it just sounded like something that came out of like the Exorcist movie.
So he was standing right here?
About right where you are, yeah.
And what was he saying?
He was saying stuff like, I cast you out. I come up and asked him if something was wrong. He said he couldn't leave. I asked him why, and he said it wouldn't let him.
What's it?
He didn't tell me.
What did he think he came into contact with? Something evil?
Well, yeah, he's a demonologist. He doesn't believe in ghosts. So I believe he thought he came in contact with a demon.
In here?
In here.
There is a video that was done.
What is shown on this video?
It looks as though it's a black shadow figure walking in front of the camera.
I had a video camera here one night and was shooting out across this floor, and something walked right out there in the middle, right in front of the camera.
Does it look like a figure?
Oh, yeah. When you walk, you swing your arms, and you can see that bleep of light as that arm's been swung.
And it's in an area where there are holes through the floor, so nobody could possibly actually be walking there.
Where
They would
this
be falling
figure
through,
is.
Right.
Ah, who's dead Fiero? Now hang on, this is more tragic than anything I've ever seen before. You've got a dead Fiero. This is probably what's causing all of your unexplained activity.
All the hauntings, right, yeah.
I've never seen anything more sad than a dead Fiero, George. Well, you're a skeptic yourself.
I'm a skeptic. I don't-
Okay, that's
I don't
awesome,
tend to-
because I used to be one as well. How many stories and eyewitness accounts have you come into contact with regarding unexplained things going on in here?
Hundreds.
Hundreds?
Yes.
This woman came down. She sat on a chair, had no flashlight. As she was sitting down here, she heard footsteps approaching her, right? And she said that didn't scare her, not at all. Then she seen this darkness come toward her, and that didn't bother her at all.
Really?
She heard her name, but I'm going to use your name, right? Being whispered in her ear. Zach, right? That's what she heard next that really scared her. Enough to get up and start running blindly in the dark, screaming, lights on, lights on, lights on. She heard her name, Zach. Join us.
Wow.
She heard join us.
What are you going to say when you're down here by yourself sitting in that chair and you hear this spirit say, join us in your ear?
I don't know. I don't know what to say.
You're going to say, yes, what do I do next?
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
Aaron, we got to see what happens.
I'll hang out and see what happens. What am I going to tell him? Yeah, I'm going to join you. What if I have a heart attack and die?
Well,
Then you join them, and then you talk to us.
Yeah, and let us know how it is over there.
Let us know how it is over there.
And then if I do die, I'm hunting both of your
That's
asses
fine.
for
Let
life.
us know how it is.
For life.
We've heard about a train accident that happened nearby to the mansion.
Right. The train was a freight train that was sitting on the tracks broken, and a passenger train came behind and smashed into the back of it.
In 1912.
1912.
How far was that from here?
That was about 4 miles south of the mansion. The exploding steam locomotive scalded some of the folks. The Adamses owned that particular railway, so they opened the house and they brought these folks in and put them in the basement until they were able to get a locomotive to Trinway to take them on to Mount
Did
Vernon.
some of them perish?
We don't know if any of them actually died in the house. They may have, they may have not, yeah.
In the basement, mostly, I have done a lot of communication with dowsing rods. We were speaking to somebody named Charles, who died he was one of the train crash victims. After we were asking him a series of questions, it seemed as though he was comfortable enough to the point where when I'm holding the dowsing rods, it felt as though somebody came and was holding both my hands.
Wow.
He took my dowsing rods from the tip part and yanked them.
Do you have your dowsing rods with you?
I do.
What do these dowsing rods pick up on?
These will pick up on any energy, so if you can actually contact a spirit, you can ask it yes and no questions. This can pick it up.
Awesome.
Can you show me what a yes is going to be? Is that going to be a yes? You want to try them? Have you ever tried them?
No, I do in that same spot.
Yep.
I'll try it.
Just keep your thumbs, down and just use the actual rods.
Do you point them down?
No, you just point them straight out and try and keep it so that you're holding them perfectly still, and then...
Can you move these wands if you can hear me talking to you? Were you a slave? What the hell? Something just grabbed this one over here and like shook it. Oh man, I'm freezing up right now. I can't even think of questions to ask. That's how heavy it feels right now.
Do you want us to leave? Do you want us to go home? You want us to get out of here?
Yeah.
That room across the way, they think of as the bad room.
She just felt this dark force surround her. She went to get up, and she couldn't get up.
She was pointing right at me, and it almost felt like a warning. Do you want to see who I think it was?
Yeah.
Prospect Place Mansion was no stranger to hardship. Taking and injured train wreck victims and illegally harboring exhausted slaves on their way to freedom. The family would also not be immune to tragedy. When George Adams died in this house from meningitis, the fortune he left behind could not protect his children from ruin.
The eldest daughter inherited the house. Her husband, William Evans Cox, disappeared, left her. He was never officially seen again. They went into monetary problems from which they never recovered. She eventually fell and broke her hip and then lingered here for several weeks before she died of pneumonia. Broken-hearted woman, terrible, terrible, hard life. And she'd lost one of her daughters as well.
She did. Here, I'm sorry. Are you gonna say anything happy about this house?
Actually, the house has been a house of sorrow, to tell you the truth.
Is there more death that you know about that's taken place in the house aside from what we've discussed?
There are legends and stories, obviously. There's a story of a little girl who fell from a balcony on a winter night, crashed the steps of stone, and smashed her head, and then she was taken to the basement and put on ice.
They would come and pour ice down from the window into the well, and then as it would melt, it would keep all the food cold. And it's rumored that they brought the little girl's body here and kept it over the winter until they were able to dig her a decent grave and have a burial. Also, the little girl's mother was supposed to come down here with her every day. So both of them are supposed to be some of the spirits that haunt the house.
Are people seeing a little girl, hearing a little girl?
Oh, yes. Yeah.
In there?
That room across the way, they think of as the bad room.
Why do so many people think that's the bad room?
Bad energy comes from that room. People don't want to turn their back on it. They don't want to come in here. In this room, one of the men from our group came here and he spent the night. And while he was sleeping in there, a little girl came and sat on the edge of the bed.
I like the bad room. With that said, let's put an X right over here, Aaron, and see what happens in the bad room if we do bad things in it.
I was sitting on these stairs with my wife, and all of a sudden I could see kind of like a shadow just start forming in front of me. And it was probably about, I'd say about this high, and it was kind of like in a childlike shape. And thinking it's my eyes, I'm rubbing my eyes, I'm blinking. And I grabbed her hand tighter. She said, "What?" As soon as she said that, there was a whisper in my ear. And that pretty much changed my view of the paranormal.
Paranormal. Do you believe this place is haunted? Yeah?
I do.
I've gotten touched down here many times.
Well, Aaron's got a little
you feel
fetish
bad.
with being touched by ghosts, so we'll be sure.
Female ghosts only.
I don't know.
Incubus isn't down here.
That's being touched in different ways. I'm done with the incubus and succubus. I'm gonna set this right here in between my legs, because that's where I heard the incubus likes it the best. I didn't know what the difference was, all right? Now I had to have Talk Soup make fun of me for that one.
I was sleeping in this bed, and my husband's on this side, and we both don't sleep very well. I popped awake, like I said, around 3 in the morning. This wouldn't happen. Something caught my eye, right in the middle of the room, standing right towards the edge of that carpet, and a completely solid black figure standing and pointing at me. I knew I wasn't dreaming.
So you think she was aware of you because she was looking
Absolutely.
at you? She was pointing at you?
She was pointing right at me, and it almost felt like a warning.
Do you know what this is sounding like?
What's that?
This sounds like my very first paranormal experience that ever happened to me. I was in a bed, 3 in the morning, woke up, saw a woman standing in this corner of the bed, looking directly at me. So I just got a really bad case of a bad chill.
Do you want to see who I think it was?
Yeah.
This painting was not here when I had this experience.
So you're saying you saw her?
I believe it was her. She's exactly how I described. This is Mary Adams.
Mary Adams.
The last time we were here, I walked into this room, saw this, and just almost had a heart attack.
The room on the other side of this wall was the servant's kitchen. We're not actually able to go into that room at the moment. We had heard a bad story about that room.
The woman was sitting in this corner over here in that room, and her husband was supposedly over on the other side of the wall, and she had 3 friends standing against that wall. And while she was sitting, something grabbed her by the back of the neck, and she just felt this dark force surround her. She went to get up, and she couldn't get up.
Did she panic?
Yeah, she panicked. She screamed, and the friends seeing this, they tried to help her also, and they got shoved back.
Wow.
And so when she was able to get back up, they all ran out of the room, went back to their guest room, packed their bags, said in cleansing prayers, then they left.
Whenever we come to a place that's this old, has this much history to it, has already a lot of documented deaths here, a lot of undocumented deaths here that are presumed from the train accident, the Underground Railroad. There's a lot of tension, a lot of tragedy here.
Satanist worship.
What? I didn't know about that one. Was this the time I heard about this house being abandoned?
In the 1960s.
It was a party house abandoned for 30 years, from 1969 until the 1980s, and there are stories that come out of that time period.
Satanic worshippers held rituals in the former ballroom and drew demonic imagery under where the cross painted by one of the mansion's staff now sits. Okay, I'll be right there. Guys, that was strange about how we didn't know about that, or how that wasn't said to us.
So is this the next Hell's Gate right there?
Well, you know what satanic worshiping, what we believe, what that did at Bobby Mackey's.
Who the did that, huh? Did someone just scratch me?
That was to open up some kind of a doorway, a portal, to a very bad, evil world. And I think drawing this cross and sealing it up was a way of trying to prevent any kind of portal to enter in and out of this house.